Chapter 1997, Sword Principle, Xian Luo. Any one of the 12 sword principles would be a first-rate sword principle in ancient times. It would be even more impressive in the current era. Jian Wushuang looked through it carefully and chose 3 sword principles in the end. The 3 sword principles were more suitable for him. Among the 3 sword principles, Jian Wushuang was looking forward to getting sword principle Xian Luo the most. Sword principle Xian Luo was created by a sword expert in ancient times named Xian Luo, and he named the sword principle after himself. There was a total of 4 moves in the sword principle, but it wasn't the kind of unique skill whereby the second move would be stronger than the first. It contained 4 sword moves that covered different regions and different natures. There was 1 move in the sword principle that focused on power, 1 focused on speed, 1 focused on defense, and 1 focused on the instant explosion of power and penetrating power. 4 of the moves were using a sword as a basis and comprehension of doctrine as auxiliary. On top of that, regardless of the doctrine that one comprehended, he could still give full play to the 4 moves in the sword principle. Any move from the 4 moves in sword principle would be nothing, but the combination of 4 moves could be a perfectly flawless sword principle if played during a fierce fight. Even the sword geek Jiu Ju left a message on the sword steel to express his admiration of that particular sword principle. Back then, when Jiu Ju fought with the ancient expert Xian Luo, who had created the sword principle, he couldn't find any flaw in his opponent's sword principle. Hence, he couldn't seize any opportunity. In the end, he had relied on his pure divine power to win against his opponent unconvincingly. Among the ancient sword principles contained in the sword steels, sword principle Xian Luo could be considered a high-grade one. Sword principle doesn't need to be brilliant and luxurious, nor does it need so many moves. As long as it is practical, it will do, Jian Wushuang said. In terms of a master stroke, I already have an emperor sword principle. It required time to accumulate power. It purely focused on the power of sword principle that was extremely fierce. During an actual fight, there will be hardly any chance for you to accumulate power, especially if it is a close combat fight. As for sword principle Xian Luo, it includes both attack and defense in one. It is almost flawless. As I could perform it in an instant during close combat, it absolutely could make up the deficiency in my swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang preferred sword principle Xian Luo over the other 2 sword principles. Of course, he had only gotten 2 sword steels, and sword principle Xian Luo was still incomplete. These 2 sword steels contain more than half of sword principle Xian Luo. The rest of it should be in another 1 sword steel, Jian Wushuang muttered. But first, he had to find out whose hand the final sword steel that contained the rest of sword principle Xian Luo was in. Jian Wushuang immediately sent out messages to check. With Jian Wushuang's current power and position, it was too easy for him to find out things, especially things about the sword steels. In no time, Jian Wushuang found his answer. A few days later, on a spacious land on an ancient battlefield, Jian Wushuang stood there in silence. In a short while, a poised lady in a purple robe plunged over from afar and stopped before Jian Wushuang. Han Yi greets Sword Emperor. The poised lady in a purple robe bowed politely to Jian Wushuang to show respect. Emperor God Han Yi, there is no need to be so courteous. Jian Wushuang smiled. You should know why I looked for you, right? Sword Emperor is interested in the sword steel in my hand? Emperor God Han Yi lifted his head. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. To be exact, I am referring to only sword principle in your sword steel. Sword principle Xian Luo. In the sword steel that I have, there is sword principle Xian Luo. However, Emperor God Han Yi hesitated. I want your sword steel, and I naturally wouldn't just take it for free. What are your conditions? What resources and treasures do you want? Tell me, Jian Wushuang asked. He had once killed 100 Almighties from Almighty's alliance. On top of that, he had massacred over the years. The number of resources and treasure he had was terrifyingly abundant. Emperor God Han Yi was only an ordinary emperor god, even if she brought up an exceedingly great request. Jian Wushuang would be able to fulfill it, let alone the fact that Emperor God Han Yi shouldn't have the guts to be unreasonable. Emperor God Han Yi's expressions changed multiple times, and there was a flash of hesitation before she said, solemnly, Sword Emperor, I don't need any resources or treasure. I only need a favor from you. A favor? Jian Wushuang was taken by surprise. Try me? Jian Wushuang wasn't in a hurry. He had his limits. If the favor that Emperor God Han Yi asked for was just a simple matter, he naturally wouldn't refuse her. However, if the favor were to be troublesome or complicated and required some effort to carry out, or even had risk, Jian Wushuang would definitely not agree with it. Although Sword Principal Xian Luo was impressive and Jian Wushuang was looking forward to getting it, it was merely a fraction of the Sword Principal. It wasn't worth Jian Wushuang putting in too much effort to get it. Emperor God Han Yi took a deep breath and lowered her voice. Sword Emperor, do you know that I have an enemy? Enemy? You mean Yenzun? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. After he found out that the sword steel that contained the last bit of Sword Principal Xian Luo was in Emperor God Han Yi's hand, Jian Wushuang did a background check on Emperor God Han Yi. Emperor God Han Yi did have an enemy, and it was the kind that shared profound hatred. The enemy of hers was Yenzun. Yenzun, who was last among all great emperors on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Emperor God Han Yi, you are not thinking to ask me to kill Yenzun on your behalf, right? Jian Wushuang's gaze became cold. Although Yenzun was in last place among all great emperors, he was still a great emperor. How powerful must one be to be able to kill a great emperor? On Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, besides Emperor Bai, no one else could do that. Even Red Dragon King on the second place, right below Emperor Bai, even if he launched a full-force attack and paid a price, it would still not be definite that he could kill Yenzun. Unless there were 2 to 3 great emperors joining forces, then there would be a chance. If Jian Wushuang were to join forces with Jian Yi and play some trump cards, they might be able to kill Yenzun. However, for a fraction of Sword Principal, he had to kill a great emperor? That was impossible. Sword Emperor, you misunderstood me. It is only a sword steel. How can I ask Sword Emperor to kill Yenzun for me? I only wanted Sword Emperor to teach Yenzun a lesson. You don't have to kill him, but let him be in a fix and embarrass him. That will do, Emperor God Han Yi said. Just to embarrass him? Jian Wushuang was surprised. It would be simple if he was only required to embarrass him. It seems that your hatred of Yenzun is unusual. With any slight chance, you'd want to use it against him. Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor God Han Yi curiously. Emperor God Han Yi's eyes were immediately filled with boundless hatred and murderous intention. Chapter 1998 Challenge Yenzun. The B***starred Yenzun killed my husband and my daughter. I am dying to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Emperor God Han Yi sounded extremely cold and brutal. The hatred between her and Yenzun was too profound. It was a pity that she wasn't powerful enough and she couldn't take revenge. However, with any chance that she got, she would try to fight Yenzun, even if it meant only embarrassing Yenzun. It was enough for her to pay a great price to get it done. That was hatred. I can promise you that I will find Yenzun and vent your anger on your behalf, Jian Wushuang said. Thank you, Sword Emperor. Emperor God Han Yi was surprised. Wait for me here, Jian Wushuang said. Then he turned and left to find Yenzun. There were many regions on the boundless ancient battlefield that had yet to be discovered. In the void above the ancient battlefield, where the space gap was at, Virum, there were lofty palaces and pavilions towering in the sky that formed rolling buildings. The buildings were built by Sanctuary Alliance on the ancient battlefield. There were countless experts from Sanctuary Alliance that wandered on the ancient battlefield. They needed a place to rest too. Hence, Sanctuary Alliance built a bunch of buildings there. There were many experts in Sanctuary Alliance who would return to the buildings when they were tired from exploring the ancient battlefields. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang arrived before the buildings. Yen Zun! Jian Wushuang's loud and bright voice reverberated across the sky. There were many experts from Sanctuary Alliance in the buildings who heard the voice. Of course, that included Yen Zun. Swoosh! Swoosh! There were two figures that plunged out from the buildings in the first instant. Besides Yen Zun, there was another tall and sturdy middle-aged man in golden armor. Oh, Great Emperor Tianyu is here too? Jian Wushuang glanced at the tall and sturdy middle-aged man in golden armor. In Eternal Chaotic World, there were 13 Great Emperors from Sanctuary Alliance. Among the 13 Great Emperors, there were 10 of them who were masters of a sanctuary. Great Emperor Tianyu was the master of Sky Mountain Sanctuary. His power should be below average standard among all Great Emperors. Oh, it's Sword Emperor. Both Yen Zun and Great Emperor Tian, you looked surprised when they saw Jian Wushuang. Both of them also noticed Jian Wushuang's Sir God aura, and they knew that Jian Wushuang had broken through. I wonder why Sword Emperor is looking me for. Yen Zun smiled and asked Jian Wushuang, and he did not share any resentment. Even before Jian Wushuang grew strong, he had never revealed any murderous intention to Jian Wushuang. Hence, he wasn't worried that Jian Wushuang would do anything to him. Jian Wushuang smiled and replied, Yen Zun, as you can see, I just broke through and I have yet to determine my power accurately. Hence, I came to look for Yen Zun to challenge you. Challenge? Yen Zun was shocked. In Eternal Chaotic World, it was normal that cultivators would challenge one another. However, when one's power reached the Great Emperor level, they cared about their position and status. Hence, they wouldn't fight easily. They wouldn't take the initiative to challenge one another if there wasn't a reason behind it as well. However, Jian Wushuang, although Yen Zun was confused, he replied with a smile, If so, let's find an independent space to fight a hearty battle then. Independent space? There's no need to. The ancient battlefield is so huge. We can just fight nearby, Jian Wushuang smiled. Such a joke. He came to find trouble intentionally so that Yen Zun would be embarrassed. If they were to fight in an independent space, there would only be the two of them, but no other spectator. Even if Yen Zun were defeated, it wouldn't affect his reputation. Here. Yen Zun creased his eyebrows, and he found it weird. Yen Zun, get ready. I am going to fight now. Jian Wushuang flashed a malicious smile, and he moved. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang was like a ghost. He disappeared and reappeared before Yen Zun. He already withdrew Blood Mountain sword on his back. Reincarnation sword principle. Buzz! The sword light slashed, and it was as though it contained a full reincarnation cycle. Jian Wushuang exploded his divine power and ancient tribe bloodline power to his extreme limit. The stroke was enough to split heaven and earth. What is Jian Wushuang trying to do? He challenged me out of nowhere, and he didn't want to go into independent space either. Regardless of what his intention is, as he wants to fight, I will fight a battle with him. He is alone, after all, even if he has already broken through. He is at most one with the fighting power of a great emperor. I can easily deal with him. I will dismiss him after a short fight. Yen Zun was still trying to figure out Jian Wushuang's intention and was in deep thought when Jian Wushuang appeared before him and slashed. Only then he came back to reality. This stroke, Yen Zun's face changed. He flipped his hand, and there was a red battle axe. The battle axe contained a fiery flame, and he suddenly slammed it down. That stroke seemed to have the power to burn every living thing in the universe. Although Yen Zun was at the bottom among all great emperors, he was still extraordinarily strong. However, just as the red battle axe collided with Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword, buzz, Yan Zun's divine body shook and his aura churned. Then the muscles all over his body flew out like he was lobbing a shell. Just as the muscles were shot out, his body continued to boil. His body finally stopped after a while. After he steadied himself, Yan Zun couldn't help but look at his hands. His right hand was numb and it was aching. How is this possible? Yan Zun was astonished. He thought Jian Wushuang would at most have the fighting power of an ordinary great emperor after a breakthrough. Although he was at the bottom of all great emperors, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Jian Wushuang. But in the end, he was knocked senseless by the stroke that contained terrifying power. The power contained in the stroke was too powerful. From that stroke itself, he could tell that Jian Wushuang was absolutely not weaker than him, but even stronger than him. At least in terms of power and strength, he was far behind Jian Wushuang. "Ha, Yan Zun, you and I shall fight a hearty battle today." Jian Wushuang laughed and raged. His body increased in size, and there were extra heads and arms popping out of his body. A total of 9 heads and 18 arms. 9 heads and 18 arms. Jian Wushuang had already mastered the secret skill entirely. At the same time, Jian Wushuang took out a token. The token was a mirror token, specially to record this battle. "Come on." Jian Wushuang came before Yan Zun again. He waved his 18 arms and fought at close quarters with Yan Zun. Chapter 1999 Trampled. Wow, 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 wow. There were continuous sword lights that whistled out from Jian Wushuang's 18 arms. Simultaneously, there were 5 Hong Jun golden swords that attacked at terrifyingly fast speed. Besides some trump cards, Jian Wushuang gave full play to his fighting power. One should know that Jian Wushuang was master wuss match when he fought force with force back then. He had yet to perform 9, had 18 arms then as well. In other words, the fighting power that he revealed was much stronger than when he had fought with Master Wu. It was hard to call a victory or defeat when Master Wu, who was in the 8th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, fought with Jian Wushuang, who revealed such power. Let alone Yan Zun, who was at the bottom of all great emperors. Of course, it was unstoppable. Hence, there was no suspense in the battle. Yan Zun was suppressed entirely since the very beginning. In merely a short while, the situation had become a one-sided trampling. Yes, he was ruthlessly trampled on. Jian Wushuang put his full fighting power to play and ruthlessly trampled on Yan Zun. Although Yan Zun was angry and aggrieved, he couldn't find any opportunity to counterattack under Jian Wushuang's Hong Jun golden sword and close combat. The vast difference in terms of strength and power suppressed him completely, and he was devastated. Many people saw that battle. The place where they fought was near to the buildings. There were many experts from Sanctuary Alliance who flew above the buildings to watch in the void. Swoosh! A chubby, bald young man stood at the border of the battlefield. "These two, Sword Emperor, and the other one is Yan Zun? What's going on? Why are the 2 of them together?" The bald young man looked shocked. "It seems that Sword Emperor came to visit and said that he wants to challenge Yan Zun." "Then this happened," the Sir God next to him explained. "Sword Emperor challenged Yan Zun? I have never heard of Yan Zun offending Sword Emperor, though. Why did Sword Emperor come to challenge him? How is this a challenge? He is obviously trampling on him." The bald young man exclaimed. "Who knows? Anyway, Yan Zun is doomed," the Sir God sighed. The surrounding experts from Sanctuary Alliance were then complimenting and sighing. They first complimented Jian Wushuang's power. They never expected that Jian Wushuang's fighting power would be that strong after the breakthrough. He could suppress Yan Zun with thunderous measures. On the other side, they pitted Yan Zun. Yan Zun looked too pathetic then. Jian Wushuang suppressed him and ruthlessly trampled on him. Even though he was angry, he couldn't do anything about it. At the same time, they were trying to guess what had happened between Yan Zun and Jian Wushuang as well. From their viewpoints, the two of them definitely shared deep enmity and thought it must be that Yan Zun had offended Jian Wushuang somehow or other. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang absolutely wouldn't ruthlessly trample on Yan Zun in front of so many people. It was legit give him tight slaps in public. Sword Emperor, I lost this battle. Hurry up and stop. Yan Zun had admitted defeat long ago. However, Jian Wushuang pretended to not hear. He never stopped his actions, but continued to trample on him mercilessly. Yan Zun was furious. At the border of the battlefield, Great Emperor Tianyu was astonished too. He was astonished because of the power that Jian Wushuang displayed. Although Yan Zun is at the bottom in all great emperors, there is no doubt about his power. However, in front of Sword Emperor, he couldn't even counterattack, but is suppressed entirely and trampled on mercilessly. Jian Wushuang's power. Great Emperor Tianyu squinted his eyes and understood the power of Jian Wushuang. There's no doubt that Jian Wushuang had the fighting power of a great emperor. Among all great emperors, he wasn't at the bottom but at an average level or even above average. But he had just broken through. The battle between Jian Wushuang and Yan Zun lasted for 15 minutes. In other words, Yan Zun had been trampled on for 15 minutes. Jian Wushuang finally stopped. Swoosh! Yan Zun instantly became a flowing light and burst out. Then, he kept his distance from Jian Wushuang. When he looked at Yan Zun had already lost his composure. His hair was messy, and the armor he wore had faint white dots that were left behind by Jian Wushuang. On top of that, he looked extremely pale, and there was blood at the corner of his lips. He looked like he was in a fix. B*****. Yan Zun clenched his fists. His eyes were looking at Jian Wushuang and burning with fire. A great emperor expert was already the top superb existence in eternal chaotic world. When one's power reached such a level, they would care most about their reputation. Then he was ruthlessly trampled on before everyone by Jian Wushuang, and he was trampled on for so long. His reputation was all gone. Then there were suspicious gazes around him. There were even people smiling smugly at his failure. He was dying to find a place to hide. He naturally clenched his teeth with hatred of Jian Wushuang, who had caused all of this to happen. Yan Zun, goodbye. Jian Wushuang let out a burst of hearty laughter and then left. The surrounding experts were confused at the sight. From the beginning until the end, Sword Emperor didn't reveal the reason why he had challenged Yan Zun and trampled him so badly. As for the reason he mentioned about verifying his power after his breakthrough, no one believed that. As Jian Wushuang left, no one continued to ask but immediately spread the news. Jian Wushuang had already broken through. He had become an almighty from a real god. After he broke through, he found Yan Zun, who was at the bottom among all great emperors, and challenged him. Then he had ruthlessly trampled on Yan Zun with thunderous measures. The moment the news spread, all experts in eternal chaotic world received the news in an instant. Very soon there was more news. It was about the fight between Jian Wushuang and Master Wu in Ju Sword Mansion. Jian Wushuang and Master Wu had fought face to face. In the end, they were evenly matched. The news once again proved Jian Wushuang's power. In eternal chaotic world, there were many experts who were astonished. They knew that Jian Wushuang would definitely improve greatly in power once he had a breakthrough and become an almighty, but they had never expected him to improve so tremendously. He had just broken through, and he could be evenly matched with Master Wu and could trample on Yan Zun. The others had already recognized his power. Jian Wushuang could be in the top 10 on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Chapter 2000 Demon King came into the world. In a lofty palace, there was a total of 3 almighties knelt down on the ground in fear. Find out for me. I'd like to know who is the one who is so capable that they could ask Sword Emperor to deal with me on their behalf. You must find out for me. I want to chop him into pieces." Yen Zun then was like a raging beast. His face was red, and he was raging in anger. The 3 persons who knelt before him were experts under his command. Yen Zun was certain that he had never offended Jian Wushuang, even during the time when they were resolving the matter of Green Fire World. He was merely speaking on behalf of Sanctuary Alliance. It couldn't be considered offending Jian Wushuang. He never came into contact with Lineage of Star either. Hence, he was certain that Jian Wushuang didn't come to look for him because of personal resentment. The biggest possibility was that other experts got Jian Wushuang to deal with him using an unknown method. He reckoned that the person only wanted Sword Emperor to trample on him to lose their reputation. Then he was embarrassed. Although it was Jian Wushuang who did it, he could only take it about it. Because, regardless of Jian Wushuang's power or influence, they were far beyond him. He had great potential too. Hence, Jian Wushuang was not someone he could offend. Hence, he could only vent all his anger on the expert who made Jian Wushuang did that. Yen Zun used all his connections and started investigating. On the other side, Jian Wushuang appeared before Emperor God Hanyi again. "Take a look at this mirror token." Jian Wushuang passed Emperor God Hanyi the mirror token. Emperor God Hanyi took it over and looked through it carefully. Then, her eyes were shimmering with joy. After she watched the images in the mirror token, Emperor God Hanyi took a deep breath and bowed politely to Jian Wushuang. "Thank you, Sword Emperor. I trampled Yen Zun on your behalf merely because of the sword steel." "There is nothing to thank me for," Jian Wushuang said coldly. Emperor God Hanyi nodded and immediately handed the sword steel to Jian Wushuang. Emperor God Hanyi had already refined the sword steel before, which was why Jian Wushuang could refine it again with ease. After refining it, Jian Wushuang started inspecting the sword steel. As expected, there was the last fraction of sword principle Xianluo in it. With the combination of 3 sword steels, sword principle Xianluo was then completed. Jian Wushuang was filled with excitement. "Emperor God Hanyi," Jian Wushuang looked. "Yen Zun could become a great emperor, and he isn't stupid. I share no resentment with him, but I found trouble with him today on purpose and trampled on him. He should be able to guess that there was someone who paid a price for me to do so. Hence, if nothing unexpected happens, he will stop at nothing to find out who the person is, and he would find out that it is you very soon." "Thank you, Sword Emperor, for your reminder." Emperor God Hanyi nodded. She had made the same speculations, and she had already decided to immediately leave the ancient battlefield. As long as she left the ancient battlefield, even if Yen Zun found out that it was her who had made Jian Wushuang do it, it wouldn't be easy for Yen Zun to find her in the boundless, eternal, chaotic world. Emperor God Hanyi left while Jian Wushuang returned to Green Fire World. As for if Yen Zun could find Emperor God Hanyi, and if Emperor God Hanyi could survive, Jian Wushuang didn't care. He merely made a deal with Emperor God Hanyi. Then the deal had ended. So, everything that followed had nothing to do with him. In Wushuang City, in the secret room, there were 3 green steels towering there in silence. Jian Wushuang sat before the 3 green steels as he carefully comprehended sword principle Xianluo in the 3 sword steels. Jian Wushuang organized sword principle Xianluo from the 3 sword steels. Very soon, a complete and powerful sword principle took form in Jian Wushuang's head clearly. "Let's begin." Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and started comprehending the ancient sword principle Xianluo with full attention. Time flew past, and Jian Wushuang was absorbed in his cultivation. He went out once in between. He left Green Fire World and the battlefield to go to Lineage of Star. He refined Universe Galaxy in Lineage of Star and moved it to Green Fire World. From then on, Lineage of Star's old lair was set up within Green Fire World. Then, Jian Wushuang continued to cultivate in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 1,800 years had passed as he cultivated in seclusion. In the 1,800 years, both the surrounding ancient battlefield and Green Fire World were peaceful. The growing speed of Green Fire World was terrifyingly fast. There were more and more geniuses that came into the world, and they started to come to prominence in Eternal Chaotic World. However, such tranquility was merely on the surface. In the darkness, the waves of chaos were surging. In the darkest place in Eternal Chaotic World, Gurgle, there was dark river water that covered the entire universe. The river was just like Acheron. The black river water was like water in Acheron. There was where the old lair of Acheron Palace was located. Right in the middle of the boundless Acheron water, there was a pitch-black pavilion that towered over the floating island. In the pavilion it was dark. In the darkness, there were figures kneeling in reverence. In one glance, there should be more than dozens of them. All of them were in black robes, and the aura that they gave out was powerful. They were all almighties above Sir God level. In front of the figures in black, there was a huge bronze sculpture. The bronze sculpture was about 1,000 jong tall. It had a monster mask on, and it had 8 hands. Each of the hands were holding different weapons. At that very moment, the bronze sculpture was quivering vigorously. The 1,000 jong tall body quivered, and it shook the mountains and earth. The huge pavilion trembled in the balance too. The figures in black who knelt before the figure lowered their heads further when they noticed the sight. All of them were so nervous that they were holding their breaths. Along with the quiver, the bronze sculpture slowly diminished in size. In a short while, the tall bronze sculpture became a 2-meter tall brawny man who was in bronze-colored skin. The brawny man was muscular. He had a beard and his hair was messy. His body had a faint foul smell, just like he was a living savage. The moment the savage man appeared, the figures in black who were kneeling down shivered in fear. At the very next moment, everyone got up and cheered. "Welcome, Demon King. Demon power is here. Welcome, Demon King. Demon power is here." Their chants continuously reverberated in the dark pavilion. Chapter 2001, White Hair, Gray Eyes. How many years? How many years has it been? I finally recovered my power entirely. Ha ha ha. The 2-meter tall savage man laughed hysterically. His voice reverberated in the pavilion and into the figure in black's ears. After quite some time, he stopped laughing. Then the savage man's beast-like, cold gaze cast onto the person in front of him. This person was different from the figures in black because he was in a white robe. "How's the preparation going?" the savage man asked. "Everything is ready. We are only waiting for Demon King to return." The man in the white robe replied politely. "Very good." The savage man smiled and continued to ask, "How about the other 2 places? How is their preparation going?" "I'm not sure. They should be ready too," the man in the white robe replied. "Humph. If so, what are you waiting for? Send them a message right now. Tell them I want to see them," the savage man commanded. "Yes." The man in the white robe nodded and quickly went to make arrangements. After a few days, in the boundless dark void. The boundless dark void seemed to be out of tune with Eternal Chaotic World. However, it was not related to ancient times nor the First Era. At the end of the dark void, there was a lofty throne towering. It was the savage man seated on the throne while the man in the white robe standing next to him. However, in the void there were another 2 thrones besides the one the savage man was seated on. Virum! There was a strange power that started to concentrate. Then, on the throne right opposite the savage man, there was a lady dressed in white that had white gauze over her face. Although the lady dressed in white had her face covered, her body and her temperament were still as enchanting. If she were to remove her gauze, the lady dressed in white might even stir a carnage of war with a word or a smile. "Lung Rushua greets Mr. Demon King." The lady dressed in white appeared before the savage man, and she bowed politely to show respect. Looking at the incomer, the savage man creased his eyebrows and bellowed, "What happened? Where did old man Fin go?" Why did he send a little girl who is still wet behind the ears over? Lord Fun is at an important stage. He can't be distracted, so I came instead. The lady dressed in white, Lung Rushua, replied coldly. Humph, you're just a little girl. You can represent Old Man Fun. You can represent Holocaust sect. The savage man smirked in disdain. Mr. Demon King. The man in the white robe next to the savage man said softly, although Lung Rusha wasn't old, her skills are impressive. After Lord Fun went into seclusion, Holocaust sect broke apart like scattered sand. However, not too long ago, Holocaust sect was united by someone using thunderous measures. The person who united Holocaust sect is Lung Rushua. She is not the master of Holocaust sect. Oh, the savage man exclaimed but sneered. Just little girl and she can unite Holocaust sect? Is it because Old Man Fun gave his full support? The Old Man Fun has bad vision. He found a little girl to be his successor? Could it be that Old Man Fun lived for too long and he has lustful desire churning in him? He was then charmed by this little girl? Although the savage man was joking, he obviously sounded scornful. Just then, the lady dressed in white who was opposite him, Lung Rushua, suddenly lifted her head. As she lifted her head, there was a special mark that appeared in between her eyebrows. Her eyes turned white without any hint of blood. She had long black hair, but it instantly turned white as well. Her white hair was swaying along with the breeze. There was an unprecedented extermination aura that spread. The extermination aura was entirely different from the power of extermination performed by extermination doctrine. The extermination aura didn't derive from the power of Heavenway, but from Lung Rushua herself. White hair, gray eyes, the body of divine providence. Everywhere she passes, there will be no sign of life. The savage man creased his eyebrows and his face grew solemn. He looked at Lung Rushua again, and there wasn't any contempt in his eyes anymore. No wonder Old Man Fun picked you. It turned out that you are the person's successor? The savage man said in a deep voice. When he brought up the person, there was a flash of strange expression in his eyes with a tinge of fear. It was obvious that the person that he was referring to was very terrifying to him. I respect Mr. Demon King, but I hope that when Mr. Demon King speaks, you'll take note of your identity. Otherwise, Lung Rushua, who had white hair and gray eyes, had a flash of unique light in her gray eyes. The light was blurry, yet contained boundless demonic power. Amazing! She is already awakened until that state. The savage man was terrified, and his stone calmed down significantly. It is merely a misunderstanding. Little girl, no, I mean Lord Lung, don't misunderstand. Humph! Lung Rushua let out a cold humph, and the special mark in between her eyebrows slowly disappeared. Her white hair and gray eyes gradually resumed to its original color. The extermination aura soaring from her body earlier gradually dispersed too. Mr. Demon King, shall we get down to business then? Lung Rushua said coldly. Of course, the savage man smiled. There was no scornful look when he looked at Lung Rushua, but there was no fear in his eyes either. After all, they weren't in ancient times. If in ancient times he absolutely would be fearful when he saw Lung Rushua, but then any one of them were restricted. He wasn't even afraid of Emperor 13, who was once in the top 5 during the ancient war back then. He naturally wouldn't be fearful of Lung Rushua as well. Just then, there was a figure that slowly substantiated on the last throne. The figure was covered in blood. It looked just like a bloody statue with an unclear appearance. It was obvious that it was just an incarnation. We are waiting for you, the savage man smiled. Lung Rushua looked at the bloody statue too. Let's be straightforward. We are ready, and it is your call. The bloody statue revealed an empty, bloody eye socket as he glanced at the savage man and Lung Rushua. I have no issues, the savage man replied. Holocaust sect is ready. The only thing is that Lord Fun needs a little longer until he can wake up again, Lung Rushua said. As long as you are here, it doesn't matter if Old Man Fun is here. the savage man said. Lung Rushiwa looked cold, and she didn't reply to that comment. As we are all ready, let's take action according to the agreed plan. All right. The savage man nodded heavily. They had been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Chapter 2002I. The eternal chaotic world was boundless. Besides the core 10 cultivation sanctuaries, there were boundless holy kingdoms that were human territory. There were countless holy kingdoms, and they make up 99% of human territories. Among the countless holy kingdoms, one of them was the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire. Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire was located at the border of eternal chaotic world, and it was further away from the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. The quality and standard of the cultivators were naturally not as high as those in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. However, as the monarch of Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire was powerful, he was at the top among chaotic real gods. There was no drastic change in the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire over the years when he ruled Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire. However, that day, Virum, the entire territory that was conquered by the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire, suddenly shook vigorously. There was no symptom before the vigorous shake. It happened all of a sudden, and it became more and more vigorous, to the point where the space-time became chaotic. The cultivators in the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire, including the higher-up real gods and the monarch of Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire, who was a peak chaotic real god, were astonished. What's going on? In the imperial city, the monarch of the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire looked cold as he looked down upon the large numbers of cultivators kneeling before him. The people kneeling before him were just as confused. Quick! Find out the source of this violent shaking. The monarch of Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire immediately commanded. Very soon, the monarch of the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire found out that the source of the violent shaking was from the boundless, dark void. In the territory of the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire, in the middle of the boundless, dark void, there was a huge crack. The crack seemed to be a slash by someone with thunderous measures that had caused a crack from the middle of the entire Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire. Too long. The crack was too long, and it was across the vast territory of the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire. After the crack appeared, it was expanding at a terrifyingly fast speed. It was originally a small crack, but it slowly became a gully between heaven and earth. In the gully between heaven and earth, there was a dim light that was growing brighter. What's going on? The monarch and the cultivators in the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire were terrified. They didn't understand what had happened, and they couldn't do anything about it. They could only watch as the gully grew bigger, as the dim light grew brighter. Finally, the dim light reached the border of the gully, and it obviously extended to the other end of the gully as well. In the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire, there was a huge object that descended. It was black but glowing. It was extremely mysterious. It was huge. It extended from the gully and replaced the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire's boundless territory. It was fierce. The moment it appeared, it pressed at Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire like it was breaking a piece of dead wood. The territory of the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire, including countless cultivators, had almost no space for struggle, but instantly vanished into thin air. Even the monarch of Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire died an instant death under its pressure. In the blink of an eye, at the very moment it descended, the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire that was originally in the territory vanished into thin air. There wasn't any trace left behind. After the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire disappeared entirely, it descended on the territory. It was huge in size. Its size was equal to the size of a holy kingdom. It was round, and its shape looked exactly like a black steel ball. It gave out an ancient yet mysterious aura. After it landed, it started spinning gradually. As it spun, the mysterious black steel ball slowly moved to the surrounding territory. Its travel speed wasn't fast, but its power was terrifying. Everywhere it passed would be destroyed. The huge black steel ball that was the size of a vast holy kingdom started moving to the other surrounding holy kingdoms after it landed on the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire. At the surrounding of the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire, it was right next to another huge Holy Kingdom. The distance between the two Holy Kingdoms wasn't far. The black steel ball only vanished the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire for less than half a month, and it arrived at the border of the other Holy Kingdom. When it arrived, its speed didn't diminish but continued to jostle and elbow its way as though it was breaking a piece of dead wood. The worlds and the territories were rolled over by the black steel ball mercilessly. It was just like a huge millstone. It grinds wherever it goes. After it ran through the Holy Kingdom, the territories of the Holy Kingdom were destroyed. After the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire, the other Holy Kingdom vanished into thin air as well. However, the emergence of the black steel ball and the ability to vanish everything caught the attention of the cultivators around the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire. As they were astonished, the cultivators took turns to launch attacks at the black steel ball. But it didn't cause any effect on it at all. There was even an Almighty who got involved personally, but he didn't manage to stop it at all. The black steel ball continued to roll its way without hindrance and wipe out everything along the way. Sanctuary Alliance received the news about the existence of the black steel ball very soon. In an instant, the entire Sanctuary Alliance and the entire eternal chaotic world was astonished. Green Fire World in a secret room in Wushuang City. In the secret room that was extremely spacious, Jian Wushuang stood holding a sword. There were figures in bronze armor standing around him. The figures in bronze armor were Dao soldiers. There was a total of over 10 of them. Suddenly, the Dao soldiers moved at the same time. Every one of them revealed terrifying power. In terms of power alone, the Dao soldiers absolutely reached the level of a Sir God. There were over 10 Dao soldiers who attacked at the same time while Jian Wushuang only smiled. Virum. There was a shapeless sword intention that sword and Jian Wushuang turned into a black hole. A black hole that could swallow all power. In the black hole, the sword in his hand was wielded. Wow, 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 wow. There were sword lights that extended from the black hole and collided with the Dao soldiers' fists. Along with the low thuds, the Dao soldiers retreated from the impact. One should know that Jian Wushuang merely used the limited power of a real god since the very beginning. It was far from a Sir God level power. The power exploded was much weaker than the Dao soldiers, and there were more than 10 Dao soldiers that attacked him simultaneously. However, Jian Wushuang blocked the Dao soldiers' attack easily, and he even beat them off. It was a sword principle that Jian Wushuang had performed. Sword Principle Xianluo, one of the 4 moves in the Sword Principle. Mixed Elements Spirit. Chapter 2003 Supreme Meeting. Mixed Element Spirit wasn't a sword principle that focused on its form. It focused on the mood, or in other words, sword intention. The sword intention could be combined with the doctrine that a person comprehended perfectly. Jian Wushuang comprehended reincarnation doctrine, and his sword intention could become a reincarnation cycle. For instance, Jian Wushuang turned into a space black hole that revolved like reincarnation and swallowed everything. Although he continuously performed over a dozen strokes, and they looked like they were different, in actual fact, he was performing the same sword principle, mixed element spirit. It was merely because there were many patterns and forms. Among the 4 moves in Sword Principle Xianluo, Mixed Element Spirit was the most exquisite one. Because of Mixed Element Spirit, people found the Sword Principle perfect and almost flawless, Jian Wushuang muttered. In ancient times, sword geek Jiu hadn't found any flaw in the sword expert who created Sword Principle Xianluo. No matter how intense his attacks were, the sword expert managed to defend. If it wasn't because there was a difference in their divine power, it would be impossible for Jiu to defeat the sword expert. Hence, Mixed Element Spirit could be said to be the true essence of Sword Principle Xianluo. As for the other 3 moves of the Sword Principle, they were all exquisite and powerful too. However, in Jian Wushuang's view, they weren't as well crafted as mixed element spirits. I completely mastered the 4 moves in sword Principle Xianluo after comprehending for 1,800 years. I could also perform them perfectly. However, the power of the 4 moves in the sword principle would continue to improve as my comprehension heightened. I have to figure out a way to improve my understanding of swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Just then, there was a sudden vibration from a token in Jian Wushuang's Qian Kun ring. Huh, Emperor Bai sent me a message? Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock. The vibrating token belonged to Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang immediately started reading. Supreme Meeting of Sanctuary Alliance, held in Thunderbolt Island. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Sanctuary Alliance was the highest alliance formed by human cultivators in order to deal with potential danger in eternal chaotic world. Previously, although Jian Wushuang had a conflict with Sanctuary Alliance because of Green Fire World, he was still a member of Sanctuary Alliance. Sanctuary Alliance was going to have a supreme meeting, and he naturally qualified to participate as he was also one with fighting power of a great emperor. In Thunderbolt Island, there was an ancient, tall pavilion towering over the peak of Sanctuary Alliance. It was named Presbytery Pavilion. Presbytery Pavilion represents the highest authority of Sanctuary Alliance. Over the years, the higher-ups and experts from Sanctuary Alliance would gather at Presbytery Pavilion only when there was a major incident in eternal chaotic world. Whatever command was given via Presbytery Pavilion would be the highest command from Sanctuary Alliance. Even the command of the Supreme One in Sanctuary Alliance, Emperor Bai, wouldn't be higher than the command from Presbytery Pavilion. There was a huge round table in the middle of the void in Presbytery Pavilion. There were lofty thrones surrounding the round table. Every single throne was huge, and there were many people who were seated on the thrones. For instance, Abysmal Saint Master, Ancestor Tianqin, Great Emperor Zixu, Great Emperor Colored Glaze, and many others had arrived. Virum. On one of the thrones, a figure slowly substantiated. It was Jian Wushuang. Green Fire World and the surrounding ancient battlefield were extremely important to Sanctuary Alliance. Hence, Sanctuary Alliance had already paid a great price to build a space-time wormhole outside the ancient battlefield, which was Snow Kingdom. It could connect to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries and Thunderbolt Island. Hence, Jian Wushuang didn't need to spend much time to rush to Thunderbolt Island from Green Fire World. The moment Jian Wushuang appeared, there were many great emperors who looked over. Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor. Great emperors who didn't have beef with Jian Wushuang, like Great Emperor Purple Moon and Great Emperor East Royal, greeted Jian Wushuang simultaneously. Jian Wushuang responded with a smile. Sword Emperor only came alone? How about your sword servant and Lord Sound Spirit? There was a gentle voice. It was Great Emperor Zixu who asked. Great Emperor Zixu flashed a gentle smile, and his eyes revealed kindness as well. Back then, although Great Emperor Zixu had once collaborated with Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Colored Glaze to corner him, Great Emperor Zixu and Jian Wushuang shared no resentment, nor did they have conflict. Hence, neither party held grudges. My sword servant is in Green Fire World. As for Lord Sound Spirit, she isn't one from Sanctuary Alliance. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. I see. Great Emperor Zixu was surprised, but he didn't ask further. As for Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Colored Glaze, wasn't happy, but Jian Wushuang didn't bother with them either. Besides that, among the great emperors there was another person who was unhappy with Jian Wushuang. The person was, of course, Yanzun. 1,800 years ago, Jian Wushuang had challenged him and trampled on him mercilessly before many experts, which he was embarrassed about. Although he had investigated and found out it was because of Emperor God Hanyi, who had offered a sword steel in exchange for Jian Wushuang to do that, it was a fact that Jian Wushuang had trampled on him. Almost all 13 great emperors of Sanctuary Alliance are here. Jian Wuxuan looked around. Although there weren't only 13 great emperors on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. The other few didn't join Sanctuary Alliance. For instance, Master Wu wasn't in Sanctuary Alliance. Hence, he naturally wouldn't participate in the meeting. Then, if Jian Wuxuan didn't include himself, there were 10 of them who were already seated around the round table. Among the 10 great emperors, there were some who came in person and some who attended with incarnation. Virum, Virum, Virum. Then, 3 figures substantiated at the same time. The last 3 great emperors arrived. The last 3 great emperors were Emperor Bai, Red Dragon King, and Ancestor Tianqin. In Sanctuary Alliance, the 13 great emperors, including Jian Wuxuan, all 14 great emperor experts were there. The supreme meeting started then. Everyone. It was a low, deep voice that belonged to Red Dragon King. Red Dragon King, in the second place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, second to Emperor Bai, he had once received the bloodline of an ancient dragon tribe in an ancient battlefield. Hence, he looked just like an ordinary human. The only obvious difference was the pair of red dragon horns on his forehead. Sanctuary Alliance held this supreme meeting for only one matter. Everyone, please watch. Red Dragon went straight to the point. He didn't even bother greeting the great emperors and took out a token straight away. The token was a mirror token. There was a huge image that appeared before all the great emperors then. All great emperors, including Jian Wuxuan, were staring at the image. It was the black steel ball of the size of a holy kingdom plunging in the boundless void and rolling over everything. Chapter 2004 Dark Millstone. All great emperors were watching closely. They saw the huge black steel ball roll over everything like breaking pieces of dead wood. It even crushed the holy kingdom into pieces. The great emperor's gazes became terrified. It was really an astonishing sight. One should know how spacious a holy kingdom was and how many of the cultivators were there. Even those great emperors, although they had absolute power and they could definitely destroy a holy kingdom, their destruction was limited to taking out the higher-ups only. As for killing all cultivators in the territories of the holy kingdom, although they would be able to do it, it would require a long time. After all, even if a great emperor were to destroy the world one by one, a holy kingdom was made up of thousands of worlds. It would take long enough to be entirely wiped out. The biggest possibility was to send the experts under their control, and they would be able to make a holy kingdom disappear in a very short time. But then, the black steel ball was much fiercer. It didn't have any scruples, but a holy kingdom had vanished straight away after it had rolled over. Red Dragon, what is going on? Where did this thing come from? Abysmal Saint Master creased his eyebrows and looked at him. The other great emperors looked solemn too. They could tell how terrifying and powerful the black steel ball was. Red Dragon King took a deep breath and answered seriously, "What the thing is, where the thing is from, remains unknown for now. Emperor Bai, Tianqin, and I named this thing earlier. We called it a dark millstone." Dark millstone? The great emperors nodded simultaneously. The black steel ball crushed everything along the way. It was really like a huge millstone. On top of that, its body was all black. Hence, it was best suited to the name Dark Millstone. According to the information that Sanctuary Alliance gathered, the Dark Millstone first appeared at the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire and had descended from the sky above. From the crack in the void above the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire, it had expanded and then destroyed the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire. Then, the Dark Millstone had started moving towards other holy kingdoms. Until now, besides the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire that the Dark Millstone first landed on, it passed 2 other holy kingdoms, and both holy kingdoms shared the same outcome as the Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fire. They were crushed to pieces, and countless cultivators didn't even stand a chance of escape. Then the Dark Millstone was still moving around. Red Dragon King sounded solemn. The great emperors were astonished at the news. There were 3 holy kingdoms that had vanished into thin air in such a short period of time. The Dark Millstone was so terrifying. Not only that, An old voice was heard from Ancestor Tianqin. Then, Ancestor Tianqin also looked unprecedentedly solemn. At the very moment I received the news, I immediately sent an Emperor God from Sanctuary Alliance who was nearby to check on the Dark Millstone. The Emperor God just sent me an update that the Dark Millstone is constantly growing in size and power as it moves around. What? The Great Emperor's faces grew grave. The Dark Millstone was already so terrifying, but it was still constantly growing in size and power. The Dark Millstone had to be destroyed this instant. A great emperor said, "Yes, we have to destroy it now. Worst comes to worst, we have to stop it. It crushed 3 holy kingdoms in such a short period of time. Although there are many holy kingdoms in eternal chaotic world, we still couldn't afford to be tormented like that. If the Dark Millstone couldn't be destroyed, the entire eternal chaotic world would be doomed." The other great emperors commented. They could see how threatening the Dark Millstone was. It was a great threat. If it wasn't destroyed anytime soon, it would absolutely cause great danger. In the end, the Dark Millstone might even wipe out the entire eternal chaotic world. Ancestor Tianqin, did any of our great emperor from Sanctuary Alliance try to destroy the Dark Millstone? Jian Wushuang asked. He looked extremely solemn. Ancestor Tianqin looked at Jian Wushuang and nodded faintly. When Sanctuary Alliance received the news, there was a great emperor who tried, and the great emperor is emperor by himself. Emperor Bai? The great emperors around the round table looked at Emperor Bai, who hadn't spoken since the very beginning. Emperor Bai was the strongest one in Sanctuary Alliance. He took action personally. What happened? Jian Wushuang asked closely. He failed. Ancestor Tianqin let out a sigh. How is this possible? The great emperors were taken by surprise. Emperor Bai took action personally, but he couldn't break the Dark Millstone. Then Emperor Bai spoke. The Dark Millstone isn't simple. Not only did it contain terrifying power that could destroy everything, there was also a great formation on its surface. The Great Formation is very magical, very powerful. Its defense power was unbelievable. The defense power of the Great Formation continuously improved as the Dark Millstone moved. I think the Great Formation on the surface of the Dark Millstone and its setup is not any weaker than the one around the ancient battlefield that merged together with space-time storm. Everyone was shocked once again. Jian Wushuang was shocked too. The Great Formation around the ancient battlefield was created by his master, Xian Yi. The Great Formation could be described as earth-shattering. It was an absolutely unbelievable skill. However, the Great Formation on the surface of the Dark Millstone could compare favorably with the formation that merged with space-time storm. Although it was merely Emperor Bai's personal opinion, and there might be a discrepancy, it was enough to show how powerful the Great Formation around the Dark Millstone was. There is such a powerful Great Formation set up around the Dark Millstone? Couldn't it be that the Dark Millstone is controlled by someone? Great Emperor Colored Glaze exclaimed in surprise. Everyone went quiet when they heard her comment. Everyone had already thought of the possibility. The Great Formation was definitely set up by someone. As there was a Great Formation around the Dark Millstone, it meant that someone was controlling the Dark Millstone, and that person was most likely in the Dark Millstone. In eternal chaotic world, only the 2 dark forces, Holocaust Sect and Acheron Palace, have the ability to produce the Dark Millstone and do such a thing. Emperor Bai said in a deep voice, for the past years, the 2 dark forces have been preparing to attack. I predicted that they would do something major in these few years, and it happened as expected. Now that they have made the Dark Millstone, if Sanctuary Alliance doesn't figure out a way to destroy it or stop it, the entire eternal chaotic world will be destroyed. This crisis is a great danger, and eternal chaotic world's existence is at stake. Chapter 2005 Expert Troop. Danger. A danger where eternal chaotic world's existence was at stake. The great emperor's on the spot, and we're extremely sure of that. Emperor Bai. A purple-haired woman stood up. The purple-haired woman was Great Emperor Ji Luo in the 11th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. She was also a master of a sanctuary. As the Great Formation outside the Dark Millstone is so powerful, and even Emperor Bai can't have any effect on it, there's only one way to resolve the Great Formation and to destroy the Dark Millstone completely. We have to gather all Almighties in Eternal Chaotic World and Sanctuary Alliance. It'd be best if we could have a complete war formation or unique formation to break formation with formation. We could stand a chance to fight against the Dark Millstone, Great Emperor Ji Luo suggested. I was thinking the same, Emperor Bai nodded faintly. But it isn't easy to gather all forces in the entire Eternal Chaotic World at such short notice. On top of that, we have to form a war formation. On the other hand, the Dark Millstone is getting stronger too quickly, and its travel speed is not slow either. Looking at its travel track, it is aiming at where the 10 sanctuaries are. At most, it would take a few thousand years for the Dark Millstone to appear in the 10 sanctuaries. But, most importantly, we didn't even have time for a few thousand years because the size of the Dark Millstone would be at least a few dozen times bigger after a few thousand years. By then, we won't be able to have any effect on it, even if we gather all Almighties in Eternal Chaotic World. 1,000 years. 1,000 years at most. Within 1,000 years, if we don't destroy the Dark Millstone or stop it, Eternal Chaotic World will definitely be exterminated. Everyone was shocked. 1,000 years? To great emperors, 1,000 years passed like a blink of an eye. However, they had to figure out a way to destroy the Dark Millstone within 1,000 years. 1,000 years, 1,000 years' time is too short. I'm afraid Sanctuary Alliance won't be able to prepare much within such a short period of time, Great Emperor Ji Luo said. That's right. Hence, Red Dragon King Tianchen and I discussed it, and we plan to send out an expert troop to barge into the Dark Millstone. Then, Sanctuary Alliance will figure out a way to collaborate from within with forces from without. Then, Sanctuary Alliance won't need to prepare much, but is only required to prepare some experts to form a great formation. That should be sufficient to influence the Dark Millstone, Emperor Bai said. Expert troop. The great emperors exchanged a look and nodded. It was naturally difficult to break a powerful formation with an external attack. However, if it was carried out from within, it would be much easier. Emperor Bai, didn't you say the great formation was extremely tough? It is hard to affect it even when you attacked it personally. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be easy for us to break an opening on the great formation and send our experts in, right? Great Emperor Ji Luo creased her eyebrows and asked, It wouldn't happen if we forcefully barged in by force, but Sanctuary Alliance's foundation was solid after being established for so many years. If we were to play some tricks, we would still be able to break an opening to get in. However, the opening wouldn't last for long. It would only be a split second, and we could only send 4 people at most. Hence, there will only be 4 people in the expert troop. As for the 4 people, Red Dragon, Tianchen, and I already discussed it, Emperor Bai said. Then, the great emperors looked at Emperor Bai. They knew that there might be a large number of experts from Holocaust Sect and Akron Palace in the Dark Millstone. It might even be their base camp or lair. It would be extremely dangerous to barge inside, even if one were a great emperor. Hence, these 4 members of expert troop definitely couldn't be reckless. Abysmal Saint Master. Emperor Bai looked at Abysmal Saint Master by his side. Mr. Emperor Bai, although Abysmal Saint Master was arrogant and ambitious, and had been dying to stand on par with Emperor Bai, or even above him, he would maintain an appropriate reverence when he was in front of Emperor Bai, as he wasn't powerful enough yet. Among the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance, you and Red Dragon are the strongest besides myself. But Red Dragon has got other matters to attend to and couldn't take up this task. So, you will be the leader of the 4-member expert troop to barge into the Dark Millstone. Will you? Emperor Bai said. Yes. Abysmal Saint Master nodded in agreement without hesitation. Although he was arrogant and jealous, he understood right and wrong. The crisis concerned the life and death of eternal chaotic world. As one of the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance, Abysmal Saint Master was naturally obligated. Ji Luo, Emperor by then looked at Great Emperor Ji Luo. Although you're not the strongest of the Great Emperors, your manipulation power of space-time power is the best amongst all Great Emperors. Especially when you have the few secret skills of space-time, you would be extremely important at crucial times. Among the 4 members, all you need to do is to assist the other 3, including yourself, to flee. Yes, Great Emperor Ji Luo nodded heavily. Emperor Jiu Qiao. Emperor Bai spoke again. Mr. Emperor Bai. An elder in a gray robe stood up. He was scrawny and he had a crescent moon mark in between his eyebrows. The aura that he gave out was unique too. Emperor Jiu Qiao was in 9th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. In terms of power, he was stronger than Great Emperor Ji Luo by 1 notch. But he wasn't that much stronger either. No one knows what is inside the dark millstone, especially the space-time within. If the 4-member expert troop from Sanctuary Alliance enters the dark millstone and can't connect to the outside world using a communication token, we will need your doppelganger, Emperor Bai explained. Yes, Emperor Jiu Qiao didn't refuse. When Emperor Bai said that he was going to send a 4-member expert troop, he already foresaw himself being one of the members. Because he was the only one who had a doppelganger, it was very useful to send messages between the Dark Millstone and Sanctuary Alliance. The last person, Emperor Bai paused and looked at all the surrounding Great Emperors. The Great Emperors looked solemn. In the end, Emperor Bai's gaze stopped on a young man with a sword on his back. Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai said. Me. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He wasn't nervous, nor was he afraid to go into the dark millstone. But he was shocked. Not only him, all the surrounding Great Emperors were shocked too. One should know that the 3 Great Emperors that Emperor Bai mentioned Abysmal Saint Master was strongest in power. Hence, it would require his fighting power to deal with some danger when they entered the dark millstone. Emperor God Ji Luo was an expert in space-time. She could help the members of expert troop to flee at a critical moment. Emperor Jiu Qiao had a doppelganger. In other words, he had a soul that shared 2 bodies. No matter what happened to his original body, his doppelganger would immediately know. In short, the 3 of them were extremely useful to the expert troop. However, what could Jian Wushuang bring to the table? Chapter 2006 Jian Wushuang's Value. Just as everyone was confused, Emperor Bai spoke again. No one knows what is in the dark millstone. Under such circumstances, the 4 members of the expert troop from Sanctuary Alliance have to be extremely careful. Jian Wushuang, you are an inverse cultivator and you have a unique ability that could be put to use. Besides, unlike the other 3, you are still in Sir God Realm. There are many things that would be too obvious if the 3 Great Emperors were to do them in the dark millstone. So, you will have to do on their behalf. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded. The other Great Emperors understood then too. It was true that Jian Wushuang was just a Sir God and he wouldn't catch so much attention as compared to the other 3 Great Emperors. Hence, it would be much more convenient for him to carry out some task. This crisis concerns the life and death of eternal chaotic world. Before such a crisis, everyone should prioritize the situation. Everyone here, including the experts under your control, have to put down all resentment. Do you understand? Emperor Bai looked around and intentionally lingered his gaze on Abysmal Saint Master for a while. Everyone knew that Abysmal Saint Master and Jian Wushuang were unhappy with one another, and they had been in a fight before. Now, both of them were in the expert troop. If they were to have conflict, they would be in big trouble. Abysmal Saint Master noticed Emperor Bai's gaze and nodded heavily. Colored glaze, Emperor Bai spoke again. Mr. Emperor Bai, Great Emperor Colored Glaze, stood up. The unique concealment skill that you obtain from the ancient battlefield is useful for the expert troop. Share it with the 4 of them, Emperor Bai commanded. Great Emperor Colored Glaze had a unique concealment skill. The concealment skill could reign in one's aura entirely without leaking any bit. If they were to perform this skill when they hid, even when a great emperor spread his soul power, he wouldn't be able to find them. It was absolutely the strongest concealment skill in Sanctuary Alliance. Such a skill was really useful for the expert troop. For instance, if the experts from Acheron Palace and Holocaust Sect were to be hunting for them in the Dark Millstone, as long as they leave their sights and hide, the enemy could only dream of finding them. Sure, Great Emperor Colored Glaze didn't hesitate and agreed. Although she was the only one with the concealment skill, she knew her limits, as the existence of eternal chaotic world was at stake. Jian Wushuang. Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang again. Lineage of Star's secret skill of Star Palace is powerful. Anyone who can cultivate it will have an extra trump card. The 4 of you should form expert troops to barge into the Dark Millstone. It is very dangerous. The 4 of you having an extra trump card will mean having another layer of defense. So, I hope you will share the secret skill of Star Palace as well. The secret skill of Star Palace? Jian Wushuang thought, but instantly decided, sure. Although the secret skill of Star Palace was precious, and it could even be described as the biggest trump card that Lineage of Star had. Eternal Chaotic World was at the brink of extermination. If Eternal Chaotic World were to disappear, Lineage of Star naturally would go down altogether. Under such a situation, Jian Wushuang, of course, wouldn't be loath to share it. Forget about the fact that it was only for Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, and Emperor Jiu Qiao to inherit the secret skill of Star Palace. Even if Sanctuary Alliance wanted all experts in Eternal Chaotic World to inherit the secret skill in the end, he wouldn't hesitate. That's great. The 4 of you shall head back and get ready. Leave within 10 years' time, Emperor Bai said. Yes. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, and Emperor Jiu Qiao took the order. Jian Wushuang, stay back. The others can be dismissed too, Emperor Bai waved. Very soon, the great emperors left. Eternal Chaotic World was facing such great danger. The great emperors who were the higher-ups in Eternal Chaotic World naturally came to the forefront, and they had to be prepared at their fastest speed. They would collaborate with the 4 members expert troop, who would barge into the Dark Millstone from within with force, so they could destroy the Dark Millstone. In the spacious Presbytery Pavilion, there was only Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. Actually, in the beginning, Red Dragon and Tianchen recommended that Zisu should go. After all, not only is Zisu powerful, he has many skills. He would be helpful to the 4 members expert troop. In the end, I chose you. Jian Wushuang, you should know the reason behind this. Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, it's because of the defensive power of an inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang replied. Yes, Emperor Bai smiled faintly. An inverse cultivator is ridiculously amazing. The unique capability of one on the 7th step of inverse cultivation. The others might not know it, but you and I are both inverse cultivators, and we know clearly that it means that the perfect chaotic divine body is almost immortal. With such power, you will be even more useful than Zisu in the 4 members expert troop. Jian Wushuang looked cold. Perfect chaotic divine body. Even when his divine body collapsed entirely, it could be reorganized as long as his divine power was sufficient. Although Jian Wushuang had only reached the 1st stage, and the divine power that he possessed was only enough to reorganize his divine body 4 times. He couldn't be truly defined as unrivaled. However, in terms of defensive power or his ability to suffer a beating, only Emperor Bai from Sanctuary Alliance was stronger than him. Mr. Emperor Bai, don't worry. I will give my all in the trip into the Dark Millstone, but as for Abysmal Saint Master... Jian Wushuang frowned. Don't worry too much about Abysmal Saint Master. I know him well enough. He is arrogant and easily jealous. In simpler terms, he is narrow-minded and he couldn't take anyone stronger than him. However, he knows what's right and what's wrong. In the trip into the Dark Millstone, he wouldn't cause you any trouble. Nor will he scheme against you, because he himself knows that it's extremely dangerous for the four of you to barge in. If you die in there will be no benefit to him at all, Emperor Bai reassured him. All right then, Jian Wushuang nodded. With his current power and skills, he wasn't afraid of abysmal Saint Master, nor was he worried that he was being schemed against. However, the mission was no trivial matter. Jian Wushuang didn't wish for unnecessary trouble that would affect the success or failure of the mission. Oh, yeah, I have an elixir here. I prepared it for you. This is also the reason I made you stay back, Emperor said, and he flipped his wrist. He took out a white elixir that was the size of a pigeon egg. There was only one elixir, but it gave out a tempting fragrance. It instantly filled the entire Presbytery Pavilion. If there were other experts in Presbytery Pavilion, it absolutely would stir their greed. Chapter 2007 Seven Treasure Divine Elixir. Mr. Emperor, Bai, this is... Jian Wushuang looked at the elixir in Emperor Bai's hand. He could feel that the elixir was unusual. Even he couldn't help but felt greed in him the moment he saw the elixir. This is Seven Treasure Divine Elixir. Emperor Bai smiled. I got this elixir by sheer luck a long time ago. It was in the first era when I was wandering in the ancient battlefield. I found 5 in total, and I am only left with 2 now. This elixir is amazing. Even in ancient times, it was considered a top-grade item. Many experts in ancient times, including those existences above Great Emperor, would use this elixir at crucial times. After consuming this elixir, the super experts who were above Great Emperor could recover their divine power instantly. To inverse cultivators like us, it is shockingly useful. You know that we inverse cultivators could constantly fuel our divine body as long as we had enough divine power. Even if I consume this 7 treasure divine elixir, it could instantly recover more than an ordinary level of divine power. To you, who are only in the first stage, your divine power could be instantly recovered after you consume this elixir. Jian Wushuang was delighted when he heard that. His divine power could be instantly recovered when he consumed the elixir. It was considered another life to an ordinary cultivator, but to an inverse cultivator, it was even more useful. His current divine power enabled him to reorganize his divine body for 4 times, which meant 4 extra lives. With the addition of 7 treasure divine elixir, his divine body could be reorganized 8 times. Just how amazing was that? The elixir is what I prepared for your troop. But among the 4 members in the troop who are going to enter the Dark Millstone, only you can give full play to the power of this elixir. So, I am giving it to you. Emperor Bai passed the 7 treasure divine elixir to Jian Wushuang. Thank you, Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang quickly thanked him. Everything is for eternal chaotic world. Go ahead and get ready, Emperor Bai waved. Jian Wushuang left then. There was only Emperor Bai left in Presbytery Pavilion. Emperor Bai watched Jian Wushuang as he disappeared at the end, and there was a strange light twinkling in his eyes. In actual fact, he had arranged for Jian Wushuang to go into the Dark Millstone, not only because Jian Wushuang would be helpful to the troop, but because there was also another reason. Emperor Bai wanted Jian Wushuang to receive greater training. It was about time for eternal chaotic world. It at most had another 1,000 years to go. By then, the 2 dark forces would definitely incite war. In merely 1,000 years, Jian Wushuang wouldn't improve much with ordinary training. Hence, he had to be sent for polishing. Jian Wushuang immediately started to make arrangements when he returned to Green Fire World. No one knew what would happen in the Dark Millstone. Jian Wushuang wasn't even sure if he could come out alive. Hence, Jian Wushuang naturally had to make the necessary arrangements. In the lofty palace, Father, after I leave, you shall take over the great formation that merged with space-time storm. As for those Tao soldiers, I'll master you on, and you can work together to take care of them. If there is any problem in Green Fire World can discuss with Lineage of Star. Jian Yi, stay back in Green Fire World to serve as a deterrent to other experts. I'll master Yuan. Jian Wushuang passed down the tasks one by one. Everyone who was seated in the hall looked extremely solemn. They all knew that Jian Wushuang was going to a dangerous place, and it was hard to predict his life and death. Third brother, do you have to go no matter what? Wang Yuan looked at him. No matter what, Jian Wushuang nodded. This is not only for Eternal Chaotic World, it is also for Green Fire World. This crisis concerns the life and death of Eternal Chaotic World. If we fail, the entire Eternal Chaotic World will vanish. Green Fire World naturally won't exist either. Hence, all experts in Eternal Chaotic World will be obligated. Jian Wushuang was determined. Everyone around him saw his determination and didn't pursue further. Then, Jian Wushuang began to prepare for his trip into the Dark Millstone. Although 10 years' time wasn't long, at least he was given some time to prepare himself. It's a pity that the Dark Millstone appeared all of a sudden and a little too early. If it had appeared a little later, by about 100 years, I would be able to cultivate the ancient tribe's first volume of immemorial celestial body. By then, my divine body and my divine power would improve again. Regardless of if it was my overall power or my defensive power, both would improve tremendously. Then, I would be even more confident in surviving. It's a pity Jian Wushuang found it a regrettable matter, but he had no alternatives. The crisis had descended, and he had to deal with it. In 10 years' time, Great Emperor Colored Glaze had passed the 4 of them the concealment skill. Besides, Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, and Emperor Jiu Qiao had made a trip to Green Fire World one after another, and they had received the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace in Lineage of Star. Although the 3 Great Emperor had received the perfect inheritance of the secret skill of Star Palace, the 3 of them could only perform the first volume, no matter how hard they tried. It was impossible for them to even perform the second volume. It seemed that only Jian Wushuang and the Star Palace Master, who had already passed away, had cultivated the second volume successfully in the entire Eternal Chaotic World. Star Palace Master had once absorbed the blood essence of an expert from 7-star Black Sect, but Jian Wushuang. It was smooth sailing for his cultivation, not to mention the second volume. He had already cultivated the third volume successfully. Of course, even the first volume itself would be a great trump card for the 3 Great Emperors. It was a pity that the trump card would require a long time until it could be performed the next time again. Hence, they didn't dare to use it recklessly. 10 years passed by very quickly. Jian Wushuang was well prepared, and he handed down all the tasks. Then he left. In Eternal Chaotic World, in the boundless dark void. It was still extremely far from the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. In the dark void, then, there was a huge black steel ball that was far bigger than the size of a holy kingdom spinning and traveling forward. Everywhere it passed would vanish. There was no space for struggle. In the dark void near the dark millstone, swoosh, 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 there were a few figures that appeared simultaneously. The higher-ups from Sanctuary Alliance, led by Emperor Bai, Red Dragon King, Ancestor Tianqin, and the others were there. Of course, Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, Emperor Jiu Qiao were there too. Their gazes were fixed upon the huge black steel ball before them. Chapter 2008 Barge in. This is the Dark Millstone. Everyone looked astonished. Previously, they had only seen the Dark Millstone through the mirror image, and the mirror image hadn't shown the entire scene. Plus, 10 years had passed. The size of the Dark Millstone had grown bigger, significantly. The speed of growth of this Dark Millstone is shocking. Its power is constantly growing stronger too. We have to destroy it at our fastest possible speed. Ancestor Tianqin said in a deep voice. Don't delay any more. The four of you, are you ready? Emperor Bai looked at the four of them. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, and Emperor Jiu Qiao exchanged a look and nodded solemnly. Emperor Bai squinted his eyes and then took out a transparent pearl. The transparent pearl contained a grayish, mysterious power, and there was faint lighting flashing within. This is... Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had seen this transparent pearl before. XXX was used to break formation or prohibition. A long time ago, when Jian Wushuang had yet to leave Green Fire World, they took out XXX when they fought with Jin Kingdom. However, the power of the XXX that they had taken out back then and the one Emperor Bai was holding was vastly different. This is the top-grade XXX from ancient times. XXX of this level can forcefully tear an opening in the Great Formation, no matter how powerful it is. However, the opening will only last for a split second. The four of you have to seize the chance to get inside. Yes, the four of them nodded. Emperor Bai took action. He drove the pearl with his divine power, and he threw it at the huge dark millstone that was spinning. The moment the XXX appeared on the surface of the dark millstone, there was a dim light on the dark millstone. The dim light looked extremely mysterious but powerful. As the XXX exploded, a terrifying power exploded too. It tore everything, and the dim light tore a gap big enough for a person to pass through. Right now, there was a flash of light in Emperor Bai's eyes. Let's go! Abysmal Saint Master roared. Then, the four of them who were ready long ago plunged through the gap without hesitation and disappeared behind the gap. The gap immediately vanished right after they plunged through. They're in. Emperor Bai and the rest waited in the void outside the dark millstone, and all of them looked solemn. They didn't know what was in the dark millstone, nor did they know what Jian Wushuang and the troop would encounter. However, because they didn't know, someone had to step forth to find out. I hope that the four of them will return from the dark millstone alive, Ancestor Tianqin said. They not only have to walk out alive, more importantly, they also have to collaborate with us to destroy this dark millstone. Otherwise, if the dark millstone continues to spin, it will be only a matter of time until we all die, Red Dragon King said in a deep voice. The surrounding great emperors heard and nodded simultaneously in agreement. They knew the responsibility that the four members carried. It could be said that they were a crucial factor if Eternal Chaotic World could survive the crisis. The four of them carry a heavy responsibility. The other experts outside the Dark Millstones are equally important too. We can't be careless, Emperor Bai said. Yes. The surrounding great emperors' gazes were cold. In the huge dark millstones, Jian Wushuang and the others went through the gap and appeared within a huge formation. This great formation is complicated. Not only does it have the powerful defense power on its exterior, there are also many prohibitions internally. Emperor Jiu Qiao's face grew grave. Ji Luo, you're the best at the manipulation of space-time power, and you're the best among the four of us in formation. Hurry up and lead us out of this prohibition, Abysmal Saint Master said. I'll try. Great Emperor Ji Luo looked solemn. She walked at the front while Abysmal Saint Master, Jian Wushuang, and Emperor Jiu Qiao followed behind her. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang as they traveled forward. Although you and I had a conflict, this is no trivial matter. I hope you draw a clear distinction between private and public interests. I hope you will follow my instructions. Don't worry. As long as you do not scheme against me or are obviously sending me to death, I naturally will follow your instructions, Jian Wushuang replied coldly. Good. Abysmal Saint Master glanced at Jian Wushuang again, but didn't say anything more. Just as the four of them entered the dark millstone and traveled forward in the prohibition, in the depth of the dark millstone, there were 3 lofty thrones towering in the boundless dark void. Lung Rushiwe, the savage man, and the blurry, bloody man sat there. In front of them, there was a man in a black robe who knelt down politely. "Misters, I have already located the location of the few people who barged in via the Great Formation. However, they are extremely powerful, and they have already broken through the strongest obstacle. Although there are some prohibitions in front of them, it will be impossible to kill or even block them," the man in the black robe reported. "If prohibitions won't kill them, why not send a few experts to kill them?" The savage man spoke with a bright void. "Sure, but judging by their travel speed, they would have definitely passed the prohibited range and appeared in our world by the time our experts arrive. In other words, we can't kill them before they enter the world," the man in the black robe said. The savage man's expression grew in distress. If the few of them were to really enter the world, there would be many secrets about the world that would be exposed. Forget it. It is only a matter of time until they are exposed. Which territory will they appear in after they pass the prohibition? The savage man asked. Looking at their current location, they should appear near Silver-Winged God Mansion, the man in the black robe replied. Silver-Winged God Mansion. The blurry, bloody man looked down. As we can lock onto their location. Send experts over immediately. Kill them at the fastest possible speed. It'd be best if it happens before they receive any information about this world or even share the information before they die. Lingzong is near Silver-Winged God Mansion, right? Tell him to rush over. With him there, these few people won't even think about fleeing. Humph. Want to resolve this grand formation from within and destroy this world entirely. Dream on. Yes, the man in black took the command and sent it down immediately. Jian Wushuang and the others weren't aware that they were being watched since the very moment they entered the dark millstone. Chapter 2009, Three Emperors' World. In the boundless void, a boundless stretch of blue sky with white clouds. At the very end of the void, burble. The void was distorted. Then there were 4 figures that came out. We're out. We are finally out. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, Emperor Jiu Qiao let out a breath of relief. They were in a region covered under prohibitions earlier, and they had to keep their guards up. They didn't dare to let loose at all. Until then, they finally walked out from the region covered under prohibitions. This is... The 4 of them looked at the surrounding void in shock. Everything they saw was peaceful. It was entirely different from the dark millstone that was constantly spinning and destroying everything on the outside. As expected, there is something different inside, Jian Wushuang muttered. Could there be a territory for human cultivators in the dark nirvana? Emperor Jiu Qiao creased his eyebrows and asked. The dark millstone is so huge. The moment it appeared, it was already of the size of a holy kingdom. With such a great size, it isn't strange for there to be human cultivators, Abysmal Saint Master replied. Let's go, let's search around. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. Then, the 4 of them started searching the region. When they were searching, they realized that the universe that they were in had great cultivation environment. Although it couldn't compare favorably with Green Fire World, it was slightly stronger than the 10 cultivation sanctuaries in Eternal Chaotic World. In no time, they saw a city in which humans resided. The city was quite big, and there were countless human cultivators. The 4 of them stood in the void near the city, and they concealed their auras. Great Emperor Colored Glaze's conceal skill is pretty good. When we use this, even a Great Emperor might not be able to find us if they pass by, Great Emperor Ji Luo said. It is great if we use it when we are hiding. If we are in front of our enemy, they will be able to tell our realm at first glance, Emperor Jiu Qiao said. The 3 of us are great emperors, and we are too eye-catching. This soul-probing mission will be yours then. Abysmal Saint Master looked at Jian Wushuang. Sure, Jian Wushuang didn't refuse. He immediately spread his soul power. In an instant, he covered the entire city before him. The cultivators in the city appeared in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked surprised, the quality of the cultivators in the Dark Millstone is quite high. Many of the cultivators in this city are close to universe god level, and there are many real gods too. However, the strongest among them was only a chaotic real god. Chaotic real god? That's too weak. We wouldn't get any valuable information from him. Let's search further. The cultivation environment here is so great, there must be many almighties. Let's figure out a way to find one, Abysmal Saint Master said. The other 3 nodded in agreement. The 4 of them didn't stay in the city, but immediately continued to search the border of the city. Before long, the 4 of them had found the first Almighty in the Dark Millstone. The Almighty was merely a Sir God, and he was also in the city. In a tall pavilion, a middle-aged man in a black robe sat there with his eyes closed while he enjoyed a glass of wine in his hands. Suddenly, swoosh, there was a figure that appeared behind the middle-aged man in a black robe without any sign. Who is it? The middle-aged man in a black robe was shocked and instantly kept his guard up. As he turned, he saw a young man in a crimson robe with a sword smiling at him. I have something that I'd like to ask you. I hope you can answer me with full honesty, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The middle-aged man in a black robe noticed that Jian Wushuang's aura was only an early-stage chaotic realm, Sir God. Level, he became less vigilant. However, his face became cold. Humph. Although I don't know who you are, aren't you too rude to question me? Rude. Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose, and the next moment, there was a bolt of terrifying divine might that pressed on the middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man in a black robe was originally pissed off at Jian Wushuang's rude intrusion and tone, but the pressing of the divine might shook him. He was even shivering in fear. Such divine might, middle-stage chaotic realm, or at least peak middle-stage chaotic realm. He might even be at the peak of chaotic realm. My goodness! The middle-aged man in a black robe was astonished, and he looked terrified. Now, do you still think that I'm rude? Jian Wushuang smiled. Master of Double Dragon Region. Tian Xingzi greets Mr. Go ahead and ask me any questions. I will tell you everything I know, the middle-aged man in a black robe said politely. As expected, no matter which part of the world I am in, power speaks for itself. It is as such an eternal chaotic world, and the same applies to the internal world inside the Dark Millstone. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows as he began to question. He naturally asked questions about the universe. The middle-aged man in a black robe, also the master of Double Dragon Region, Tian Xingzi, answered frankly. Then, Jian Wushuang finally had a basic understanding of the universe. The universe that he was in was a big world. A completely huge world that existed for a very long time. The big world was named Three Emperors' World. The name was said to derive from the legend whereby there were 3 experts that appeared in the world before, and the 3 experts were referred to as the 3 emperors. Over the years, they were worshipped by countless experts in the world. The myth said that Three Emperors' World was made by the 3 emperors. As time flew past, the 3 emperors were nowhere to be seen. The layout of the 3 emperors' world was very clear too. The territories were segregated into 3 different levels. The first level, which was the base, was called a region. Region could also be explained as territories. In a region, there would be cities in various sizes and also countless cultivators. In every region, there would be a master that was widely acknowledged. The masters of the region were mostly experts of an early-stage chaotic realm, also known as Sir God level in Eternal Chaotic World. Above region, there was God Mansion. Legend said that there was a total of 1,300 regions in Three Emperor World. The 1,300 regions formed 84 God Mansions. Each God Mansion ruled over 10 regions, and every God Mansion had a master as well. The master of God Mansion was normally an expert in middle-stage chaotic realm, also known as Emperor God in Eternal Chaotic World. Chapter 2010, The Master of Silver-Winged God Mansion. Above God Mansion was state. The biggest territory in 3 Emperor World would be state. A state conquered 7 God Mansion. Hence, the 84 God Mansions were under 12 states. Every state would have a supreme leader. According to Tian Xingzi, the leader of the state would be one who reached peak chaotic realm level. 12 state leaders, 84 master of God Mansions, 1,300 regions. Jian Wushuang was astonished at the piece of information that he retrieved. He wanted to know more information from Tian Xingzi, such as the secret of the world. The world was in the huge, dark millstone that destroyed everything. There was definitely a great secret. It was a pity that what Tian Xingzi knew was limited. He who was only a master of a region, an ordinary early-stage chaotic realm, naturally wouldn't qualify to know much about the secret of 3 Emperors' world. Double Dragon region is under which God Mansion. Who is the master? And how can I find the master? Jian Wushuang asked. Mr. Double Dragon region is in Silver-Winged God Mansion. Tian Xingzi immediately replied, after finding out everything that he needed to know. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sword light slashed and chopped Tian Xingzi's head directly. Jian Wushuang was an outsider, and he only asked Tian Xingzi the general questions about 3 Emperors' world. Tian Xingzi definitely would find him suspicious. Hence, he naturally couldn't stay alive. The moment Tian Xingzi died. Swoosh! 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 There were 3 figures that appeared next to Jian Wushuang, and they were naturally Abysmal Saint Master and the other 2 members. Did you hear that? Jian Wushuang looked at the 3 of them. Their expressions were extremely solemn. 8,300 regions. Every master of a region would be a Sir God. In other words, there would be a total of 1,300 Sir God experts. Now, there are 84 masters of God Mansion, which are 84 Emperor God experts. Lastly, the 12 state leaders, which are 12 great emperors. Great Emperor Ji Luo couldn't help but be astonished, so powerful. The 3 Emperors' world is so powerful. They are very powerful. Even Abysmal Saint Master nodded in agreement. These region masters, God Mansion masters, and state leaders are merely those with titles. In 3 Emperors' worlds that is so huge, it is impossible that all experts take up the position as the masters or leaders. There definitely are more experts that we don't know of. If all of them add up, I am afraid that their power wouldn't be any weaker than Eternal Chaotic World. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Zhou Qiao frowned. The 3 Emperors' world was really powerful. They could compare favorably with Eternal Chaotic World, and they might even be more powerful. It was absolutely not plain guess, but it was really possible. There is a dark millstone that destroyed everything on the outside. There is 3 Emperors' world with many high-standard cultivators and experts on the inside. The 4 of them looked in distress. Regardless, let's report the information here to Emperor by first, Abysmal Saint Master said. Yes. Emperor Zhu Qiao nodded. After they entered 3 Emperors' world, their connection with the outside world was sealed off. Regardless of if it were a communication token or consciousness reincarnation, they couldn't work. However, Emperor God Zhou Qiao could use his doppelganger to stay connected to Sanctuary Alliance. It was also the reason why Emperor Zhou Qiao was one of the 4 members in the expert troupe. In Eternal Chaotic World, in the void near the Dark Millstone, there was a lofty palace towering there. The palace maintained the same traveling speed as the Dark Millstone. In the palace, Emperor Zhou Qiao's doppelganger was seated there. He reported whatever he knew about 3 Emperor worlds after he entered the Dark Millstone. When he finished, the surrounding great emperors were solemn. Too powerful. Red Dragon King spoke first. From the Region Master, God Mansion Masters, and the 12 state leaders that we know of, their fighting power of almighty level could compete against Sanctuary Alliance. If taking those experts who didn't take up the post into consideration, the power of 3 Emperors' world absolutely wouldn't be any weaker than the forces in Eternal Chaotic World combined. If Holocaust sect and Akron Palace have hidden power, the surrounding people became quiet. The silence went on for a while until Emperor Bai finally spoke. Three Emperors' World might be very strong, but we couldn't determine if the experts in Three Emperors' Worlds would come out to fight a life-and-death war against Eternal Chaotic World. Moreover, if they were to turn out in full strength, Eternal Chaotic World could still gather all forces to compete. But the most crucial part is still the Dark Millstone. If the Dark Millstone doesn't stop, no preparation or skills will be of use, no matter how many experts we have or how powerful they are. Everyone nodded. That was true. The Dark Millstone was the crucial part. Only when the Dark Millstone was completely destroyed or stopped would the Eternal Chaotic World would stand a chance to live. As for within the Dark Millstone, the experts from Three Emperors' World weren't the ones that they needed to deal with. Jiu Qiao. Emperor Bai looked at Emperor Jiu Qiao's doppelganger. Tell Abysmal Saint Master to find the truth behind the Three Emperors' World. It is impossible that such a powerful world wouldn't carry any core secret. The Region Master that they questioned earlier was probably too weak and isn't qualified to know them. Tell them to slowly go up by ranking and find a stronger God Mansion Master and a state leader. They have to unearth the secret of the world. And they have to speed up and not delay any further. Yes. Emperor Jiu Qiao nodded solemnly. Emperor Jiu Qiao's doppelganger shared the message to the expert troop, who was far in Three Emperors' World. They received the message that Emperor Bai conveyed. Go up by ranking? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. I already found out where the silver-winged God Mansion Master resided from Tian Xingzi. The God Mansion Master is an Emperor God level expert. He definitely knows more things than Tian Xingzi. Let's head to look for the silver-winged God Mansion Master. Abysmal Saint Master agreed. The four of them immediately departed according to the route that Tian Xingzi provided earlier. They traveled in the direction where the silver-winged God Mansion Master resided. However, the four of them didn't know that when they plunged in the direction of the Master of Silver-Winged God Mansion, there were few figures that were traveling to the residence of Silver-Winged God Mansion Master in the faraway void. The few figures were soaring with a terrifying aura, especially a bald man who was only about 5'3". Although the bald man was shorter, his body was extremely muscular. His aura was the strongest, and his rage was also the most ferocious among all. His name was Ling Zong, but he had a nickname, Beast. Chapter 2011 Interrogation. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master. One of the 84 God Mansion Masters in Three Emperors' World, ruled a large territory. This is where Silver-Winged God Mansion Master stay. In the boundless void above, Jian Wushuang and the other 3 members stood side by side. At the end of their sights, there were buildings on the mountain peak. There was a large number of palaces and pavilions towering there. There was a huge and magnificent estate above them all. According to the information they got from the Master of Double Dragon Region, Silver-Winged God Mansion Master stayed in the estate. Jian Wushuang spread his soul power and sensed the existence of Silver-Winged God Mansion Master. Jiluo, I shall leave the surrounding space-time to you. Abysmal Saint Master took a look at Great Emperor Jiluo. Don't worry, I will seal off the surrounding space-time entirely to ensure Silver-Winged God Mansion Master couldn't send out any information. Great Emperor Jiluo said. She was best at controlling space-time. When she performed space-time seal, even an ordinary Great Emperor couldn't send out a message in a short time, let alone Silver-Winged God Mansion Master, who was only an Emperor God. He, Silver-Winged God Mansion Master, is raging in anger. Jian Wushuang looked at the faraway estate with interest. If so, let us meet Silver-Winged God Mansion Master then. Abysmal Saint Master sounded cold. The 4 of them immediately moved. In the estate before them, there was a malicious-looking man in silver armor. His eyes were shimmering with silver light as he overlooked a bunch of people standing below him. His rage was spread across ruthlessly. Humph! Region Master Tian Xan has guts. Didn't he know about the relationship between Mu Yong family and me? How could he just watch as Mu Yong family got bullied by Su family? The malicious-looking man in silver armor, silver-winged God Mansion Master, roared like a raging lion. There was a fragile maiden lying in silver-winged God Mansion Master's arms. The maiden was beautiful and her body was charming. She was absolutely a seductress. Then she was speaking with a captivating voice. God Mansion Master, not only did Region Master Tian Xen watch as Mu Yong family was bullied by Su family, I also heard that he received benefits from Su family. The reason why Su family could be doing better than my Mu Yong family is because of Region Master Tian Xen. There's such a thing. Silver-winged God Mansion Master was angry. He roared. Send Region Master Tian Xan a message. Tell him I give him a month's time for him to send over the head of the family, head of Su family, personally. If he can't do it, I will take his head, personally. Yes, the people standing below nodded in horror, and they quickly left. Beauty, don't worry. I am here. In Silver-Winged God Mansion, no one would dare to bully your Mu Yong family. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master smiled maliciously as his eyes burned with lust when he looked at the seductress. Thank you, God Mansion Master, the charming maiden replied with her captivating voice again. Then she chuckled. She just started chuckling and she suddenly stopped. There was a flash of terror in the charming maiden's eyes. Then her body instantly slouched. It was obvious that her consciousness had been exterminated. Who? Silver-Winged God Mansion Master was angry. He was then soaring with rage and immediately spread his boundless murderous intention. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were 4 figures that substantiated before Silver-Winged God Mansion Master from nowhere. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master, who was originally soaring with murderous intention, was dumbfounded when he saw the 4 of them. As they stood face to face, he could see the aura that the 4 of them spread. Among the 4 of them, besides the young man carrying a sword on his back, was an early-stage chaotic realm. The other 3's auras had already reached a level that made him quiver in fear. Peak chaotic realm, experts in peak chaotic realm. And there are 3 of them. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master was shocked too. He immediately bowed at the people before him and said politely, "E greets 3 misters." He only bowed at the 3 of them, Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, and Emperor Jiu Qiao. As for Jian Wushuang, he didn't bother. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master, you are living a great life, ha! Abysmal Saint Master smiled maliciously. He stole a glance at the cold, dead body on the floor. The dead body naturally belonged to the charming beauty. The charming beauty was Silver-Winged God Mansion Master's favorite woman. The moment the charming beauty died, the rage burning in his eyes showed. However, Silver-Winged God Mansion Master wasn't angry at all. Murderous intention and anger were nowhere to be seen. He looked in reverence, as though the person who just died had nothing to do with him. I wonder how can I help you? Silver-Winged God Mansion Master asked politely. Let me ask you. Reply to me honestly, Abysmal Saint Master said coldly. Mister, go ahead and ask. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master was so passionate. Abysmal Saint Master asked, and it was naturally about 3 Emperors World, such as the layout of 3 Emperor World and the secret that some experts and ordinary cultivators didn't know. After some questioning, Silver-Winged God Mansion Master's reply was about the same as the Master of Double Dragon Region, Tian Xingzi. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master, you are a God Mansion Master. It's impossible that you only know all these, right? For instance, don't you know any secret about 3 Emperor World? Abysmal Saint Master asked coldly. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master felt a tug at his heartstrings. He saw the few of them earlier and subconsciously thought that the 3 of them were in peak chaotic realm and should be the leaders of the 12 states. However, from Abysmal Saint Master's interrogation, he could tell that the four of them seemed to be rather unfamiliar with Three Emperors' world. How could a state leader be so unfamiliar with Three Emperors' world? Why would they come to ask him such questions? There was no doubt that the few people in front of him were from an unusual origin. Although Silver-Winged God Mansion Master was shocked, he remained composed when he said, "You must be joking. I am merely one of the God Mansion Masters. How am I qualified to know any core secrets of Three Emperors' world? Besides, even if I did know, how much more would I know compared to you three misters?" The four of them exchanged a look and smiled. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master is really good at talking. I think I will need to pull some tricks, then you will be willing to tell me the truth, Abysmal Saint Master said coldly. Tricks? Silver-Winged God Mansion Master looked surprised. Then Abysmal Saint Master's gaze became cold and the dark light in his body poured out and covered the entire estate. The entire estate was engulfed in boundless darkness. In the boundless darkness, Abysmal Saint Master was the ruler. Chapter 2012 Arrival. In the boundless darkness, there was a flash of lights in Abysmal Saint Master's eyes. Then there was instantly a darkness storm that covered the body of Silver-Winged God Mansion Master. Abysmal Saint Master had already started using his way to question Silver-Winged God Mansion Master forcefully while Jian Wushuang and the other two members watched. However, just as the four of them were questioning Silver-Winged God Mansion Master, there were 6 figures that arrived simultaneously in the void near the estate. The 6 of them were 4 males and 2 females. They were led by a brawny, bald man who was only 5'3". The space-time in front of us is completely sealed off. No wonder Silver-Winged God Mansion Master didn't respond even when I sent him a message personally, a scrawny elder dressed in black said. The elder in black was the state leader where Silver-Winged God Mansion was located. It seems like we are slightly late. It is impossible for us to set up a trap ahead of time. We can only fight against them head-on and kill all of them, an old lady in a red robe said with a cold voice. She looked around and asked, "Have you gone through the information of the 4 intruders?" "Of course." The others nodded beside the brawny, bald man. Among the 4 of them, Abysmal Saint Master is the most powerful one. As for the other 3, their power is more ordinary. There is even one who is only in early stage chaotic realm. With our team formation, it shouldn't be easy for us to kill them, the old lady in a red robe said. Don't belittle the early stage chaotic realm. It was a hoarse voice. The one who spoke was the bald man. Then there was a malicious smile in the corner of his lips. He added in a deep voice, according to the information we have, this person who is named Sword Emperor in early stage chaotic realm. His true fighting power is not any weaker than a peak chaotic realm. To be able to match against peak chaotic realm in early stage chaotic realm level, all of us do not have the same power. The other 5 nodded at the bald man's remark. They didn't belittle Sword Emperor, though. If Jian Wushuang and his members were to hear their conversation, they would be surprised, because not only did they know how many of them would barge into Three Emperor world, but they also know who the people were. On top of that, they obtained information about the 4 of them long ago. One should know that only the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance knew which were going to be members of the expert troop to barge into the Dark Millstone. However, the people behind the Dark Millstone obviously knew, and they knew in detail. All right, let's not waste time. Let's do it. I will set up a great formation around here so they couldn't escape. However, there's one among them who is good at space-time skill. She should be able to flee from my formation if she is given enough time. Hence, you have to fight a quick battle, the old lady in a red robe said. The others nodded. The few of you go ahead first. I will take a look. The bald man was the only one who smiled maliciously. The other 5 had no comment about that. Swoosh! The 5 figures moved simultaneously. In the magnificent estate, the Silver-Winged God Mansion Master looked terrified and hopeless. He stood there as his gaze became empty gradually, although he was in middle-stage chaotic realm. Also an Emperor God-level expert, he wouldn't last long before the fighting power of 4 great Emperor alone, especially when Abysmal Saint Master pulled some magical tricks. He presented everything that he knew on a silver platter. Jian Wushuang and his troop finally received a piece of important information from Silver-Winged God Mansion Master. It was the existence of the Imperial Cabinet. 3 Emperors' World had broad territories, 12 states, 84 God Mansions, and 1,300 regions. It was already well known. But, in actual fact, on the top of the pyramid in 3 Emperors' World wasn't the 12 states, but the Imperial Cabinet. The Imperial Cabinet was the true ruler of 3 Emperors' World. It equaled a monarch of an ordinary kingdom. However, the Imperial Cabinet had hidden all along, but not shown in public. In 3 Emperors' World, only those experts on the peak of the world were qualified to know the existence of the Imperial Cabinet. For example, the 12 state leaders and the 84 God Mansion Masters knew about the Imperial Cabinet. However, there were extremely few experts among the 1,300 region masters who were qualified to know that Double Dragon Region Master that they found previously was ordinary. Hence, he wasn't qualified to know the existence of the Imperial Cabinet. According to Silver-Winged God Mansion Master, the Imperial Cabinet controls everything in 3 Emperors' World. For instance, the post of the 84 God Mansion Masters and 1,300 Region Masters have to be approved by the Imperial Cabinet. As for the 12 state leaders, although they were great Emperor-level experts, they have to receive orders from the Imperial Cabinet. In other words, the Imperial Cabinet is the true core of this world. If we want to know the true secret of this world and we want to find the core of this dark millstone, we have to go through the Imperial Cabinet, Abysmal Saint Master concluded. Where is the location of the Imperial Cabinet, and how do we enter the Imperial Cabinet? Jian Wushuang stared at Silver-Winged God Mansion Master and asked. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master naturally answered frankly. From his reply, Jian Wushuang and the other members found out the location of the Imperial Cabinet and something about the Imperial Cabinet. We found out what we needed to find out. Silver-Winged God Mansion Master is useless now. I reckon who wouldn't find out anything new even if we asked, Jian Wushuang said. Abysmal Saint Master nodded faintly, and the boundless darkness immediately formed a huge hand and hovered over Silver-Winged God Mansion Master. In an instant, Silver-Winged God Mansion Master was killed. After that, they were prepared to leave. But suddenly, oh no! Great Emperor Ji Luo's face changed. Someone barged into the space-time that was sealed off. Great Emperor, and there are more than one. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, Emperor Jiu Qiao were shocked. They found us so quickly? Abysmal Saint Master's face grew in distress. They are really fast, Jian Wushuang commented too. They entered 3 Emperors' World through the Dark Millstone previously. As the great formation around the Dark Millstone was controlled by someone, they definitely know that someone invaded. The person should also know their rough location. It was normal that the person immediately sent experts over to kill them as well. But Jian Wushuang and his troop never expected the person would be so swift in action. They just entered 3 Emperors' World not too long ago. They just obtained some useful information and found out the existence of the Imperial Cabinet. Then their enemy already formed a group of experts to hunt them down. This speed and efficiency, let's go. Let's leave. Abysmal Saint Master roared. Then the 4 of them plunged out from the estate and appeared in the boundless void above. Chapter 2013 Hong, June Golden, Swords and Pack. The moment they appeared in the void, Jian Wushuang instantly noticed the 5 figures charging at them. 5 great emperors. No, there are 6 of them. There is another one at the back. Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock. Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, and Emperor Jiu Qiao's faces grew grave. They already knew that there were many experts in Three Emperors' world. The experts of Great Emperor level that they knew of were already as many as 12 of them. From the looks of it, the experts of Great Emperor level were more than that. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for them to send 6 Great Emperors over straight away. Virum, a blurry golden light, suddenly soared from the surrounding void and covered the entire universe. *T. These people came prepared. The power of the Grand Formation is exceptional. Even if the 4 of us launch a full force hit at the Great Formation, I reckon we will only be able to break it after some time. I don't think these people will give us any chance to hit the Grand Formation, Emperor Jiuqiao said coldly. Jiluo, do you have any solution? Abysmal Saint Master looked at Great Emperor Jiluo. Great Emperor Jiluo was good at the manipulation of space-time power. In other words, she could use her manipulation of space-time power to bring them out. Sure, but it'll need some time to prepare, Great Emperor Jiluo replied. If so, we have no choice but to fight them, Abysmal Saint Master said. Jian Wushuang's face was cold as he glared at the 6 people in front of them. The 5 people in front were fine, but the beast-like, bald man at the back put him under great pressure. However, the bald man didn't seem to plan on attacking in the first instance. It was merely the 5 Great Emperors who were charging at them. The 5 Great Emperors were billowing with murderous intention as they glared at Jian Wushuang and his troop. Just as they charged over, they locked onto their respective targets. Abysmal Saint Master, who was the most powerful, was fighting against 2 Great Emperors. The remaining 3 Great Emperors were fighting one-on-one. Zi Qin, you shall take care of Sword Emperor, the old lady in a red robe assigned. No problem, the purple-haired young man with purple eyes named Zi Qin replied. The young man wore a malicious smile as he looked at Jian Wushuang. I heard that one of the most impressive skills that Sword Emperor has is Hong Yung Golden Sword. Both parties, a total of 9 experts of Great Emperor level, instantly fought together. The moment they fought, the terrifying power swept out in all directions and shook the universe. Humph! Jian Wushuang looked cold. He gripped Blood Mountain sword tightly with 2 hands and wielded his sword when he almost met the purple-haired young man with purple eyes. A sword light swept out. Burble. A brilliant sword river appeared from nowhere, and it was enchanting. Your swordsmanship is not too shabby. The purple-haired young man smiled and swung a stroke. The stroke left an evil purple strike in the void, just like a purple crescent moon. Dang! There was a deep, clanging noise, and the purple-haired young man retreated from the impact. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang had the absolute upper hand in the competition of strength. There was a sharp light shimmering in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Just as the purple-haired man retreated, swoosh, 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 there were 5 resplendent golden lights that instantly burst out. Every one of the 5 Hong Jun golden sword exploded with terrifying speed and power at the purple-haired young man. The purple-haired man smiled maliciously at the sight. He then had golden lights floating next to him as well, a total of 6. The 6 golden lights became 6 resplendent golden light and pierced the void like a lightning. The speed seemed to be slightly faster than the 5 golden lights that Jian Wushuang drove. Dang! 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 There were continuous clanging noises. The 5 Hong Jun golden sword that Jian Wushuang drove collided with the 6 golden lights that burst at him ferociously. As they collided, his 5 Hong Jun golden sword had the lower hand. That is, Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock. He stared at the 6 golden lights controlled by the purple-haired man. Among the 6 golden lights, there were 6 golden swords. You have Hong Jun golden swords too? Jian Wushuang was taken by surprise. His Hong Jun golden swords were given to him by the ancient expert, Long Qi, who he met in the independent space when he was wandering in the 8th layer. Ever since he had gotten the Hong Jun golden swords, they had brought great assistance to him. It was also one of his greatest skills. However, as he fought with the experts from 3 emperors' worlds before him who also used a total of 6 swords, his opponent's Hongjun golden swords were stronger than his in terms of speed and power. He would understand if it was only faster in speed. After all, the purple-haired man was a true great emperor. His comprehension of space-time doctrine should have reached level 9 in Doctrine Palace, which was higher than his. Hence, the speed of his Hongjun golden swords was of course faster, but the power, Jian Wushuang's power, was much stronger than an ordinary great emperor's. When he exchanged blow with the purple-haired man earlier, he had already confirmed that his opponent's power was not his match. However, both of them were using Hongjun golden sword, but his opponents were stronger than his? Could it be? Jian Wushuang thought of a possibility, and his heart skipped a beat. I heard that you were good with Hongjun golden swords previously, and I was looking forward to fighting with you. I never expected that you were merely driving an imitation of Hongjun golden swords, and you could only control 5 at once. This is so disappointing. The purple-haired man looked at him in disdain. As expected, Jian Wushuang instantly understood. He had guessed that the purple-haired man was driving genuine Hongjun golden swords. As for his own Hongjun golden swords, they were imitations. Hongjun golden swords imitations were naturally not the genuine Hongjun golden swords match. They were vastly different. It was the reason why the Hongjun golden swords driven by the purple-haired man were stronger in power than Jian Wushuang's, when the purple-haired man's power wasn't Jian Wushuang's match. The imitation of Hongjun golden swords is so powerful, and it is very helpful to me. If I were to get genuine Hongjun golden swords... There was a flash of greed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He was well aware that it might even be a problem for the 4 of them to leave the place in peace, let alone killing his opponent and taking his treasure on hand. Die, Sword Emperor! The purple-haired man shot a purple light from his eyes. His body was ghostly as he pulled the distance between Jian Wushuang and himself far apart. He attacked Jian Wushuang with the 6 Hongjun golden swords madly, while Jian Wushuang dealt with it with his all. Although his Hongjun golden swords weren't as powerful, he could easily block the attack of the opponent's golden sword in collaboration with his close combat power. Chapter 2014. Let me deal with them. Just as Jian Wushuang and the purple-haired man were fighting, Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, Emperor Jiu Qiao were fighting with their opponents as well. None of them were exceptions. They all had the lower hand, especially Great Emperor Ji Luo. She was against the old lady in a red robe. Her opponent used a crimson spear, and the bloody aura filled the universe, and her fighting power was amazingly terrifying. To begin with, Great Emperor Ji Luo wasn't her match, but Great Emperor Ji Luo had to divert her energy to create a chance to flee during the fight. Hence, she was naturally in more trouble. Just then, the beast-like bald man who stood in the void behind him finally took action. He took one stride, and his originally terrifying rage suddenly increased tremendously. The terrifying rage burst out and made Jian Wushuang's face changed. This person, Jian Wushuang, immediately looked at the bald man. He felt great pressure from the bald man. Besides Emperor Bai and Emperor 13, no one else in Eternal Chaotic World could give him such pressure. Even Red Dragon King and Abysmal Saint Master, who were in the 2nd and 3rd place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, wouldn't cause such pressure to Jian Wushuang. There was no doubt that the bald man was very powerful. As he plunged forward, he moved towards Emperor Jiu Qiao, who was the closest to him. Virum! There was a flash of light, and the bald man appeared next to Emperor Jiu Qiao. He suddenly raised his battle axe. Jiu Qiao, be careful! Jian Wushuang roared. What? Emperor Jiu Qiao's face changed. He wasn't considered strong. He was weak among great emperors. The person who he was fighting with shouldn't be weaker than Great Emperor Colored Glaze. He definitely had the lower hand when he fought with his opponent. Then, the bald man suddenly interrupted the battle. Wow! An axe shadow suddenly descended. The axe shadow was black without any sound. Such an axe shadow contained boundless extermination power. Jian Wushuang stared at the bald man and watched the axe stroke that the bald man performed clearly. It was as though he saw all living things in the boundless territories vanish into thin air under the axe. It was a scene of destruction. The axe represented extermination. The axe shadow slammed down. Although Emperor Jiuqiao was shocked, he moved the stone rod and blocked the axe shadow. There was a loud bang. The stone rod flew off from Emperor Jiuqiao's hand, while the axe shadow continued to hit Emperor Jiuqiao's body. Uft! Emperor Jiuqiao spurted a mouthful of blood. His face instantly grew pale and his body started falling. With one axe stroke, Emperor God Jiuqiao, who was a great emperor, was severely injured. Die! But the beast-like bald man took another stride forward and slashed his black battle axe once again. It was the same battle axe that contained boundless power and could destroy everything. Emperor God Jiuqiao was already falling uncontrollably, and his divine weapon had already flown off from the hit. When the battle axe slashed at him, he had no power to resist. However, right before Emperor God Jiuqiao was going to drown by the battle axe, swoosh! Jian Wushuang appeared before Emperor Jiuqiao. Jian Wushuang was the closest to the battlefield that Emperor Jiuqiao was at. Different from Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Ji Luo, they were suppressed by their opponents and they couldn't free themselves from their battle. However, Jian Wushuang could fight his opponent. Hence, he immediately moved as he noticed Emperor God Jiuqiao was in danger. Although he didn't manage to help at the first stroke, Jian Wushuang caught up when the second stroke descended. Then, Jian Wushuang held his swords in both hands and wielded them against the extermination axe shadow that was descending. You are courting death! The beast-like bald man roared, and the power of the battle axe in his hand increased again. Bang! Jian Wushuang sank from the hit, but he didn't spit any blood, and he stopped very quickly. He blocked it. The bald man was surprised. Emperor Jiuqiao, hurry up and run. Jian Wushuang steadied himself and let out a bellow. Then his figure suddenly retreated to the back as well. Emperor Jiuqiao, of course, didn't dare to hesitate anymore. To one side, Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Ji Luo retreated at the same time. The four of them had lost their intention to fight. They had no choice. If there were only the 5 great emperors, the 4 of them could deal with them. But as the beast-like bald man joined the battle, the bald man was too powerful. He had injured Emperor Jiuqiao with one attack, and if Jian Wushuang hadn't gotten there in time earlier, Emperor Jiuqiao would have been killed by the second stroke. With such a powerful fighting power joining their battles, the 4 of them wouldn't be able to last. However, the golden formation that covered the surrounding void was a huge problem if they wanted to flee. Ji Luo, are you not ready yet? Abysmal Saint Master asked, already connected to the space-time in the outside world. However, I will need some time to set up a space-time tunnel, Great Emperor Ji Luo said solemnly. How long do you need? Jian Wushuang looked at her. 10 breaths, at least 10 breaths. This is presuming no one bothers me. Then I could set it up. I had no time to set it up when I was fighting with the Great Emperor earlier. Great Emperor Ji Luo said. 10 breaths. If it was not a normal time, it was naturally short. When one's power reaches their level, 10 breaths were enough to fight for a very long time. Jian Wushuang took a look at the 6 great emperors behind, and his eyes dilated. With the great formation around them, it was impossible for them to escape. The only chance was to let Great Emperor Ji Luo set up a space-time tunnel. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. Abysmal Saint Master, Emperor Jiuqiao, the 2 of you help Great Emperor Ji Luo to set up the space-time tunnel. As for the 6 great emperors, let me deal with them. Jian Wushuang said, and turned to charge at the 6 great emperors. What? Jian Wushuang, you? Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, and Emperor Jiu Qiao were stunned. The 3 of them set up the space-time tunnel while Jian Wushuang would block the 6 great emperors alone. How could he stop them? Is he going to use the secret skill of Star Palace? Abysmal Saint Master thought. From their point of view, Jian Wushuang would only have the power to deal with 6 great emperors at the same time if he used that trump card. However, not only was Jian Wushuang's secret skill of Star Palace his trump card, it was also a huge trump card for their expert troop. They had just entered 3 Emperors' World, and he was going to use up the trump card? Chapter 2015 1, verses 6. 6 Great Emperors. Jian Wushuang's face was cold as he stared at the 6th great emperor with a billowing murderous intention in front of him. Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, and Emperor Jiu Qiao thought he was going to perform the secret skill of Star Palace to fight against them. But in actual fact, Jian Wushuang had never planned to do so. If he performed the secret skill of Star Palace, he might really be able to beat off the 6 great emperors. He might even kill a few of them. However, it would take a few thousand years until he could perform the skill again. He had just entered 3 Emperors' World, and the danger in Eternal Chaotic World was just starting to be unearthed. What could they do if there was another drastic change after he performed the secret skill? There was no doubt that the secret skill of Star Palace absolutely couldn't be performed. Moreover, most importantly, the 6 great emperors had yet to corner him to that stage. Come on! Jian Wushuang roared, and his roar reverberated through the universe. Jian Wushuang's body started magnifying at a terrifyingly fast speed as well. His body increased in size by 12 times, and it became a 100-zhang-tall giant. The giant was golden jade skinned, and there were heads and arms that extended from his body. In an instant, it had 9 heads and 18 arms. His 18 arms held a sword each. There was a burst of bloodline power. His huge figure blocked before the 6 great emperors. Ancient tribe bloodline. The beast-like bald man among the 6 great emperors recognized Jian Wushuang's bloodline in the first glance. Then he smirked in disdain. So what if you have an ancient tribe bloodline? You are courting death if you dare to block before the 6 of us. Kill him. The beast-like, bald man took the lead to attack. Rumble. The battle axe descended in heavy darkness. The battle axe slammed. It could break heaven and split the earth. The other 5 great emperors, next to the bald man, didn't hesitate either. They launched attacks simultaneously. There were powerful attacks flying at Jian Wushuang. Abysmal Saint Master and the other 2 members in the void behind saw the scene, and they were terrified. Jian Wushuang, what is he doing? Secret skill of Star Palace. Hurry up and perform secret skill of Star Palace. He has yet to perform the secret skill of Star Palace until now. Is he really thinking to fight against the 6 great emperors alone? It's impossible. It's impossible. Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, and Emperor Jiu Qiao were worried. As they watched him, Jian Wushuang, who had 9 heads and 18 arms, his 9 pairs of eyes were shimmering with coldness. His 18 arms wielded the swords. Virum. There was a shapeless sword intention that suddenly soared, and Jian Wushuang seemed to turn into a black hole. A huge black hole that could swallow all power. In the huge black hole, his 18 swords flew out one after another. Sword Principal Xian Luo, mixed element spirit. The 6 great emperors attacked at the same time, and all their attacks were fast and fierce. However, the attacks had yet to hit Jian Wushuang and were blocked by a sword. Dang! 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 There were continuous clanging noises, and the attacks by the 6 great emperors were blocked by Jian Wushuang. None of the attacks hit Jian Wushuang's divine body for real. How is it possible? The 6 great emperors looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Such a unique sword intention. The beast-like bald man was taken by surprise too. The sword principle that Jian Wushuang performed was really strange. It looked ordinary, but it blocked all their attacks. The attacks of us 6 great emperors are fierce. Even if he could block our attacks with his sword principle, the impact itself should be strong enough to injure him or even kill him. But he is completely undamaged? The purple-haired young man who drove 6 Hong Jun golden swords looked shocked. Completely undamaged. Yeah, they could see clearly that although Jian Wushuang had moved backward under the strong impact of the attack when Jian Wushuang took their hits, his aura didn't grow any weaker, but his fighting power was maintained at its peak. He took my battle axe hit earlier too, and he was fine. The beast-like bald man squinted his eyes and humphed coldly. Sword Emperor's divine body is strange. Let's not bother about it for now. Let's kill the other 3 persons first. Don't let them seize any chance to escape. Okay. The 5 great emperors nodded, and their figures immediately plunged out. They wanted to go around Jian Wushuang and go after Abysmal Saint Master and the other 2. Jian Wushuang smirked coldly at the sight. The boundless divine power and the power of the ancient tribe bloodline swept out from his body. Ancient god secret skill, moon picking skill. Virum! Heaven and earth shook. The space-time around Jian Wushuang's huge divine body was affected. It instantly rumbled. The entire universe and the entire space-time mercilessly pressed down on the people within the region. The 6 great emperors felt the pressure from the surrounding space-time, and their bodies were restricted. Moon picking skill was one of the strongest secret skills of ancient god. It was extremely impressive, especially after Jian Wushuang's breakthrough. His divine power and ancient tribe bloodline power had increased tremendously. When he performed the secret skill again, it even influenced the great emperor experts. As the 6 great emperors' bodies were pressured by the space-time, Jian Wushuang attacked again. He waved his 18 arms at the same time. Sword Principal Xian Luo, Monster Phi on will. Swoosh! 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 There were sword lights that ignored the space-time and appeared before the 6 great emperors straight away. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that the great emperors were astonished. Sword Principal Xian Luo had 4 moves. Monster Phi on will was the stroke that focused on speed the most among the 4 moves. The stroke was performed with one's will. Although the 6 great emperors were pressured by the space-time, they were trying to get close to Abysmal Saint Master and his troops. However, they had no choice but to stop to block the sword principle as it charged at them. Now, the 6 great emperors were raging with anger. Sword Emperor, as you are really courting death, I shall fulfill your dream. Full force. Kill him first. I don't believe that we 6-peak Chaotic Realm and Mr. Ling Zong can't kill Sword Emperor, who is only an early-stage Chaotic Realm. Die. The 6 great emperors were obviously provoked. From the skills that Jian Wushuang had performed, they might not be able to kill Abysmal Saint Master and his troops if they didn't kill Jian Wushuang first. Hence, there was no need for discussion among the 6, and they made a unified choice. They would use their full force to kill Jian Wushuang first. Chapter 2016 Unkillable. Hum, 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 hum. The 6 great emperors let their power be in full play, especially the beast-like bald man who was the most powerful of all. His soaring rage was heightened to its extreme limit. He was only holding his battle axe, but had yet to wield it. However, it had already concentrated into a terrifying extermination aura. The 6 of them launched attacks, all together. Jian Wushuang wasn't angry at the sight. He felt delighted. Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, Emperor Jiu Qiao, the 3 of you should seize this chance. I will hold the 6 great emperors back, so that they won't interrupt you. Jian Wushuang immediately sent them a message. Now there was madness in his eyes. Behind Jian Wushuang Abysmal Saint Master, and the other two great emperors were dumbfounded at the sight. They originally thought Jian Wushuang had intended to use the secret skill of Star Palace, but hurry up, Ji Luo. Set up the space-time tunnel. Abysmal Saint Master came back to reality first and pressed them. Great Emperor Ji Luo instantly woke up and immediately started to set up the space-time tunnel at the fastest speed possible, while Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao assisted her. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang was hemmed in by 6 great emperors. Fighting against the 6 great emperors, especially the beast-like bald man's mad attack. Although Jian Wushuang's mixed element spirit was magical, Jian Wushuang had just mastered it not too long ago after all. It was impossible if he wanted to fully defend himself, and it was inevitable that he would be hit. At the same time, there were attacks that contained boundless power that were constantly hitting. Jian Wushuang looked savage, and there was only madness in his eyes. 10 breaths time. I only need to resist for 10 breaths time. Come on, come on. Jian Wushuang roared, and his power exploded at that very moment. He was instantly in a pitched battle against 6 great emperors. The battle was total madness, fighting against 6 alone, and all of them were great emperors. Jian Wushuang obviously couldn't win against them. In the other's views, he was courting death. He would definitely die, but in the end, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths of time passed. In the 5 breaths' time, Jian Wushuang and the surrounding 6 great emperors had exchanged a few hundred blows. There were more than a dozen attacks that hit Jian Wushuang directly, and every single attack made his divine body quiver. However, he was fully recovered in the very next moment. After 5 breaths' time, his aura was still soaring and his battle intention grew more intense. Die! Jian Wushuang bellowed. He knew for a fact that he wasn't their match, but his 18 arms continued to wield the swords. He tried his best to block all the attacks. The surrounding great emperors turned pale with astonishment after 5 breaths' time. How is this possible? How could his divine body be that strong? The 6 of us already hit his divine body more than a dozen times. Even Mr. Ling Zong's battle axe hit him twice. But in the end, he was perfectly fine. The 6 great emperors exclaimed in disbelief. The divine body that Jian Wushuang put on display exceeded their imaginations. They had never expected that one in early-stage chaotic realm could be perfectly fine after being hemmed in by the 6-peak chaotic realm fighters. Is he immortal? The purple-haired man with purple eyes who drove the 6 Hongjun golden sword asked in terror. No matter how shocking it was, Jian Wushuang did survive 5 breaths' time under the besiegement, and his fighting power didn't diminish at all. He was still fighting ferociously against them. The time flew past, and in the blink of an eye, 3 breaths of time had passed. By then, 8 breaths of time had passed. If it was any other great emperor that had gone through the 8 breaths of time, he would definitely be beyond dead under such a besiegement. However, Jian Wushuang was perfectly fine. His divine body wasn't damaged at all. His aura was still at its peak. His fighting power was more powerful, and the battle intention had become even stronger. Monster! The 6 great emperors said the same term together. Just then, Sword Emperor, the space-time tunnel is already set up. Let's leave. Great Emperor Ji Luo, who was in the rear void, sent Jian Wushuang a message. There was a tinge of terror in her voice. It's finally done. Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. Then he smirked coldly and said, I don't want to play with you anymore. Just then, Jian Wushuang, who was hemmed in by the 6 great emperors, instantly shrunk his 100-zhang tall body and became an ordinary human cultivator. Simultaneously, he wanted to retreat. Want to leave? The surrounding great emperors were furious. How could they just let Jian Wushuang off the hook so easily? Just as Jian Wushuang retreated to the back, he was wearing a bantering smirk. Then he slammed his hand down to the front. 9 province of the universe, Yen province as the seal, was called Turn Up the Cloud. rumble. Heaven and earth quivered. There was a terrifying power that swept over like a storm. The 6 great emperors who were chasing after Jian Wushuang looked up into the sky, subconsciously. They realized that there was a huge yet magnificent world of mountains and rivers appeared in the sky above. The world of mountains and rivers gave off a mysterious yet ancient aura. Then, one of the lofty continents in the world started descending. The continent was too huge, and it contained a terrifyingly strong power. On the 9-province seal in River Mountain map, one was stronger than the other seal. Jian Wushuang was performing the 4th seal that could only be performed after he entered the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. Turn up the cloud. The seal, Turn up the cloud, was extremely powerful. The 6 great emperors saw the descending lofty continent and they got a shock. When did he set this up? It must have been when the 6 of us were attacking him. I reckon he set this up when we were not paying attention. Be asterisk starred. The 6 of us were focusing on how to kill him. We couldn't care less about the others, but he set this up in silence. The 6 great emperors were astonished. But it was the truth. When Jian Wushuang was hemmed in, he looked as though he was mad, didn't care about anything, and would stop at nothing. But in actual fact, he was extremely calm. As for River Mountain map, he threw it out silently with the cover-up of his huge body. Hence, the 6 great emperors hadn't noticed at all. By the time they noticed, Jian Wushuang had already saved up enough divine power in the world of mountains and rivers to perform the 4th seal. It was also the route of retreat that Jian Wushuang had prepared for himself. The 4th seal, Turn up the cloud. The seal was known to be the strongest attack that Jian Wushuang had on hand. The 6 great emperors in front of him couldn't belittle the power of the attack either. Chapter 2017, The Terrifying Jian Wushuang. Rumble. A lofty continent descended. Be careful. The 6 great emperors looked solemn. It'll take care of this. The beast-like bald man took a stride forward. His body began to change the moment he walked forward. His originally human appearance turned into a beast in an instant. The beast was tall and huge and had human palms. He was holding a black battle axe. He instantly wielded the battle axe. It flashed past the void like a bolt of lightning. Virum, the descending lofty continent broke from that stroke. A large amount of divine power turned into an ocean of divine power as they flowed out to fill the universe. Jian Wushuang saw, and he couldn't hold back his compliment. Amazing! After that, he waved, and the world of mountains and rivers in the sky became a scroll, painting that fell in his hand. Then Jian Wushuang rid along the boundless ocean of divine power and retreated. Let's go! Jian Wushuang bellowed. Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, Emperor Jiuqian naturally didn't hesitate, but instantly went into the space tunnel while Jian Wushuang followed closely behind. After the 4 of them entered the space-time tunnel, it vanished into thin air. In the void that was covered by the Golden Great Formation, the ocean of divine power finally dispersed. The 6 great emperors stood side by side. Their faces grew grave then. The 6 of us in peak chaotic realm, including Mr. Lingzong, took action personally. But in the end, we couldn't catch the 4 of them. Forget that there were 4 of them, we couldn't even catch one. Most importantly, Sword Emperor, he is too scary. A great emperor couldn't help but say, Scary? The other great emperors became silent at that remark. That's true. He is really scary. In terms of power, any one of them could match with Jian Wushuang. Some of them might even be stronger than him. The beast-like bald man, Lingzong, could easily suppress him. However, he could only suppress him, not kill him. Jian Wushuang's defense power was too terrifying. Under the besiegement of 6 great emperors alone, he lasted for 8 breaths' time. In the end, he wasn't even hurt. What was that? That was merely the first scary part. The second scary part was Jian Wushuang's calmness. At such a critical moment, He could still set a route of retreat for himself, but he looked as though he were prepared to face death unflinchingly. His defensive power was terrifyingly powerful, just like an unkillable monster. His mind and intelligence was like a monster's too. Such a person. The old lady in a red robe took a deep breath and continued. Hurry up and report what happened here. On top of that, be frank about Sword Emperor so they know how terrifying Jian Wushuang is. Then, remove him from the picture as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will definitely become our greatest obstacle in the future. The few other great emperors nodded simultaneously. The beast-like, bald man, Ling Zong, had a savage look in his eyes. Sword Emperor Jian Wushuang. I remember your name, and it will be merely a matter of time until you die by my hand. I will definitely kill you by myself. Lung Rushue, the savage man and the blood man, sat in the boundless void. Six-Peak Chaotic Realm took action against the 4 great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance, but they watched the 4 of them escape before their eyes. Humph! What's up with this Ling Zong? The savage man roared, and there was anger in his eyes. We can't blame them. We took action hastily and only arranged for 6 great emperors to team up for attack. On top of that, our information is inaccurate, the blood man said. Inaccurate? Were the 4 people who entered 3 emperors' world different, or were their recorded abilities different? The savage man asked. The recorded abilities are inaccurate, the blood man continued. Of course, Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Jiluo, Emperor Zhu Qiao are as recorded in the information. Only the Sword Emperor, Jian Wushuang, was much more impressive than we imagined him to be. The blood man immediately shared the report from Ling Zong and his team. 6-Peak Chaotic Realm, including Ling Zong, besieged Jian Wushuang for 8 breaths of time, but didn't hurt him at all. How is it possible? When the savage man heard that, he was astonished. Although it is unbelievable, Long Zong and the others have no reason to lie to us. Hence, the truth is as such, the blood man said. Sword Emperor's defense power is this powerful. The savage man muttered. Just then, Lung Rushue, who was seated by the side, suddenly spoke. Maybe it isn't because his divine body is strong, but due to another reason. Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator after all. An inverse cultivator is unusual and entirely different from an ordinary cultivator. He had already broken through to the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. It might be a new skill that he just mastered. Inverse cultivator? What inverse cultivator? I have never heard about it, the savage man said with disdain. Don't belittle an inverse cultivator. Although the inverse cultivator first appeared in the First Era and didn't originate from ancient times, an inverse cultivator is scary. For example, the strongest one who is widely acknowledged in Eternal Chaotic World, Emperor Bai, is an inverse cultivator as well. As for his power, if I were to be rude, I'm afraid even Demon King would not be his match. Lung Rushue chuckled maliciously. Am not his match? Little girl, you must be kidding. The savage man's gaze grew cold, and he glared at Lung Rushue. One should know that he was a top expert from ancient times. Although he wasn't at the top of the pyramid in ancient times, he was considered one of the best. Although he was restrained in the Second Era, and he couldn't put his peak power to full play, he shouldn't have been compared with Emperor Bai from the First Era. I am not joking. I have proof, Lung Rushue scoffed. Mr. Demon King, you know that Lord Fun from Holocaust Sect has been in seclusion for many years. But did you know why he is in seclusion and has yet to come out from seclusion? Why? The savage man looked. Because many years ago Lord Fun fought with Emperor Bai, and he was severely injured. When he returned, he had to recover in seclusion, Lung Rushue said. What? The old man was severely injured by Emperor Bai? The savage man asked in shock. Then he asked closely, how about Emperor Bai? Chapter 2018 escaped. Emperor Bai was perfectly fine, Lung Rushue said. How could it be? The savage man looked in disbelief. Lord Fun from Holocaust Sect was also from ancient times. In terms of power, they were compatible. But Lord Fun was severely injured by Emperor Bai, and he had to recover in seclusion for so many years. Emperor Bai's power. Before Lord Fun went into seclusion, he once said that Emperor Bai was unrivaled in this era where the universe was restrained greatly. Unless there was any superb existence in the top 10 from the ancient war back, then who woke up, they might stand a chance to beat Emperor Bai, Lang Rushua said. The savage man's eyes dilated in shock when he heard that. The top 10 superb existence from the ancient war? He himself would have to look up to such existence. For instance, Emperor 13, who appeared before. He didn't even have the courage to compete against him back in ancient times. Due to the restriction in the Second Era, he wasn't as fearful of Emperor 13 as before. The reason why Emperor Bai is powerful is because he is an inverse cultivator. Sword Emperor is an inverse cultivator as well. He is naturally extraordinary, Lang Rushua said. Humph, no matter how impressive Sword Emperor is, we definitely can't let him leave alive as he barged into 3 Emperor world. Although it's a pity that we didn't kill him this time, it's okay. In no time, they'll reappear again soon. By then we will have another chance to kill them again, the blood man said coldly. The savage man nodded heavily. Lang Rushua seemed to be quiet, and she didn't comment much, but her eyes were glistening. Jian Wushuang. Lang Rushua chanted his name in her heart. In a spacious void in 3 Emperor world. Virum. The void was distorted, and a space-time tunnel appeared out of nowhere. Then there were 4 figures that leapt out of the space-time tunnel. The 4 figures were naturally Jian Wushuang and the other 3 great emperors. The 4 of them finally let out a breath of relief when they arrived in the void. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, Great Emperor Ji Luo, and Emperor Jiu Qiao looked at Jian Wushuang simultaneously. There was astonishment, admiration, and gratitude across their eyes. Even Abysmal Saint Master, who harbored deep-seated resentment against Jian Wushuang, looked at him as such too. They knew clearly that it was uncertain if they could flee if it wasn't because of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, are you really okay? Great Emperor Ji Luo couldn't help but ask. One should know that Jian Wushuang had been hemmed in by 6 great emperors for 8 breaths' time. They would have been killed long ago if they were to fight for such a long period, but Jian Wushuang, don't worry. I'm okay. Jian Wushuang smiled. He was telling the truth. His divine body was fine, but he used up some divine power. The 6 great emperors' attacks were extremely ferocious, especially the beast-like bald man. The power of his axe was powerful. When it hit Jian Wushuang, his divine body was severely injured. Even after the 5 gem weakened it tremendously. However, with a perfect chaotic divine body, he could instantly recover his divine body. Hence, he looked perfectly fine all the time. But in actual fact, the earlier pitch battle wasn't easy for him either, because he had spent almost 30% of his divine power, which equaled the amount of divine power for him to reorganize his divine body. Fortunately, the besiegement only lasted for 8 breaths of time. If it were to have been dragged on longer, his divine power would be completely used up in at most 20 breaths' time. Without divine power, his divine body couldn't be recovered in an instant. My defensive power is a little weak. Although I already have 5 gem armor, I didn't have any defensive secret skills. The immemorial celestial body. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing. Immemorial celestial body was the strongest defense secret skill of the ancient tribe. Once he cultivated the first volume successfully, my divine body would improve tremendously. By then, the damage that he would have when he underwent a similar besiegement would be much smaller. In other words, the divine power spent would naturally be less and the rate of survival would increase. It was a pity that he was slightly behind for the secret skill. Jian Wushuang. There was a low voice. The one who spoke was Abysmal Saint Master. Jian Wushuang looked at Abysmal Saint Master, and he could see Abysmal Saint Master's expression looked rather complicated. He shared great resentment with Abysmal Saint Master. But then it could be said that Jian Wushuang had saved Abysmal Saint Master. I, Abysmal, have never owed anyone any favor. Today, you did a favor for me. From today, no matter what happens in eternal chaotic world in the future, I will never make trouble with you, Abysmal Saint Master claimed. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and then he nodded faintly. He had never really liked Abysmal Saint Master, and they had been feuding. However, the grudges they had held against one another weren't serious. After all, Abysmal Saint Master had never really hurt him. Then they were assigned to be in the same troop. It could be said that their lives were tied on the same string. Hence, they naturally had to lend a helping hand to one another. We just went through a ferocious battle. Let's find a place to rest up first, Jian Wushuang said. The other 3 great emperors nodded. During the earlier battle, Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor had been fine, but Emperor Jiu Qiao was severely injured. Then, the 4 of them had immediately found a place to rest up. Emperor Jiu Qiao shared what had happened with Emperor Bai and the other higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance via his doppelganger. When the great emperors heard that the 4 of them had been attacked by 6 great emperors, they were terrified. They only relaxed when they found out that they had fled successfully. At the same time, they were astonished at the ability that Jian Wushuang had displayed. He hadn't died even though he had been hemmed in by 6 great emperors. Besides Emperor Bai, there was no one else among the great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance who were capable of doing the same. Then they had finally understood why Emperor Bai would pick Jian Wushuang to join the expert troop. It was not only because he was in a lower realm and easier to carry out tasks, but it was also because his unique ability to take attacks and being unkillable were extremely useful to the expert troop. For instance, it was because of Jian Wushuang's capability that the expert troop had headed off a disaster. Jiu Qiao, tell Abysmal Saint Master and Jian Wushuang to take the time to visit Imperial Cabinet after you recover. The Imperial Cabinet should be where the deepest secret of the Dark Millstone is. It is highly likely that it is where the ways to control the Dark Millstone and the surrounding Great Formation are stored. Yes, Emperor Jiu Qiao nodded solemnly. Chapter 2019 Suppress. In 3 Emperors' World, Jian Wushuang and the 3 great emperors had rested for more than half a month. Jian Wushuang's divine power had been completely recovered. As for Emperor Jiu Qiao, he had a large amount of treasure, including some extremely precious elixirs. Hence, he had almost recovered completely as well. Then, the 4 of them set out again. According to the route that we found from Silver-Winged God Mansion Master, the 4 of them departed to Imperial Cabinet straightaway. From Silver-Winged God Mansion to Imperial Cabinet, the journey was quite far. The 4 of them were very careful, and they wouldn't get into any trouble on the way. They didn't make any stopover, but they had used a year's time to get to their destination. This is Imperial City. The 4 of them stood in the void as they looked down at a huge city in front of them that was engulfed in a great formation. The city was located in the deepest end of the vast ocean. Its location was extremely remote. If there weren't Silver-Winged God Mansion Master route instructions, it would be difficult for the 4 of them to find the place. According to Silver-Winged God Mansion Master, Imperial Cabinet is located within the Imperial City. However, the Imperial City is a place where all elites in 3 Emperors' World gather. It is widely known as a cultivation sanctuary. Every cultivator from all over 3 Emperors' World would figure a way to enter the Imperial City. On top of that, any experts who are above Chaotic Realm level are qualified to enter the Imperial City, Great Emperor Ji Luo continued. Speaking of which, besides Jian Wushuang, any one of us would catch the attention of any experts from 3 Emperors' World as soon as we enter the Imperial City, Emperor Jiu Qiao said. The 4 of them became silent. They had found out previously that Imperial City was completely engulfed in a great formation. They could only enter the Imperial City via the ordinary entrance. However, the expert troupe with 3 great emperors would definitely catch the attention of the higher-ups in 3 emperors' world if they were to enter directly. It was no different from walking right into a trap. Jiluo, can't you think of any way to enter Imperial City? Abysmal Saint Master asked. No. Great Emperor Jiluo shook her head and replied, If we were in Imperial City, which is within the formation, I might have been able to find a way to create a space-time tunnel that ignored the Great Formation after given time to study. But it would be impossible for me to ignore the Great Formation to enter the Imperial City. On top of that, even if I could, would you dare to enter just like that? Abysmal Saint Master was stunned. That was true. Imperial City was the supreme sanctuary in 3 emperors' world. There were countless experts within, and there were definitely many great emperor-level experts. Even if they entered the Imperial City in silence, the great emperors in the city would most likely notice them. Every way doesn't work. What should we do? Unless the 3 of us stay outside and let Jian Wushuang enter Imperial City alone? Emperor Zhou Qiao couldn't help but say. Then Jian Wushuang suddenly spoke. I have a solution, but the thing is, the 3 of you will be put to great inconvenience. I wonder if the 3 of you are willing to. Go ahead and share. The 3 great emperors immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took out Blood Mountain's sword and put it before the 3 great emperors. What do you think of my sword? The 3 of them looked at Blood Mountain's sword, and Abysmal Saint Master answered, The sword is powerful. It could be considered extremely strong among chaotic divine treasures. I can feel that it has a great space for growth. However, what does this sword have to do with what we are talking about? Great Emperor Jiluo and Emperor Zhou Qiao were confused too. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. It seems that even Abysmal Saint Master can't tell. To be frank with you, my sword is not only an attack divine weapon, it also possesses suppress power. Suppress? This sword is a suppressing treasure? The 3 great emperors were shocked. Suppressing treasure was extremely rare in eternal chaotic world, but it did exist. However, suppressing treasure had a unique aura and it was easily determined. Some could even tell if a suppressing treasure had any expert suppressed within. However, when Jian Wushuang took out his sword, none of them could tell or feel any suppressing power. Sword Emperor, do you mean you want us to stay in your sword until you bring us into Imperial City? Great Emperor Jiluo asked. Yes. However, it will require the 3 of you to go through some inconvenience. Plus, there are factors that 3 of you should understand. Hence, please think through it, Jian Wushuang said. The 3 great emperors became quiet. They, of course, understood what Jian Wushuang meant by factors. It was a suppressing treasure, and the suppressing treasure was mastered by Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang were to keep them in suppressing treasure, it meant that they would be being suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Once they were suppressed, no matter how powerful they were, their lives and deaths would be controlled by Jian Wushuang. In other words, their lives would fall into the hands of Jian Wushuang temporarily. If it were during normal times or under circumstances in which they had other solutions, the 3 great emperors would definitely not agree. But then, yes, as soon as we can destroy the Dark Millstone, it is nothing to be inconvenienced temporarily, Great Emperor Jiluo said. I am willing. Emperor Zhou Qiao nodded. The 2 of them trusted Jian Wushuang. Firstly, they were from the same team, and they had come to 3 Emperors' world to fight for life in eternal chaotic world. Secondly, Jian Wushuang had blocked 6 great emperors alone to create an opportunity for them to flee. In other words, he had saved them earlier. Their lives were saved by Jian Wushuang. It was nothing to hand their lives into Jian Wushuang's hand temporarily. The 2 great emperors agreed, and they then looked towards Abysmal Saint Master. Abysmal Saint Master was different from them after all. The 2 of them didn't share any resentment with Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang absolutely wouldn't harm them. But as for Abysmal Saint Master, I agreed. Abysmal Saint Master lifted his head and there was determination in his eyes. At the same time, he looked Jian Wushuang in his eyes and said, Jian Wushuang, I believe that you will consider the overall situation. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Don't worry. If we were in eternal chaotic world and there wasn't any danger, I might have an idea in my head. But now, there's no benefit to me if you die. Abysmal Saint Master nodded heavily. He understood it well too. As the three of you have decided, I shall start. Please do not resist, Jian Wushuang said. The three great emperors took a deep breath and stood there in silence. They saw Jian Wushuang's sword transform into a lofty mountain and press at them. Chapter 2020 in Imperial City. The three great emperors didn't fight back. Hence, they were naturally suppressed into Blood Mountain Sword easily. When you are in Blood Mountain Sword, you can still communicate with me through consciousness. You will also be able to see whatever happens in the outside world as well. Jian Wushuang communicated with the three great emperors in Blood Mountain Sword. Jian Wushuang, your sword is very unique. Not only is its attack fierce, its suppressing power is not too shabby. How did you find this? Abysmal Saint Master asked. About this, I can't tell you. Jian Wushuang didn't share. His body suddenly quivered, and the muscles all over his body bulged. His body became much stubbier. As his muscles billowed, his skin grew tanned, and he gave out a manly vibe. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's muscles started growing as well. After a short while, Jian Wushuang's appearance had changed entirely. A scrawny, young-looking man who looked cold suddenly became a brawny man who kept a beard and was messy. He was wearing ordinary clothing as he wore a malicious smile. On top of that, he put his sword away into his qiankuan ring, and he was wearing a pair of red gloves. Even the aura on his body changed tremendously, and because unusually furious, he was just like a volcano that had accumulated boundless power. It was as though he would explode any time. I reckon no one will recognize me like this. Jian Wushuang laughed, and his laughter sounded furious too. The three great emperors in Blood Mountain Sword were surprised, but they understood the intention of Jian Wushuang's actions. He naturally wouldn't say much. When all the preparations had been finished, Jian Wushuang departed to the huge city engulfed in the Great Formation. At the magnificent entrance of the Imperial City, there were dozens of soldiers in dark armor guarding it. Even though they were merely soldiers guarding the city entrance, all of them had reached the level of a chaotic real god. A chaotic real god could be the monarch of a holy kingdom in eternal chaotic world. However, in the supreme sanctuary of Three Emperors' world, Imperial City, a chaotic real god was only a soldier who guarded that city entrance. Swoosh! A brawny figure that gave out a furious aura plunged from the void afar and arrived before the Imperial City's gate. The brawny figure appeared, and there were instantly a few soldiers who came forward. Stop! The leading soldier raised his hand. Stop! How dare you block my road? Are you sick of living? The brawny figure, which was Jian Wushuang, glared like a lion eyeing his prey. The few soldiers' faces instantly grew grave, and they looked shocked. Before they said anything, there was an elder in a gray robe who flew out from Imperial City. I am Mo. I wonder who you are. The elder in a gray robe behaved rather humbly in the beginning. I don't care who you are. Hurry up and move aside. Don't block my way to enter the city. Jian Wushuang behaved barbarously. Aren't you too rude? You don't care about your identity? The elder in a gray robe, Mo, looked to be in distress. I don't care about my identity. What does that have to do with you? Jian Wushuang scoffed. I'm guessing you're here for the first time, right? The elder in the gray robe looked at him. So what if I am? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. You have something you don't know about. Whoever enters the Imperial City has to declare his identity clearly, and he has to pay a fee. The rule is set up by the higher-ups in Imperial Cabinet. No one can go against it, the elder in a gray robe said. Is it so? The old folks in Imperial Cabinet are so troublesome. Jian Wushuang replied impatiently, forget it. My name is Asho, which means beast. As for my origins, I do not belong to any sect or cult. I do not belong to any family either. There's just me, myself, and I. I see. It turns out that you are a solo expert with no background. The elder in a gray robe stole a glance at Jian Wushuang with disdain. Write down a record. You can enter after you pay the entrance fee. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate. He had already killed 2 experts in 3 Emperor worlds, Tianqingzi and Silver-Winged Mansion Master. Hence, he had enough resources and currency. After that, he walked into Imperial City straight away. We're in. After they entered the Imperial City, Jian Wushuang was filled with excitement. He started looking around. The 3 great emperors in Blood Mountain Sword saw everything as well. There were countless huge pavilions and palaces towering in the void. On top of that, there was a walkway paved using divine power purely, which looked exactly like a normal street. It was merely a huge city that was more magnificent than an ordinary city. Most importantly, the cultivator standard was absolutely the highest among all cities that Jian Wushuang had seen. The weakest one, there was at least a real god, a chaotic real god. As for almighties in chaotic realm, they were all over the place. Jian Wushuang could feel the obscure aura in the nearby void. The aura had to belong to experts of great emperor level in the city. That is. Jian Wushuang suddenly lifted his gaze to look at the very end of the road. There was a dim gray light that was dome-shaped. It was actually a formation, and it covered a huge territory. In Imperial City, there is still an area that is covered in formation. Jian Wushuang was surprised. This should be Imperial Peak that Silver-Winged Mansion Master was talking about. According to what he had said, Imperial City is merely where the elites of 3 emperors gather. Any expert who reaches the level of chaotic realm or chaotic real god who has a backer can enter Imperial City. However, it doesn't apply to Imperial Peak, Abysmal Saint Master said in Blood Mountain Sword. Imperial Peak is the core of the Imperial City. Imperial Cabinet on top of Imperial Peak. They have the best cultivation resources in 3 Emperors' world. However, as they are limited resources, there are not many people who can enter Imperial Peak. One is required to reach a certain level to enter Imperial Peak. Jian Wushuang understood. In other words, the Imperial City was like Thunderbolt Island in Eternal Chaotic World. There were countless opportunities on Thunderbolt Island, but the 16 Precious Fairy Palace would require a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy to enter. Imperial City was the cultivation sanctuary of 3 Emperors' world. Due to cultivation resources, it also required one to fulfill certain criteria before entering. Chapter 2021 The Bar Phi. It's a pity that we were in a rush when we interrogated Silver-Winged Mansion Master. We didn't find out the requirements to enter Imperial Peak, Abysmal Saint Master said. It's okay. We can ask around. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, and his gaze was fixed on a bar in front of him. There were bars in any city, and the same applied in Imperial City. The brawny man that Jian Wushuang took the form of had already walked to the bar. Jian Wushuang casually sat at a table after he entered the bar. He didn't care if there was anyone else there, but shouted, "Waiter!" "Mister." A waiter in black, working in the bar, quickly came next to Jian Wushuang. The waiter in black was also a chaotic real god. "Give me your best alcohol," Jian Wushuang demanded. "Yes," the waiter in black waved, and there was a pot of alcohol that appeared on Jian Wushuang's table. "Enjoy, mister." Then the waiter in black turned to leave. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. I have something to ask you." Jian Wushuang stopped the waiter in black from leaving. "Mister, how can I help you?" The waiter in black behaved rather humbly. He could tell that Jian Wushuang was an expert above chaotic realm. Naturally, Jian Wushuang wasn't someone he could afford to offend. "It is my first time here in Imperial City. I heard that there's this place called Imperial Peak in Imperial City. It is a cultivation sanctuary. I want to get there. I wonder what the prerequisites are." Jian Wushuang asked. Oh, just about this? The waiter in black raised his eyebrows and answered, Mister, there are 2 ways to get to Imperial Peak. First, reach a certain level in power and become a deacon in Imperial Cabinet. However, the deacon in Imperial Cabinet is normally taken charge of by experts above the middle stage chaotic realm. Tell me the second way, Jian Wushuang waved. He was merely in early stage chaotic realm. If he were to display the fighting power of one in middle stage chaotic realm, it would catch people's attention. The second way is easier. Every century, the Imperial City will have a ranking competition. The competition is carried out on 2 levels. One is chaotic real god level, and the other is for experts like yourself, early stage chaotic realm. Regardless of who you are, as long as you can be in the top 5 in the ranking competition that is held every 100 years, you will be qualified to enter Imperial Peak for cultivation. As for how long you can stay in there, it depends on your performance in Imperial Peak. For example, geniuses who are extremely gifted, they could stay and cultivate in Imperial Peak. When they leave, they will already have joined Imperial Cabinet and became the top experts in Imperial Cabinet, the waiter in black said. I see. Jian Wushuang was tempted. The second way to enter via ranking competition was extremely workable for him. Let me ask you, how long is it until the next ranking competition? Jian Wushuang asked. It's close. It has been 95 years since the previous ranking competition. There are only 5 years left until the next ranking competition begins, the waiter in black answered. 5 years. Jian Wushuang nodded in silence. If the ranking competition had just ended not long ago and it required another 100 years until the competition came, he definitely wouldn't wait for it. However, he could afford to wait if it was only 5 years away. Then, Jian Wushuang broke into a smile. He grabbed the waiter in black by his collar and spoke into his ear. I'm going to give you a reward. There are many cultivation resources in this Qian Kuan ring. I'm giving them to you. Go and prepare everything for me. I want to join the ranking competition in 5 years' time. Yes, thank you, mister. The waiter in black was thrilled in excitement after he took the Qian Kuan ring. He nodded politely and asked, How do I address you, mister? Shou, which represents a beast. Jian Wushuang roared, and his voice resounded in the bar. There were many other cultivators in the bar. They heard Jian Wushuang roar, and many creased their eyebrows, but they didn't bother. On the table next to him, there was a lady in green that scoffed. Shou? What kind of a silly man would name himself that? There was a handsome young man in a white robe who sat opposite the lady in green. He chuckled and replied, Should be someone who came in from some remote areas. Look at him. He has no experience in life. He didn't even know the prerequisites to enter Imperial Peak. The 2 of them chatted casually. Although they lowered their voices, how could Jian Wushuang not hear it with his power? Jian Wushuang immediately put on a savage look and stared at the 2 of them. You 2 sons of a B** cheese. What are you talking about? Do you think I can't hear you? The faces of the young man and the lady in green changed. Son of a B** TCH had obviously offended them. Shou, right? The handsome young man stood up and he stared at Jian Wushuang with his malicious gaze. I am from Lin family in Prefecture Tong. Lin Tianhao. This is my god-sister. From C2 family in Prefecture Tong. What you said earlier. If you were to kowtow and apologize now, the 2 of us would let you off the hook. Otherwise what? Jian Wushuang smirked. His smirk was as cold as a sharp blade. Whatever Lin family, C2 family, I have never heard of them. Don't bring up all these family names to scare me. None of these family names matter to me. You have guts. If so, don't blame me. The handsome young man, Lin Tianhao, immediately turned illusionary. Lin Tianhao took action in the bar straight away. Lin Tianhao's aura was churning. He was an expert in chaotic realm and also only in early stage chaotic realm. His aura was intense, and his divine power was pure. He was obviously much stronger than an ordinary cultivator in early-stage chaotic realm. Just as his figure grew illusionary, his right hand stretched forth his palm and waved. The divine power instantly burst out. Haha, just in time. Jian Wushuang let out a burst of hearty laughter. He was fearless, but he took a step forward and raised his hand to punch ferociously. Jian Wushuang, of course, intentionally reserved some strength. Even so, the power of the punch was enough for a top Sir God to take him seriously. Bang! The collision of both parties caused a deep thud. As they were in the bar, and they were in Imperial City, both parties controlled their divine power during the attack. They didn't let the divine power spread, nor did they destroy the bar. They didn't even break any tables or chairs. Humph! Lin Tianhao humphed, and his palm suddenly became red. Chapter 2022 put on a full show. Lin Tianhao smacked his red palm a few times. He could control his divine power so that the power wouldn't spread, but the mighty power that the palm brought about was terrifying. Jian Wushuang felt as though he was a volcano exploding continuously. Haha, interesting. Jian Wushuang let out a burst of hearty laughter as his hands were covered with a layer of redness. The very next moment, there was an unprecedented rage that spread from Jian Wushuang's body. King of Beasts' divine punch. First move. Roar. There was a faint roar, and a shadow of a ferocious beast appeared behind Jian Wushuang, out of nowhere. His punch brought about the power of a thunderbolt and hit. As he wanted to pretend to be a barbaric, valiant man who was good with his fists, Jian Wushuang had intentionally studied some punch skills intensively. He had been wandering in eternal chaotic world for so many years, and he received various secret skills. Among them, there were many punch skills. Jian Wushuang found one that was not too shabby and suitable for his barbaric character, which was King of Beasts' divine punch. There were 27 moves in the punching skill. Second move. Third move. A punch followed by another. He continuously punched, and he intentionally controlled the divine power contained in every single punch. However, he still managed to pierce the space-time with ease. Jian Wushuang's barbaric punches collided with Lin Tianhao's volcanic palms. In an instant, bang, 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 bang. The low thud resounded in everyone's ears. Under such strong attacks, both intentionally controlled their divine powers, but still caused quite a significant movement. Both of them exchanged blows in an instant in one breath time. Stop! There was a loud roar from outside the bar. Jian Wushuang and Lin Tianhao immediately stopped. Swoosh! There was a figure that appeared in the bar in a flash. The figure appeared right in between Jian Wushuang and Lin Tianhao. He was a white-haired elder who went through the transformation of the world. His long, white beard reached above his chest, and there was rage in his murky eyes. The two of you have guts. How dare you fight so ferociously in Imperial City? The elder was angry, and his boundless divine might spread. His divine might already reach the level of a peak emperor god, also the top of middle stage chaotic realm. Looking at the arrival of the elder, Jian Wushuang remained casual in manner, but he was actually shocked. Lin Tianhao and I fought for less than a breath of time. On top of that, we could control our divine power for the movement to be even smaller. But in such a short period of time, there was a peak emperor god that rushed here. Plus, I also felt a faint soul power sweep over earlier. I believe there is a great emperor who noticed the situation here. Jian Wushuang was astonished. He was astonished at how strict the guard in Imperial City was. The reason why he had intentionally provoked Lin Tianhao and fought with him was that he wanted to test the actual situation in Imperial City. But the result was far beyond his expectations. The guard in Imperial City itself is so strict. As the core of Imperial City, Imperial Peak, where Imperial Cabinet was located, how much stricter could it be? Under such high alert, Wouldn't he be noticed as soon as Jian Wushuang did anything? In the bar, many customers stood up simultaneously out of curiosity. In the middle of the bar, the elder was raging with anger. Jian Wushuang said casually, "It has nothing to do with me." "This be asterisk," started it. "I can't just stand here and let him hit me." The elder squinted his eyes and fixed his gaze on the waiter in black. The waiter in black had been standing to the side earlier. He watched the cause of the ferocious fight very clearly. He immediately replied, "Mr. Deacon, it is true that this mister took action first." The elder then cast a reprimanding gaze at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath and bowed at the elder politely. He then said, "Mr. Deacon, I am Lin Tianhao, from Lin family in Prefecture Tong." "From Lin family?" The elder's face changed. In Three Emperors' world, there were many strong forces and families, especially families. Some ancient families were powerful and influential within imperial cabinet. For instance, Lin family was one of them. Although Lin family didn't have any peak chaotic realm leader, they had more than 4 experts in peak middle stage chaotic realm. 3 out of 4 of them were holding important posts in the imperial cabinet. Some might hold an even higher position than he did. "Humph, even if you are a disciple from Lin family, you do not behave like a rascal in Imperial City," the elder humphed coldly. But it was obvious that his tone was much calmer. "Yes, I'll remember that." Lin Tianhao nodded continuously. "All right. If both parties are fine, this ends here. Dismiss yourselves," the elder waved and then left. The bar became quiet again. Only Jian Wushuang and Lin Tianhao were left standing there. "Ah Shou, right? I remember you. You're lucky this time. You wouldn't be that lucky next time. Aren't you joining the ranking competition in 5 years' time? I happen to be joining that too. By then, I won't let you off the hook," Lin Tianhao said coldly. "Haha, come on. I'll be ready to fight with you," Jian Wushuang scoffed. Then he grabbed the waiter in black next to him. "You, take me to somewhere to stay." "Yes, yes," the waiter in black naturally followed his command. In no time, Jian Wushuang came to a secret room under the lead of the waiter in black. Although the surroundings of the room were covered in a layer of prohibition and ordinary people wouldn't just come in as they wish, Jian Wushuang wouldn't let the 3 of them out just in case. "Jian Wushuang, aren't you asking for too much attention in Imperial City?" Abysmal Saint Master creased his eyebrows and said. The 3 of them saw what had happened earlier. Jian Wushuang did catch a lot of attention as he was too barbaric. However, Jian Wushuang laughed at the comment, "As I am acting, I have to put on a full show." On top of that, the experts in Three Emperors' world know that we barged in. They will definitely be on high alert. Especially in Imperial City, they will definitely keep watch of every new expert. I am an expert in early-stage chaotic realm who came to Imperial City. I reckon there will be someone already watching me the moment I enter the city. If I were to be extra careful in Imperial City, the experts in Imperial Cabinet would pay more attention or even be suspicious of me. Now that I behaved barbarically, the experts in Imperial Cabinet won't be that suspicious of me instead. Chapter 2023 Ranking Competition. You're right, Abysmal Saint Master, and the other great emperors nodded in agreement. The experts on the highest rank in Imperial Cabinet were definitely paying attention to the unknown experts, especially those who were extremely careful and afraid to be in the limelight. Hence, it made sense if he did exactly the opposite. Imperial Peak is the core of Imperial City. We have to figure out a way to get into Imperial Peak. However, the ranking competition is 5 years away. We can only wait 5 years, Jian Wushuang said. If it's only for 5 years, we can afford to wait, Abysmal Saint Master and the other 2 great emperors said. Then they started waiting patiently. The 3 great emperors continued to stay in Blood Mountain, Sword, but never came out. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang utilized the 5 years to cultivate the immemorial celestial body. Immemorial celestial body would definitely be useful to Jian Wushuang if he cultivated it successfully. 5 years passed by very quickly as he cultivated. Mr. The waiter in black from the bar entered the secret room with Jian Wushuang's permission. It's time for the ranking competition. It'll take you there now. All right, lead the way. Jian Wushuang let out a burst of hearty laughter. Jian Wushuang soon arrived at a huge independent space under the lead of the waiter in black. Mr. The ranking competition among experts in early-stage chaotic realm will be carried out in this independent space. This is your identity token. The waiter in black passed Jian Wushuang a token. Thank you. Jian Wushuang smiled and then stepped into the independent space. The independent space was boundless. It wouldn't even be a problem for a few experts in peak chaotic realm to fight in there, let alone the cultivators of the early-stage chaotic realm. There were many cultivators in the independent space, and every one of them were experts in early-stage chaotic realm. There were more than 100 people in one glance. Haha, it's quite busy here. Jian Wushuang stepped into the independent space and let out a burst of hearty laughter. His laughter reverberated through the entire independent space, and the experts in the space looked at Jian Wushuang. When they saw Jian Wushuang, whose aura was ferocious as a beast's, the experts looked surprised. Who is this? I have never seen him before. No idea. He should be an expert who just came to Imperial City not too long ago. I know this person. His name is Shou. He isn't famous in Three Emperors' world. It is his first time in Imperial City. However, he is barbaric in nature. I heard that he fought with Lin Tianhao from Lin family the moment he entered Imperial City. Both of them fought too. Many people immediately looked at the handsome Lin Tianhao the moment they heard that. Lin Tianhao joined the ranking competition too. Then he was standing next to the lady in green. When he noticed Jian Wushuang's arrival, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. This B***starred is such a show-off, Lin Tianhao muttered. Don't worry about him. He is so silly. He wouldn't even know if he died, the lady in green said. Humph, don't let me fight against him later. Otherwise. Lin Tianhao's gaze grew even colder. Although the ranking competition in Imperial City happened every once in 100 years, only the top 5 were allowed to enter Imperial Peak. However, there were too many cultivators in Three Emperors' world who wanted to enter Imperial Peak. Hence, it was the reason why it would stir up a ferocious commotion during the ranking competition every 100 years. Swoosh! Suddenly, there were a few figures that appeared in the independent space. The leading person had white hair and a white beard. He was the elder that stopped Jian Wushuang and Lin Tianhao from fighting last time. The elder was a deacon in Imperial Cabinet, and he was hosting the ranking competition that day. Everyone is almost here. Let's begin. The elder looked around, and his voice bright and clear. The rules for this ranking competition are the same as before. It will be segregated into 2 parts. The first round of competition would be the elimination round. Your opponent is him. The elder waved, and a brawny figure in silver armor appeared in the independent space. The brawny figure looked stoned, and there were no emotions in his eyes. He obviously wasn't a human cultivator. This is a Dao soldier? Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock. He, of course, recognized the brawny figure. He was very familiar with it. The silver armor and the unique aura. It was obviously a Dao soldier from ancient times. It was a silver-armored Dao soldier. Under normal circumstances, the power of silver-armored Dao soldiers was Emperor God level. In other words, middle-stage chaotic realm level. It was stronger than the cultivators from early-stage chaotic realm at the scene. However, Dao soldier didn't know any killing tactics. Hence, its fighting power was far behind a middle-stage chaotic realm expert. What you need to do is take turns to attack. Within 10,000 miles range, fight with this Dao soldier for more than 10 breaths without being defeated. Then you'll be qualified to enter the second round. The elder waved, and there was a region engulfed in purple light cover around the silver-armored Dao soldiers. The region was about 10,000 miles. Then, everyone's expressions grew solemn. Most of them wouldn't care if they had to fight with silver-armored Dao soldier, as long as they were smart enough to not fight head-on with a silver-armored Dao soldier, but deal with it via their speed and flexibility. Anyone could last for 10 breaths against the silver-armored Dao soldier. However, the difficulty became more intense when they were limited to 10,000 miles. Within 10,000 miles, it would be hard for the experts in early-stage chaotic realm to perform their speed and skills. In short, they would be on the defensive during their fight against the silver-armored Dao soldier. Let's begin. Come to the front when I call your name. The elder didn't explain much and started reading names. The first one was a lady in red who used a red sickle as her weapon. Her power wasn't considered to be as weak among early-stage chaotic realm. However, there was too much restriction within 10,000 miles. Her speed couldn't be put to play at all. In the end, she only lasted for 6 breaths of time, and she was defeated by the silver-armored Dao soldier. The second one was worse. He only lasted for 3 breaths. The third and fourth ones failed too. Until the fifth person, he barely lasted 10 breaths against the silver-armored Dao soldiers after putting all his skills to play. Restricted within 10,000 miles. Many people couldn't perform their skills. It is too difficult to last 10 breaths of time against the silver-armored Dao soldiers. There are 100 people, but I'm afraid there might not even be 1/3 of them who could pass the first round. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Chapter 2024 Brutal. As expected, as the cultivators went ahead one after another, there was hardly anyone who could last for 10 breaths in the fight against silver-armored Dao soldiers. Among the 3 to 4 contestants, there was only one who passed the first round. The time flew past. In the blink of an eye, the silver-armored Dao soldiers had already fought with more than half of the contestants. Next a show. The elder called. "Ha! It's finally my turn." Jian Wushuang let out a burst of hearty laughter. Before everyone's gaze, he walked forward. Everyone focused their attention on Jian Wushuang. Because Jian Wushuang's aura was so powerful, they can't belittle him. Jian Wushuang came before the silver-armored Dao soldiers, and he felt the prohibition of the 10,000 miles range. "Begin," the elder said. The silver-armored Dao soldiers didn't hesitate and rushed out. Then, Jian Wushuang smiled maliciously without fear. He charged out fiercely as well. What is this guy doing? The surrounding spectators were surprised. Everyone knew that Dao soldier was powerful. Hence, no one would opt to fight a ferocious fight against the silver-armored Dao soldier head-on. They would normally rely on their own skills to drag the silver-armored Dao soldier on. It would be enough if they could drag them on for 10 breaths of time. Jian Wushuang was the first who charged at the silver-armored Dao soldier and obviously wanted to fight it head-on. "Take my punch." Jian Wushuang bellowed, and there was a bolt of divine power that soared in his hand and became a huge fist. The silver-armored Dao soldiers punched ferociously too. Both parties fought head-on without any patterns. Bang! There was a low thud. Jian Wushuang took one step back from the impact from the collision of the terrifying power, but the silver-armored Dao soldiers didn't move at all. D***MN. This thing's punch is tough. However, I am not afraid of anyone's punch. Jian Wushuang raged furiously, and there was boundless anger in his eyes. King of Beasts' divine punch. Roar. There was a faint roar, and there was a shadow of a huge beast that appeared from nowhere behind Jian Wushuang. His punch brought about a hit as powerful as a thunderbolt. One punch was followed by another. Every punch contained the power that shook all cultivators at the scene. The silver-armored soldier had no emotions, but only knew to punch ferociously against Jian Wushuang. Bang! 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 There was a continuous collision of punches that reverberated in the independent space. There was a large amount of power that dispersed in all directions and caused a huge movement after every collision. Jian Wushuang also fought ferociously against the silver-armored Dao soldier. The people who were watching the fight looked dumbfounded. This person is so powerful. How dare he fight against silver-armored Dao soldiers with punches and strength? He didn't have the lower hand at all. With that in itself, he should be in the top 10 among the contestants in this ranking competition. Not only is he powerful, he is terrifyingly fierce and brutal. Yeah, brutal. The surrounding people nodded simultaneously. The vibe that Jian Wushuang gave was too brutal. It was so brutal that it struck fear in the others. He was simply a war chariot that elbowed and jostled its way around. He wasn't a person anyone wanted to offend. As Jian Wushuang fought with the silver-armored Dao soldiers, 10 breaths of time passed. The silver-armored Dao soldiers stopped. Although Jian Wushuang was still soaring with battle intention, he stopped too. Jian Wushuang then exited the 10,000 miles range. He exited and glanced at the other cultivators. He then broke into a smirk. A bunch of puss asterisk es. What are you looking at? Are you afraid of me now? If you are, admit defeat if you plan to go against me in the second round. Then, I won't have to beat you up. If you don't surrender, I will defeat all of you one by one. Then, Jian Wushuang walked to the side arrogantly. Although the cultivators looked upset, no one stood against him. The power that Jian Wushuang had put on display was amazing. There were very few of them who were confident in winning against him. Among the crows, the handsome Lin Tianhao and the lady in green stood side by side. Then a young man in purple robe walked over. Brother Tianhao, where does this Asho come from? How could he be this powerful, and he could fight head-on with the silver-armored Dao soldiers? There are so many unknown experts in Three Emperors' world. Who knows where this reckless *** comes from? Lin Tianhao replied in disdain. Brother Tianhao, you fought with this Asho before. What do you think of his power? The young man in purple robe continued to ask. He is quite powerful. His punch skills are okay. That's all I know. After all, I only fought with him for a short instant. I didn't put all my skills to play. As for if he used all his skills, I'm not sure myself, Lin Tianhao replied. I see. The young man in purple robe nodded faintly. He looked at Jian Wushuang with a tinge of fear in his eyes. This Asho is so brutal and he is so terrifyingly powerful. I hope that I won't have to go up against him in the second round. The ranking competition continued. After Jian Wushuang, there was quite a number of cultivators that fought against the silver-armored Dao soldiers, including the handsome Lin Tianhao. Among the 100 experts in early-stage chaotic realm that joined the ranking competition, Lin Tianhao was among the few on the top. He could be said to be one of the few strongest experts. It was not surprising that he passed the first round. The first round of ranking competition ended very quickly. There were originally over 100 cultivators, but it was left with only 36 people left after the first round of the ranking competition. Among the 36 contestants, they had to fight for the 5 quotas. The rules for the second round was very easy. They would fight one-on-one after drawing lots. When the 9 final candidates were sifted out, there would be a rotation battle. Then, they could decide on the 5 strongest candidates. After drawing lots, the elder announced the first pair of opponents. The opponent that Jian Wushuang was going against in the first battle was Qiuming. Jian Wushuang looked around and saw the man in a purple robe who was standing next to Lin Tianhao. He is my first opponent. Jian Wushuang scoffed. The man in a purple robe looked distressed. He had been praying hard to not go up against Jian Wushuang earlier. But the moment the second round commenced, he was allocated to fight against Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2025 Torture. The second round of the ranking competition began very quickly. The experts of early-stage chaotic realm went up for their assigned battle according to the lots they drew. Among the crowd, the man in a purple robe, Qiuming, retained a solemn look. Brother Qiuming, don't worry too much. Although Ah Shou is powerful, as long as you do not fight head-on with him, you will have a chance to win. On top of that, Ah Shou is a solo expert after all. He won't have any impressive secret skills. How could he win against the secret skills in Qiu family? Lin Tianhao looked at him. That's true. Qiuming nodded his head, and he felt more confident. Very soon, it became the battle between Jian Wushuang and Qiuming. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang flashed and appeared in the spacious void. He looked at Qiuming in a purple robe who was walking to him slowly, and Jian Wushuang broke into a malicious smile. Hurry up, don't waste time. If you are afraid, admit defeat straight away. I couldn't be bothered to fight with someone your level. Admit defeat? Qiuming's gaze grew cold. He flipped his hand, and there was a black spear that shined with cold light which appeared in his hand. Start, the elder who hosted the ranking competition said. Haha, come on. Jian Wushuang let out a burst of hearty laughter. Then he plunged out like a brown bear against Qiuming. He spread his raging aura over Qiuming. Qiuming was terrified. He clenched the spear in his hand more tightly, and he moved just as Jian Wushuang was about to reach him. He moved just like a ghost. He leaped twice and wielded his spear. His divine power concentrated into 2 rays of light and hit Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and shattered the 2 rays of lights into pieces. Just as he leaped and wanted to hit Qiuming, Qiuming dodged to the side again. D*MN. Why the hell are you moving here and there? Take a punch of mine if you have the guts. Jian Wushuang pretended to be angry. Idiot. Why would I fight head-on with you when I know that you are powerful? Qiuming smirked coldly. After a short exchange of blows, he became even more confident. Brother Tianhao is right. This B** only knows force. The other aspects are ordinary. With the secret skills of Qiu family, in addition to my spear skills, I can totally suppress him as long as I am careful. I could even fool him. I can definitely win this battle. Qiuming continued to move around in illusionary figures. He constantly moved away from Jian Wushuang and attacked Jian Wushuang with his spear, taking advantage of his flexibility of movement. Jian Wushuang was on the defensive all of a sudden. B****. Jian Wushuang stared with his eyes wide open and his face red from anger. It seemed as though he was helpless against his opponent. Just as the surrounding crowd thought Jian Wushuang was going to lose. There was a glimpse of madness in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Swoosh! The spear in Qiuming's hand became a venomous snake and attacked Jian Wushuang from behind. Under normal circumstances, Jian Wushuang would be dodging the spear. However, Jian Wushuang turned around and ignored the spear. He let the spear hit his divine body instead. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Jian Wushuang's body quivered, but he didn't step back from the impact. On the contrary, he launched continuous punches. Boy, take a punch of mine. King of Beasts' divine punch, the 18th move. A huge fist flung at Qiuming like a huge sacred elephant. Qiuming obviously didn't expect that. He couldn't dodge in time, and he was hit by the punch. Poof! He spurted a mouthful of blood, and his body was like a kite with a cut line. He was flying backward, powerlessly. Jian Wushuang won the battle. Humph! Son of a B****TCH. You thought I couldn't do anything about you. Jian Wushuang humphed coldly. He reprimanded him while he patted the spot on his chest where Qiuming's spear had stabbed. There was a white mark that was left by the spear. It was merely a white mark. The surrounding spectators were surprised. This man took Qiuming's hit directly and defeated Qiuming. Such a powerful divine body. He took Qiuming's hit and he wasn't injured at all. He didn't even move an inch, but immediately counterattacked and defeated Qiuming. His divine body is so powerful. Powerful strength, powerful divine body. His only weakness is his speed. However, his overall power is terrifying. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Previously, they had thought Jian Wushuang could only be in the top 10 among the experts in early-stage chaotic realm. But now he could at least be in the top 5. Of course, that was what they had thought. As for how powerful Jian Wushuang was, no one would know as long as they didn't show it. After defeating Qiu Ming, Jian Wushuang retreated to the border of the battlefield and stood there casually in an arrogant manner. Then, the 3 great emperors in Blood Mountain Sword were teasing Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, how do you feel about bullying the young and inexperienced? Great Emperor Ji Luo laughed. Sword Emperor, you are so good at pretending. If it wasn't because all of us know your true power, we would really mistake you as a barbaric Sir God who is slightly more powerful, Emperor Jiuqiao added. However, Jian Wushuang replied bitterly, the 3 of you shouldn't make fun of me. I think all of you understand that it is even tougher to fight with these B** stards than fighting against a great emperor. Jian Wushuang was telling the truth. If he were to fight with a great emperor, he could at least fight openly without any restraint. He could expose his power openly. However, during the ranking competition, he was restrained. He was trying his best to disguise himself in terms of behavior, speech, and also the power he displayed. Especially during the ferocious battles, he had to control his strength and speed to a reasonable level. It was exceedingly difficult. Such a battle was torturous to Jian Wushuang. Head, rather fight against a great emperor openly. Hold on. There are many more battles coming your way. Abysmal, Saint Master smiled. That's true. Sword Emperor, the 3 of us are at too high of a realm and we couldn't expose ourselves. We can only rely on you for this. Great Emperor Ji Luo expressed herself too. Jian Wushuang had no choice. The following ranking competition was smooth sailing. Jian Wushuang defeated another expert at the early stage chaotic realm and became one of the top 9. Then, the one-on-one rotation battles among the 9 started. In other words, everyone had to fight with the other 8. Then, they would pick the top 5 from the 9. Chapter 2026 Lin, Tianhao. The rotation battles for the top 9 were ongoing. Jian Wushuang had naturally disguised himself flawlessly. Regardless of his character or power, they were perfectly concealed. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had completed 7 battles. The result was 5 victory and 2 defeats. Such results ensured that he would be in the top 5 to enter Imperial Peak. The final battle was interesting because his last opponent was Lin Tianhao. Just as he entered Imperial City, he argued with him. They had even fought. Then, Lin Tianhao had told him to be careful when they were to go against each other in the ranking competition. In the end, they were going to fight a battle. Brother Haotian, you have to take care of this silly B** starred. Teach him a lesson. The lady in green gritted through her teeth. The lady in green was originally in the top 9, and she could be in the top 5 with her power, so she could enter the Imperial City. However, no one had expected a show to appear from nowhere. In the end, the lady in green had been defeated by Jian Wushuang. It would be impossible if she wanted to enter Imperial Peak. She had to wait for another 100 years. Hence, the lady in green naturally held a grudge against Jian Wushuang. Don't worry. I will take revenge on your behalf. At the same time, I will vent my anger too, Lin Tianhao said. With brother Tianhao taking action, personally, this silly man could only be on the defensive. The lady in green nodded. She had absolute confidence in Lin Tianhao. Very soon, Jian Wushuang and Lin Tianhao appeared on the spacious battlefield. Hey, it's you again! Jian Wushuang crossed his arms before his chest. He was still casual in his manner. Humph, I didn't get to fight a hearty battle with you in the bar. Today, we have to call victory and defeat between us. Lin Tianhao glared coldly. All right. Come and hit me. Save your bullshit. Jian Wushuang dug his ear as he said arrogantly. You are courting death. Lin Tianhao was angry. His hands became crimson red in an instant, just like two volcanoes. As he slapped, there was a significant amount of flames spreading to the surrounding. The entire battlefield was a sea of fire. Back in the bar, regardless of if it were Lin Tianhao or Jian Wushuang, both intentionally controlled their strength and power so that it didn't spread. Hence, the movement in the bar wasn't great. However, both of them held no scruples then. Looking at Lin Tianhao's palm, Jian Wushuang smirked and then punched with his crimson fists too. The volcano-like palms collided with Jian Wushuang's fists, and there were continuous ferocious clashes. Both parties exchanged blows, and the competition was immediately white-hot. One should know that the strength and divine body that Jian Wushuang had put on display was powerful. As such, the cultivators in the ranking competition avoided fighting head-on with him. Only Lin Tianhao alone was fearless. He was the first who had the courage to fight Jian Wushuang head-on, and he didn't have the lower hand. "Haha, boy, I belittled you. You are quite powerful, huh?" Jian Wushuang laughed. "Humph, you are not too shabby. It is definite that you could enter Imperial Peak. However, it is a pity that you offended me earlier. I have to teach you a lesson." Lin Tianhao sounded cold. Just as he had said, there was suddenly a layer of crimson armor that surfaced from his body. The crimson armor was like magma in a volcano. The temperature was terrifyingly high. Then his figure grew by one size too. He was 3 meters tall, and his aura naturally grew tremendously too. Secret skill of golden flame. Burn the mountain. Huh. Lin Tianhai slapped. His slap was like a huge aerolite surrounded with boundless flames that descended directly. The strength of the power had absolutely already reached middle stage chaotic realm, the level of Emperor God. This boy is really not too shabby. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he performed King of Beasts Divine, punch again to resist. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Jian Wushuang took a few steps back from the impact. The surrounding void was still burning in the flames. Humph, you should be proud that you were able to resist this move. But the next one. Lin Tianha's gaze turned cold. Secret skill of golden flame, burn the earth. Huh. Similarly, he slapped. It was double the power of the earlier palm. Again. Jian Wushuang looked shocked. Then he retreated without hesitation. He even exited the battlefield to join the surrounding spectators. Forget it. I am already in the top 5, and I can enter Imperial Peak. It is not necessary to fight a life and death battle with you. You win this battle. Jian Wushuang waved and acted generous. The surrounding spectators looked at him in disdain when they saw the scene. They could tell that Jian Wushuang had quit because he wasn't Lin Tianhao's match, and he wasn't confident that he could win against Lin Tianhao. That was the true reason why he had opted to quit, not what he had said it to be. He was extremely shameless. Lin Tianhao was angry about his action, but he had no choice. Jian Wushuang admitted defeat and retreated to outside of the battlefield. He couldn't just continue to chase after him. But in actual fact, no one knew that Jian Wushuang wasn't shameless, but the truth was just as he had said. His intention was only to enter Imperial Peak. He could already enter, so he naturally didn't need to fight with Lin Tianhao further. On top of that, the character that he was disguised as Shou had put his power on display appropriately. If he were to defeat Lin Tianhao with more skills, he would outsmart himself. Hence, he might as well give up the battle. After another few battles, the ranking competition ended. The top 5 strongest contestants were chosen. The strongest among the 5 was Lin Tianhao from Lin family in Prefecture Tong. Jian Wushuang, disguised as Shou, was one of the 5 as well. The 5 of them were qualified to cultivate in Imperial Peak. The 5 of you be prepared. I will take you to Imperial Peak now, the elder who hosted the ranking competition said. The 5 of them looked excited. Haha, Imperial Peak. I heard of 3 Emperors' Worlds cultivation sanctuary long ago. I wonder what it looks like. Jian Wushuang laughed casually. Such an inexperienced bumpkin. Lin Tianhao glared at Jian Wushuang in disdain. Yo, Mr. Lin from Lin family, Mr. Genius Lin, you are so amazing, but you are entering Imperial Peak for the first time just like us. Jian Wushuang mocked him. Chapter 2027 Supreme Emperor Stone. Humph, we are different. Although I am entering Imperial Peak for the first time, I already know the ins and outs of Imperial Peak. Lin Tianhao humphed coldly. Oh yeah? So what? What does it have to do with me? Jian Wushuang sneered. Lin Tianhao was stunned. All right, stop your nonsense, the elder with white hair and a white beard reprimanded. All of you listen up. Imperial Peak is different from Imperial City. The rules in Imperial Peak are much stricter. In Imperial Peak, regardless of your background and identity, whoever goes against the rules in Imperial Peak will be punished. No one is an exception. So, all of you had better do things according to the rules. Yes, Lin Tianhao nodded. Of course, of course. I never get into trouble. Jian Wushuang smiled. Under the lead of the elder, Jian Wushuang soon arrived in Imperial Peak. The moment they entered Imperial Peak, even Jian Wushuang, who was experienced, gasped in admiration at the sight. In his view, there was a lofty pinnacle that was beyond his imagination. The pinnacle was at least 10,000 zhang tall. It was broad and boundless, which made one reverent. In the pinnacle, there were lofty palaces and pavilions towering in every corner. On top of the huge pinnacle, there was one exquisite black pavilion. The black pavilion was pathetically small compared to the entire pinnacle. However, the Black Pavilion was where the imperial cabinet, the supreme power of 3 emperors' world, located. Imperial cabinet? Jian Wushuang muttered. But suddenly, his gaze was caught by the void around the lofty pinnacle. There were 3 huge statues there. The 3 statues were about 10,000 zhang tall. They were human in shape, but they looked extremely strange. On top of that, the 3 statues gave people a mysterious feeling. Every single stone on the statue contained a boundless, abstruse vibe. Hence, Jian Wushuang saw a large number of cultivators seated before the 3 statues. They were obviously comprehending there. However, the one that truly caught Jian Wushuang's attention wasn't the 3 statues, but a huge golden whirlpool in the middle of the 3 statues, also where the 3 statues fixed their gazes. The golden whirlpool was spinning madly and giving out a boundless aura. At the core of the golden whirlpool, there was a resplendent golden light. The golden light seemed to be showing off to the universe. It was as though it was the brightest light in the universe. Even from a distance, Jian Wushuang could feel the tremendous power contained in the golden light. What is that? Jian Wushuang exclaimed in surprise. Not only him, but also the other 4 around him were looking at the golden whirlpool. There was a tinge of anticipation in their eyes. The elder that brought them in said, "It is the holy crystal that we 3 emperors' world hold the prestige of. It is said that the 3 emperors left it behind. Because of the holy crystal, 3 emperors' world is living in peace." The elder took fancy at the holy crystal too, but he didn't explain much. Holy crystal? Jian Wushuang focused. He could that the holy crystal in the golden whirlpool was extraordinary. Jian Wushuang, although I am in your sword, I can feel the boundless power that the holy crystal in the golden whirlpool carries. The holy crystal is extraordinary. You have to check on it later, Abysmal Saint Master in Blood Mountain Sword said. I know, Jian Wushuang nodded. Then the elder took the 5 of them around Imperial Peak and briefed them through the cultivations places and rules. Then he arranged places for them to reside in before he left. Then Jian Wushuang and the other 4 naturally parted ways to do what they wanted to do. Jian Wushuang came before the golden whirlpool at the first instant. The golden whirlpool was huge, and Jian Wushuang felt that it was like a huge, great formation. However, it was vastly different from Great Formation 2. It was mysterious. Because of distance, Jian Wushuang had finally gotten to see the holy crystal in the golden whirlpool clearly. It was a piece of translucent crystal that was shimmering in gold. The golden crystal was unique. Not only did it contain extremely pure power, Jian Wushuang could also sense the vibe of an emperor from the golden crystal. A crystal carried the vibe of an emperor that strikes fear? What kind of a crystal is this? I have never seen it in eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows as he asked, Abysmal Saint Master, do any of you know this crystal? The three great emperors in Blood Mountain Sword could see the scene outside clearly. They naturally could see the golden crystal in the whirlpool. The three of them looked confused. They obviously couldn't recognize the golden crystal either. Let me ask Emperor Bai and the other great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance. Let's see if any of them can recognize the golden crystal, Emperor Jiu Qiao said. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. He knew that it was extraordinary, and it was most likely extremely important to Three Emperor World. Hence, he had to find out the actual function. There were many great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance who wandered in the ancient battlefield. They might know some things in ancient times and could recognize the golden crystal. As expected, not long after Emperor Jiu Qiao inquired, East Royal Emperor recognized the golden crystal. Everyone, there's an answer. Emperor God Jiu Qiao said, according to East Royal Emperor, the golden crystal is named Supreme Emperor Stone. It is a rare and precious gemstone from ancient times. It is extremely difficult to form the gemstone. A nail-sized Supreme Emperor Stone would need a long time to take form. On top of that, the pure power contained in a nail-sized Supreme Emperor Stone would be more than the total divine power of a Sir God expert. That is why the top sects who had powerful foundations in ancient times would use Supreme Emperor Stone in their powerful formation as a source of strength in order to maintain the revolving formation. Besides, the Supreme Emperor Stone is born with the vibe of an emperor. Hence, it is best to use it to refine treasure with the emperor vibe. East Royal Emperor once obtained a Supreme Emperor Stone by sheer luck. He showed the Supreme Emperor Stone to my doppelganger earlier. It was really exactly the same as the golden crystal in the whirlpool. However, East Royal Emperor only got himself a little fist-sized Supreme Emperor Stone, the one we see right now. Chapter 2028 Source of Energy. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, and Great Emperor Zhiluo became quiet, but there was a great commotion from the bottom of their hearts. The Supreme Emperor Stone in the golden whirlpool in front of them was too huge. It was a total of 100 zhang tall. It simply equated to a huge mountain. According to East Royal Emperor, a nail-sized Supreme Emperor Stone contained pure divine power of a Sir God. Just how terrifyingly great was the pure divine power contained in the Supreme Emperor Stone that was 100 zhang tall? Just how unbelievable was it? In ancient times, only the top sects and forces had the ability to use Supreme Emperor Stone in their great formation as a source of energy. Back then, the huge Supreme Emperor Stone in Imperial Peak that Three Emperors World treated as holy crystal, in addition to the surrounding gold whirlpool, was obviously a method to run a great formation. Could it be? Jian Wushuang suddenly thought of a possibility. Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai, and the others discussed and thought that if the great formation outside the dark millstone could engulf such a large area and still remain that powerful, it definitely requires an abundant source of energy. The Supreme Emperor Stone is most likely the crucial part to run the formation of the dark millstone, Emperor Jiu Qiao said. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He had already thought of the same thing. Any great formation would definitely require the support of pure energy. For example, the huge formation that was set up by his master in the ancient battlefield actually depended on the space-time storm around it as its energy source. It was naturally not easy to maintain the great formation around the dark millstone that was impressive. However, the Supreme Emperor Stone absolutely had the power to maintain the revolving dark millstone. In other words, as long as we can destroy the huge Supreme Emperor Stone, the great formation around the dark millstone will collapse entirely. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Theoretically, yes. Besides, there's no need to destroy the Supreme Emperor Stone. As long as the connection between the Supreme Emperor Stone and the Dark Millstone is destroyed, which is the golden whirlpool around the Supreme Emperor Stone, the Dark Millstone is supposed to stop after the Supreme Emperor Stone failed to provide it pure energy, Emperor Jiuqiao said. If so, let's hurry up and figure out a way to destroy the Supreme Emperor Stone and the golden whirlpool, Abysmal Saint Master said. But Jian Wushuang shook his head. We have yet to confirm that the Supreme Emperor Stone is the main factor that drives the Dark Millstone. On top of that, even if it is real, it won't be so easy to destroy it. We have to take our time and plan meticulously. That's true. Abysmal Saint Master and the other two Great Emperor nodded faintly, and they eventually calmed down. Jian Wushuang, who stood before the golden whirlpool, maintained a casual manner. He looked around casually, and he had spread his soul power long ago. The golden whirlpool could be said to be the most important place in Imperial Peak. The guards there are naturally strict. Not only were there deacon guards from Imperial Cabinet in sight, but there were also 3 experts of Great Emperor level hidden around to keep watch of this place. Once there is any movement, the 3 Great Emperors would take action immediately. Besides, the Imperial Cabinet on the top of Imperial Peak isn't far away from here. Once there is movement, there will be a large number of experts from Imperial Cabinet to those who are cultivating on Imperial Peak. In a short time, it could at least gather 7 to 8 Great Emperors. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Imperial Peak was the most important place in Three Emperors' world. The old lair of Imperial Cabinet was located there. How easy would it be to destroy the Supreme Emperor Stone there? Don't be in a hurry. Now that I am in Imperial Peak, I'll stay in Imperial Peak for a while. I will ask around for more information, and we will find a chance to take action, Jian Wushuang said. The other 3 Great Emperors nodded simultaneously too. They also knew that there were some things that couldn't be rushed through. They had to take one step at a time. They had to have a well-planned strategy before taking action. Otherwise, not only would their trip be into vain, their lives would be at stake too. Then, Jian Wushuang stayed in Imperial Peak. From the outside, he looked like he was working hard to improve his power and using the cultivation resources. However, he was actually making friends with some other experts and asking salacious questions. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. With his hard work from the past 6 months, they came to a conclusion. The Emperor Supreme Rock was really the most important treasure in Three Emperors' world. It was also the source of energy in Three Emperors' world. Hence, it would naturally play a pivotal role in operating the Dark Millstone. As long as they could destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock, the Great Formation outside the Dark Millstone would collapse directly. Target locked. Now it's time to figure out the hows. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. In Imperial Peak, we will not have any external assistance, nor will we have any stratagem or means that we could use. Hence, the only thing that we have an option for is the time to take action. The other 3 Great Emperors nodded simultaneously. The Emperor Supreme Rock was within the Golden Whirlpool. There was no doubt that they could only barge into the Golden Whirlpool and take thunderous measures if they wanted to destroy it. They had only one method to hand. Similarly, they definitely would have to deal with the hindrance by the top experts within Three Emperors' world. They could only seek to have absolutely perfect timing. I just received news that Imperial Peak will throw a doctrine propagation ceremony in 20 years. Besides the 3 Great Emperors guarding the Golden Whirlpool, the other Great Emperor experts in Imperial Cabinet will attend the ceremony personally, while all cultivators in Imperial Peak will gather in Doctrine Propagation Palace. The palace was quite a distance away from the Golden Whirlpool. Even if a Great Emperor rushed in at full speed personally, I reckon it will take at least a dozen breaths of time to rush back. If we were to opt to take action on Doctrine Propagation Ceremony Day, the success rate would be much higher, Jian Wushuang said. Imperial Cabinet was not too far away from the Golden Whirlpool. They could hurry over in 5 breaths of time with the traveling speed of a Great Emperor. Compared to the dozen breaths time from Doctrine Propagation Palace, there would be an extra 7 to 8 breaths of time. Don't belittle the 7 to 8 breaths of time. The success rate will go up tremendously with the extra breaths given to Jian Wushuang and the 3 great emperors. If so, let's do it on that day. It's only 20 years away. Although eternal chaotic world is now in danger, we can afford to wait another 20 years, Abysmal Saint Master said. We agree too. Great Emperor Ji Luo and Emperor Zhu Qiao nodded in agreement too. Before long, the 4 of them came to a mutual agreement to take action at the Doctrine Propagation Ceremony happening 20 years later. Chapter 2029 Finally Succeed. 20 years. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but clench his fists. 20 years happened to be what he needed then. He was very close to the completion of Immortal Celestial Body at the beginner level. 20 years would be enough for him to complete the first volume of Immortal Celestial Body. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang seized the time to cultivate. Of course, besides cultivating the Immortal Celestial Body, he would symbolically walk around the opportunity, lands occasionally. In Imperial Peak, there was peace and quiet. At least it looked peaceful. With Imperial Cabinet attending the garrison duty, personally, the experts and geniuses in Imperial Peak obeyed the rules and no one acted recklessly. The time flew past. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 month left until Doctrine Propagation Ceremony. Jian Wushuang was in the secret room in the pavilion he stayed in. Virum. There was a billowing divine power that surrounded Jian Wushuang's divine body. On the surface of Jian Wushuang's body, there was a faint black jade luster. The black jade luster even substantiated and formed armor. The first volume of Immortal Celestial Body completed. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and there was light glistening in his eyes. At the same time, his divine body and divine power were experiencing a drastic change. Immortal Celestial Body was a secret skill of body refinery. Its biggest function was to strengthen one's divine body. However, his divine power would improve too. For instance, Jian Wushuang's divine body and divine power were greatly affected. His divine power, which was originally fierce and pure and not inferior to a great emperor's, was improving tremendously. After a short while, it had completely transformed. As the divine power transformed, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but clench his fists and feel the billowing strength in him. Amazing. My divine power should have increased by 3 times. Jian Wushuang's eyes were wide open and he was shocked. He knew that his divine power would improve tremendously when he completed the first volume of Secret Skill of Immortal Celestial Body, but he had never expected the improvement to be so drastic. 3 times the power. When one's power reached Great Emperor level, it could be considered a great improvement if his power were to increase by 30%, let alone the fact that he improved by 3 times. In terms of divine power strength, he was 3 times stronger than an ordinary Great Emperor. In addition to his ancient tribe bloodline power, his power was definitely 4 to 5 times stronger than an ordinary Great Emperor's. How great was the difference? It meant that he could absolutely suppress any ordinary Great Emperor, like breaking a piece of dead wood in terms of strength and power. In Sanctuary Alliance, putting Emperor by a side, the next strongest person is Red Dragon King. Even if he were to perform his full power using his unique bloodline, he would at most be 3 to 4 times stronger than an ordinary Great Emperor. Hence, I am stronger by a notch in terms of power. Jian Wushuang was thrilled. The tremendous improvement in strength power also signified his improvement in overall power. Now he was weaker in comprehension towards doctrine. However, he could still fight against the top few in Sanctuary Alliance. He was fearless against Red Dragon King and Abysmal Saint Master. In terms of power and strength, he might even have the upper hand. In terms of divine power itself, the improvement was already so significant. Immortal Celestial Body was actually greatest at improving one's divine body. Jian Wushuang immediately started to inspect his divine body. His divine power was made of pure divine power, which was already powerful. Then, as he completed the first volume of Immortal celestial body, the surface of his skin was faintly covered by a layer of jade black armor. The durability of his divine body had been through a drastic change. Such a divine body was far beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. Even Jian Wushuang himself didn't know how powerful his divine body was. However, he had a feeling that if he were to be hemmed in by the 6 great emperors again, besides Lingzong, who was the strongest among the 6 great emperors, the other 6 could hardly hurt him. Forget about being surrounded for 8 breaths. He could even survive 20 or even 30 breaths. His divine body wouldn't be damaged badly, and he wouldn't expend much divine power either. With such a powerful divine body, in addition to the defense power of 5 gem armor and my perfect chaotic divine body, I will instantly recover my divine body via divine power. My survival ability, or even attack-resistant ability, are absolutely out of this world. Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. He was absolutely confident that besides Emperor Bai, who was an inverse cultivator like him on the final stage of the 7th step in inverse cultivation, there was no one else who could surpass him in terms of defense skill. He was simply unkillable. The moment I successfully cultivated Immortal celestial body, my overall power increased tremendously. Now, I should begin preparations, Jian Wushuang muttered and instantly communicated with his team members in Blood Mountain Sword. Great Emperor Jiluo, I am going to walk along the border of the Great Formation around Imperial Peak. You see if you could make a space-time tunnel from here. Great Emperor Ji Luo nodded faintly. 1 month later, the doctrine propagation ceremony would take place, and they intended to take action on the same day. Before they could do that, they had to consider their route of escape, regardless of if they could destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock or the surrounding Golden Whirlpool. They had to be prepared to leave Imperial Peak and Imperial City. Jian Wushuang maintained the disguise of a brawny man who was casual in manner. He came to the border of the Great Formation that engulfed the entire Imperial Peak and walked around casually along the border of the formation. He looked like he was taking a leisurely walk, but in actual fact, Great Emperor Ji Luo in Blood Mountain Sword was inspecting the Great Formation and surrounding space-time. He walked for over 10 days straight while Great Emperor Ji Luo continued to study, but they didn't come up with any conclusion. The 4 of them weren't in a hurry, though. Just then, Jian Wushuang, who was casually walking along the border of the Great Formation, suddenly looked up. He saw 2 figures flying towards him. The aura that the 2 figures carried was only in early stage chaotic realm. Plus, they looked extremely strong. One of them happened to be Lin Tianhao, who shared a long-standing friendship with Jian Wushuang. The 2 of them noticed Jian Wushuang's existence and immediately walked over. Isn't this a show? What are you doing? Lin Tianhao squinted his eyes, and there was a glimpse of coldness in his eyes. Jian Wushuang crossed his hands before his chest and pouted. What does it have to do with you? Lin Tianhao's face grew grave. He was used to Jian Wushuang's rude replies. On the contrary, the handsome young man next to him said, Tianhao, who is this? He seems to be very arrogant. Chapter 2030, the ceremony began. Arrogant. Lin Tianhao smirked. This person had called himself Asho. He came to Imperial Peak in the same batch of ranking competition as me. Not only is he arrogant, he is also unrestrainedly arrogant. I had an argument before. I told him my identity, but he didn't care about Lin family at all. Oh, the handsome young man's gaze grew cold. Didn't care about Lin family? One should know that the handsome man was from Lin family too. You are Asho, right? As you don't care about Lin family, I believe that you must be very powerful. As we have crossed paths today, why not make a trip to the battlefield together? The handsome young man asked in a deep voice. Battlefield? Jian Wushuang thought. It was a place designated for battle in Imperial Peak. The rules at Imperial Peak were strict, but in the battlefield, As long as both parties agreed, they could fight all they wanted. Just a battle anyway. Do you think I'm afraid of you? But I am very busy. I have no time to waste. So I'll take to you next time. Then Jian Wushuang turned to leave without looking at their response. He left very quickly, as though he were running for his life. Lin Tianhao and the handsome young man saw his response, and they looked at him in disdain. This **starred was so arrogant back in Imperial City, and he didn't respect anyone at all. Now he is in Imperial Peak and realized that there are many experts who are far more powerful than him. He's now well-behaved. Lin Tianhao scoffed. Humph. He didn't dare to take the challenge, but he sounded like he wouldn't yield. Rubbish. The young man still looked in disdain. The two of them didn't bother much and left very quickly. In a corner near the border of the Great Formation, Jian Wushuang hid in secret. He let out a breath of relief when he saw Lin Tianhao and the handsome young man making a move to leave. Sword Emperor, how do you feel being cornered by two young men at the early stage chaotic realm? Great Emperor Ji Luo joked in Blood Mountain Sword. Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose and smiled helplessly. If it wasn't because he had concerns and he couldn't expose his overly powerful strength, he could have killed the two of them with a wave. However, he could only flee because of his concerns. He couldn't just take the challenge. Great Emperor Ji Luo, is there a result? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, there is. Great Emperor Ji Luo nodded. Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao looked at Great Emperor Ji Luo. I inspected carefully, but the space-time surrounding Imperial Peak is very unique. It might be because of the Great Formation covering it. It would be extremely difficult to open up a space-time tunnel that connects to the outside world from inside Imperial Peak. With my power alone, it will be impossible, Great Emperor Ji Luo said. Impossible. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, and Emperor Jiu Qiao looked shocked. Calm down, Great Emperor Ji Luo smiled. With my power alone, it is naturally impossible. Fortunately, I once obtained a unique space-time treasure when I wandered in an ancient battlefield. With the assistance of the treasure, I should be able to open up a space-time tunnel. That's great, Abysmal Saint Master immediately beamed with joy. Ji Luo, I knew you would have a way. Emperor Jiu Qiao looked at Great Emperor Ji Luo. Although Great Emperor Ji Luo wasn't powerful, Emperor Bai wouldn't hesitate to put him in the 4 members experts troop. Plus, there was no objection from any of the Sanctuary Alliance higher-ups. It was because Great Emperor Ji Luo was great with space-time skills and she would be extremely helpful to the 4 members expert troop. Regardless of if it was when they were besieged by the 6 Great Emperors or then, they had to rely on Great Emperor Ji Luo to set up a space-time tunnel as their route of escape. The 3 of you make it sound so easy. My space-time treasure is a one-time item. If I were to use it this time, it'd be gone. So don't waste my treasure. You definitely have to destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock or the Golden Whirlpool, Great Emperor Ji Luo said. Don't worry, we will, Emperor Jiu Qiao said. All right. On Doctrine Propagation Ceremony Day, Ji Luo, you first set up the space-time tunnel. As for the task of destroying the Emperor Supreme Rock or the Golden Whirlpool, the 3 of us will take care of it, Abysmal Saint Master said. All right. Great Emperor Ji Luo nodded. The 4 of them discussed, and they had a fully planned strategy. Then they only had to wait for the arrival of Doctrine Propagation Ceremony Day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. It was finally the day where Doctrine Propagation Ceremony started. Doctrine Propagation Ceremony in Imperial Peak was only held once over many years. Every time there would be a few higher-ups from Imperial Cabinet, also those in Peak Chaotic Realm who came to teach. The experts in Peak Chaotic Realm were pathetically few, even in 3 Emperors' world. Any one of them who taught would be extremely attractive to all cultivators in 3 Emperors' world. Hence, a large number of cultivators in Imperial Peak were excited when Doctrine Propagation Ceremony started. When the door of Doctrine Propagation Palace opened, the cultivators swarmed in. The opportunity lands in Imperial Peak were normally filled up a large number of cultivators comprehending there, such as the 3 lofty statues. But then there was no one at the 3 statues. The people who were comprehending there had already departed to Doctrine Propagation Palace. Besides the few at the crucial stage or cultivating in seclusion, the other cultivators at Imperial Peak had already gathered in Doctrine Propagation Palace. Even the deacons in Cabinet Imperials went there too. In other words, almost 99% of the cultivators in Imperial Peak were gathered in Doctrine Propagation Palace. Of course, Jian Wushuang wasn't one of them. Jian Wushuang continued to stay where he was as he fixed his gaze upon the pinnacle in Imperial Peak where the Imperial Cabinet located. Finally, swoosh, 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 swoosh. There was a total of 5 figures that plunged out from Imperial Cabinet at the same time. The 5 figures didn't hesitate, but plunged towards Doctrine Propagation Palace directly. Jian Wushuang's eyes beamed with excitement when he saw the 5 of them leaving. A total of 5 great emperors who resided in Imperial Cabinet all year round left for Doctrine Propagation Palace, Jian Wushuang muttered. He knew that there wouldn't be many experts of great emperor level, even in 3 emperors' world. It was already great that there were 20 of them. On top of that, more than half of the great emperors were scattered through various regions in 3 emperors' world, but not within Imperial Peak. It was already shocking enough that there was a total of 8 great emperors guarding in Imperial Peak. Then, the 5 great emperors in Imperial Cabinet went to Doctrine Propagation Palace. Hence, in that short period of time, Jian Wushuang would only have to deal with the 3 great emperors who guarded the Golden Whirlpool all year round. Chapter 2031 Take Action. Jian Wushuang didn't move even after he saw the 5 great emperors exit the Imperial Cabinet to go to Doctrine Propagation Palace. After a short while, dong, 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 there were suddenly ancient yet loud bells ringing from the void afar, and they reverberated through the entire Imperial Peak. Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed when he heard the bell. Doctrine Propagation Ceremony has begun. Jian Wushuang broke into a bloodthirsty smirk. Let's not delay any further. Let's take action. Abysmal Saint Master said in Blood Mountain Sword. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily and finally moved. He didn't leave to the Golden Whirlpool immediately, but he first came to the border of Imperial Peak where the Great Formation was. Jian Wushuang waved, and Great Emperor Ji Luo's figure appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Great Emperor Ji Luo, we shall hand this to you. The great emperors in Imperial Peak had already gathered at Doctrine Propagation Palace, and you already cultivated the concealing skills from Great Emperor Colored Glaze. There shouldn't be anyone who could notice you, Jian Wushuang said. Don't worry about me. The 3 of you have to take the time to destroy Emperor Supreme Rock or the Golden Whirlpool, Great Emperor Ji Luo said solemnly. No problem. Jian Wushuang agreed rather straightforwardly. Then, he plunged in the direction of the Golden Whirlpool. Then, in eternal chaotic world far away, in the palace around the void near the dark millstone, the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance gathered. They already knew that Jian Wushuang and his expert troop were taking action that day. I hoped that Abysmal Saint Master, Sword Emperor, and their troop would succeed. We can't hope. They have to succeed. If they fail, it will be difficult to find another opportunity to take action again. Plus, the dark millstone might be unstoppable forever. Yes, they have to succeed this time, regardless of the price they have to pay. The great emperors clenched their fists tightly, and they looked extremely solemn. As for Emperor Bai, he sat there in silence, but they could see that he had hope in his eyes. Eternal Chaotic World was already on the verge of life and death. If Jian Wushuang and his troop could destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock or the Golden Whirlpool to stop the Dark Millstone, Eternal Chaotic World would stand a chance to step back from leaping off the cliff. Go for it, Emperor Bai sighed. In Imperial Peak, in 3 Emperors' World. In the void above the huge golden whirlpool, there was a hidden lofty palace. In the palace, there were 3 people gathered together. The 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman, in which a man and a woman were playing chess together while a red-headed elder watched in silence. No one spoke, until the brawny man that Jian Wushuang had taken the form of appeared before the golden whirlpool. The red-headed elder raised his eyebrows and said, "Hasn't the doctrine propagation ceremony begun? The guys on Imperial Peak should be there. Why is there still someone here?" The man and the woman who were playing chess heard and simply glanced at him. Then the middle-aged man in black smiled and said, "Who knows? That guy might not be interested in doctrine propagation ceremony." The red-headed elder raised his eyebrows, but didn't think further. He was just a guy in early-stage chaotic realm. They didn't care much about him. Just then, ridiculous, the red-headed elder suddenly roared, and his voice reverberated through the surrounding palace. The red-headed elder's figure quivered, and he left to go to the golden whirlpool under the palace. Although the man and the woman who was playing chess creased their eyebrows, they didn't move. In front of the golden whirlpool, Jian Wushuang had originally been stood there, but he had suddenly turned into flowing light to plunge into the golden whirlpool to reach for the Emperor's supreme rock. His speed was extremely fast, and he had already arrived in the golden whirlpool. Before he got closer to Emperor Supreme Rock, the red-headed elder appeared before him. "You have guts. Don't you know the rules in Imperial Peak?" The red-headed elder looked cold as he bellowed. Imperial Peak had a strict rule. One of the rules indicated that no one was allowed to step foot into the golden whirlpool. For whoever violated the rule, the punishment could be a death sentence. Then Jian Wushuang barged into the golden whirlpool. Jian Wushuang heard the red-headed elder's confrontation, and he looked confused. Rules? What rules? Why have I not heard about it before? "You are really a daredevil," the red-headed elder roared, and there was an enormous divine might that pressed on Jian Wushuang. If it had been any other ordinary cultivator in early-stage chaotic realm, he would have been shivering in fear. However, Jian Wushuang looked calm and composed. He didn't look uncomfortable at all. "Hee, I shall skip the bullshit." Jian Wushuang broke into a smile and moved. He charged at the red-headed elder like a bullet. "You are courting death." The red-headed elder was pissed off. How dare a cultivator in early-stage chaotic realm fight against him? However, just as the red-headed elder intended to kill the brawny man, who was arrogant and ruthless, he realized that Jian Wushuang had waved, and when he waved, there were 2 bursts of fierce aura that soared up. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 figures appeared before the red-headed elder. They were Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Ju Qiao, who were in Blood Mountain Sword. The moment the 2 of them appeared, their great emperor aura instantly spread, especially Abysmal Saint Master's aura. The boundless darkness shook the red-headed elder, and he was terrified. The red-headed elder's face grew grave. At the same time, in the hidden lofty palace above the golden whirlpool, the man and the woman who were playing chess immediately lifted their heads. *T. Both of them saw each other's change in expression. They didn't care about their chess anymore and instantly turned into flowing lights to plunge to the golden whirlpool. In the golden whirlpool, Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Ju Qiao had already taken action. Abysmal Saint Master was engulfed in boundless darkness. The boundless darkness even covered the golden luster that was given out by Emperor Supreme Rock. He was the ruler of the darkness. As he waved his sleeve, the boundless power of darkness instantly substantiated into a black spear. The black spear carried boundless extermination aura. The moment it took form, it shook the red-headed elder. As for Emperor Jiu Qiao, although his attack was not as terrifying as Abysmal Saint Master's, he was ready to give his all in the battle. It was obvious that he was going to kill the red-headed elder with thunderous measures. Of course, Jian Wushuang took action too. Then he held back his power no more. He instantly let his boundless divine power spread. He didn't use his punching skill anymore, but he drew Blood Mountain Sword. Sword Principal Xianluo. Blast Rainstorm. Chapter 2032 Drastic Change. The red-headed elder performed a shocking power against the sudden attack. He held a saber in each hand. Both sabers brought churning blood clouds, then bang, bang. There were 2 loud bangs. It was a battle of 2 against 1, after all. On top of that, the 2 were truly great emperors, especially when Abysmal Saint Master's black spear attacked in madness. The red-headed elder could only retreat, and he looked to be in a fix. Before he could steady himself, Jian Wushuang's sword principal attacked like a rainstorm. Sword Principal Xianluo with 4 moves. Mixed Element Spirit was a defense skill. Turn monstrous at one thought prioritized speed. Blast Rainstorm focused on power. Moved like strong wind with the momentum of rainstorm, especially with Jian Wushuang's divine power along with his power of ancient tribe bloodline. The power of the stroke was much stronger than Abysmal Saint Master's spear had been. This boy. The red-headed elder stared. Previously, he had never cared about Jian Wushuang, who was only an early-stage chaotic realm. Hence, he had only focused on Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiao Qiao's attacks. But then, just as Jian Wushuang's sword appeared before him, the red-headed elder stared with his eyes wide open. Then, he quickly wielded his sabers to block. Dang! There was a loud thud. Just as Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain Sword and the red-headed elder's saber collided, there was a burst of terrifying power. It then had a great impact on the red-headed elder's body. Although the red-headed elder was a great emperor, he quivered and spat a mouthful of blood. His face instantly grew pale and his aura diminished tremendously. Well done, Jian Wushuang! Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiao Qiao looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Just then, swoosh, swoosh, the man and the woman rushed to where they were at their fastest speed. Their great emperor aura pressed over simultaneously. Jiao Qiao and I will hold them back. Jian Wushuang, hurry up and go to destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock. Abysmal Saint Master roared. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded and didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward, but his figure plunged to the middle of the golden whirlpool, where the Emperor Supreme Rock was. On the other hand, Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiao Qiao blocked the man and the woman in the first instant, including the red-headed elder who Jian Wushuang had severely injured. He was also held back by Abysmal Saint Master. The 3 great emperors who guarded the golden whirlpool all year round were stopped, while Jian Wushuang had no other hindrance. After a short while, he arrived in the depth of the golden whirlpool, which was the 100-zhang tall, mountain-like Emperor Supreme Rock. Jian Wushuang stood before Emperor Supreme Rock at a close distance, and he felt the pure energy contained in the Emperor Supreme Rock. The amount of pure energy it carried was far beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. The vastest pure energy that Jian Wushuang had ever seen was the divine pond of absolute beginning that contained boundless power of absolute beginning. Back then, he had relied on the power of absolute beginning to enhance his divine power tremendously. However, although the pure energy contained in divine pond of absolute beginning was boundless, it was far behind the huge Emperor Supreme Rock. It was such terrifying pure energy. No wonder it could maintain the dark millstone to revolve in the outside world. As long as I destroy it, the dark millstone will stop. Eternal chaotic world will have a chance to live. However, if it continues to exist, eternal chaotic world will vanish into thin air. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Jian Wushuang had no alternative, so he didn't hesitate. Virum! There was a burst of terrifying sword intention that swept out of Jian Wushuang's body. The sword intention carried a supreme vibe, just like the Emperor's sword. Jian Wushuang's divine power flowed out madly with the power of ancient tribe bloodline power. However, just as he was going to perform Sword Principle to destroy the Emperor's supreme rock entirely. Wow! There was a dark axe shadow that descended without any symptoms. The axe shadow brought about boundless extermination aura. The moment it appeared, it caught Jian Wushuang's attention. This is... Jian Wushuang's face changed. He had yet to store up enough energy for Emperor Sword Principle, but he swung the stroke anyway. Dang! There was a loud bang, and the universe shook. There was divine power as vast as an ocean that instantly swept over. Jian Wushuang quivered and took a step back while his eyes looked in front of him, under the cover of the boundless ocean. Somehow there was an extra figure. He was only 5'2", but his body was muscular. His muscles bulged and gave out a raging vibe. He made people think that there was a living beast. The beast was aiming at Jian Wushuang with his battle axe. It's him. Jian Wushuang fixed his gaze. The beast-like, bald man was the strongest person among the 6 great emperors that had besieged him in front of silver-winged God Mansion back then. His battle axe skills were terrifying and his strength was fierce. His axe had injured Emperor Jiu Qiao so badly. In terms of power, he was much stronger than abysmal Saint Master. Then, the beast appeared in the depth of the golden whirlpool and attacked him when he was about to destroy Emperor Supreme Rock. How? Why is he here? Jian Wushuang was surprised. It seems that my appearance has surprised Sword Emperor. The beast-like, bald man, Ling Zong, smirked coldly at Jian Wushuang. Even though Jian Wushuang still maintained his appearance of a brawny man, Ling Zong had instantly recognized him. Actually, I have been waiting for you, Sword Emperor. I have been waiting for a very long time. Oh no, not I should say we. As Ling Zong smiled, another 3 figures instantly appeared behind him. The 3 figures gave out an aura that had already reached peak chaotic realm. On top of that, Jian Wushuang had already seen the 3 of them in silver-winged God Mansion before. Among the 3, one of them was the purple-haired man with purple eyes, Ziqin. Sword Emperor, we have been waiting for you. The purple-haired man with purple eyes, Ziqin, spoke. Jian Wushuang's looked distressed. He looked at the scene before him. No matter how stupid a person was, they should be able to tell that he had fallen into a trap. The 4 people in front of him were waiting for him in the middle of the golden whirlpool. They were waiting for him to take action, to walk right into the trap. It was a trap. Now he was in the middle of the trap. Chapter 2033 Trap. As the 4 of them appeared here, then outside the golden whirlpool, Jian Wushuang spread his soul power. As expected, in the void outside of the golden whirlpool, there were 5 figures plunging over. The 5 of them were the 5 great emperors who had departed to Doctrine Propagation Palace. If the 5 of them were in Doctrine Propagation Palace, they would at least need a dozen breaths' time to rush there. But then, it had only been a few breaths' time since Jian Wushuang and his troop had decided to take action. It was obvious that the 5 of them were already on their way back. In the middle of the golden whirlpool, in front of the Emperor Supreme Rock, there was a total of 4 great emperors, including the bald man. Outside the golden whirlpool, there were 3 great emperors who were in charge of guarding the whirlpool. The 5 great emperors who were rushing to golden whirlpool from Doctrine Propagation Palace. All of them added up, it would make 12 great emperors. 12 great emperors. Regardless of if it were to Sanctuary Alliance or to 3 Emperors World, it was a terrifying power. However, it was taking place in front of Jian Wushuang. It seems that you knew long ago that we would take action today. Jian Wushuang stared at the beast-like man, Ling Zong. Of course we did. Actually, not only that, but the doctrine propagation ceremony itself is also merely a scheme that we intentionally plotted against you. We purposely gave you an opportunity to take action. Ling Zong scoffed. I see. It turns out that eternal chaotic world is destined to fail this time, Jian Wushuang muttered. Fail? Not that simple, Jian Wushuang. Today, the 4 of you shall die here. Ling Zong's voice became cold, and he took a huge stride forward. Virum. The dark battle axe appeared in the universe. The moment it appeared, it became the main focus of the universe. Jian Wushuang's face grew dim. When Ling Zong took action, Jian Wushuang immediately wielded his Blood Mountain sword too. Boundless divine power instantly poured and swept out. Sword Principle Xian Luo, Blast Rainstorm. A powerful stroke, and it instantly collided with the dark axe shadow. Bang! The noise resounded, and both Jian Wushuang and Ling Zong took one step back simultaneously. Both of their powers were compatible. What? Ling Zong looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. He remembered that Jian Wushuang had performed a terrifying defense power in Silver-Winged God Mansion back then. The 6 great emperors had joined forces to besiege him for a total of 8 breaths' time, and he had remained undamaged. But in terms of true fighting power, Jian Wushuang was about the same as an ordinary great emperor. However, the power that was contained in the sword principle that Jian Wushuang had just performed was compatible with his axe shadow. How long has it been? How could his power increase so tremendously? Ling Zong was first shocked. Then he soared with terrifying, murderous intention. Let's take action and kill him. The 3 great emperors behind Ling Zong took action simultaneously. Humph! Jian Wushuang humphed coldly and greeted. Jian Wushuang had been fearless against the besiegement of the 6 great emperors back in Silver-Winged God Mansion, let alone the fact that there were only 4 of them then. On top of that, he had cultivated the immemorial celestial body successfully. However, although he was fearless, Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao at the border of the Golden Whirlpool couldn't take it. They were calm and composed when they were dealing with 3 great emperors. But then, the 5 great emperors had already rushed back from Doctrine Propagation Palace and appeared in the Golden Whirlpool. In other words, there was a total of 8 great emperors fighting against Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao then. The 2 of them weren't as invincible as Jian Wushuang. They didn't possess the almost immortal body. How could they possibly resist? After a short while, Emperor Jiu Qiao had already been severely injured, while Abysmal Saint Master was not doing any better. Virum! There was a terrifying aura that suddenly spread from Emperor Jiu Qiao. There was a uniquely fierce force that surfaced from Emperor Jiu Qiao body. The force was the power of star. Emperor Jiu Qiao had already played the secret skill of Star Palace. However, he had only cultivated the first volume of secret skill of Star Palace successfully, and he could only increase his fighting power by 10 times. He still had the lower hand up against the besiegement of so many great emperors. Most importantly, his secret skill of Star Palace could only last for 10 breaths of time. We are in great trouble. What do we do? What do we do? Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao were anxious. They had never expected that the chance that seemed hard to come by would be the trap that the other party set up. They knew that they had gotten into Imperial Peak long ago. How did they know? Abysmal Saint Master didn't understand, but there wasn't time to worry about it. On the other side, Jian Wushuang, who was hemmed in by 4 great emperors, relied on his power and defense power to run out of the middle of the Golden Whirlpool. He was then next to Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao. Virum! Jian Wushuang's divine power soared, and his divine body increased in size tremendously. He was almost 100 times bigger in size. On such a humongous divine body, his heads and arms extended one after another. His humongous divine body became a huge space-time black hole and swallowed everything. He continuously performed sword principles along with unique sword intentions. He blocked all the attacks from the 8 great emperors who were attacking Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao. Humph! Do you still want to stop all of us with your force alone, just like the last time? Ling Zong saw, and he humphed coldly. His eyes were shimmering with anger. Fight all out! A total of 12 great emperors were provoked by Jian Wushuang's actions. To fight against 12 of them alone? Who did Jian Wushuang think the great emperors were? The auras of the 12 great emperors increased to their maximum, and all of them were going all out. Abysmal Saint Master, Emperor Jiuqiao, leave now! Jian Wushuang roared. At the same time, he tried his best to resist the attacks of the 12 great emperors. Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiuqiao made a prompt decision. They knew if their enemy was well prepared long ago, it would be impossible for them to destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock. The most important task, then, was for them to survive. Hence, they would have to figure it out after they'd escaped. Swoosh! Swoosh! Seizing the time when Jian Wushuang blocked the 12 great emperors, Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiuqiao rushed out of the golden whirlpool at their fastest possible speeds. As for Jian Wushuang, he fought as he retreated. Jian Wushuang wouldn't be a match to 12 great emperors simultaneously. However, without a doubt, even if the 12 great emperors fought all out, it would be impossible for them to kill Jian Wushuang in a short time. Ever since he had cultivated the first volume of Immortal Celestial Body, his divine body had become stronger than before. It wouldn't be easy for his divine body to be damaged. Chapter 2034 Escape. Jian Wushuang fought as he retreated, and he left the parameter of the golden whirlpool. He moved in the direction of Great Emperor Ji Luo, just as the golden whirlpool was experiencing a drastic change in Doctrine Propagation Palace. 99% of the cultivators in Imperial Peak were gathered there. They were originally waiting for the leaders of the Peak Chaotic to arrive. But then what's going on? Why are the leaders leaving? The Doctrine Propagation Ceremony just began, and the leaders have yet to start sharing doctrines, but they left. Did something happen? The cultivators were confused. Even the deacons of the Imperial Cabinet were confused. No one knew what had happened. Suddenly, there was a vigorous bang that resounded in Imperial Peak. All the cultivators in Doctrine Propagation Palace naturally heard it at the first instant. Simultaneously, they detected the intense divine power that burst out from afar. What's going on? What happened? The cultivators couldn't stay calm anymore. They departed to the void above Doctrine Propagation Palace, one after another. When they arrived in the void, they could faintly see the huge movement that had taken place in the golden whirlpool at the end of their vision. The cultivators who were at an early stage and middle stage chaotic realm were astonished. Someone is fighting in the golden whirlpool? Who is it? How dare he? No wonder the 5 leaders left instantly. As they gasped and exclaimed in shock, there was someone who plunged out of the golden whirlpool. The first 2 that appeared were naturally Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiuqiao. As the 2 of them plunged out, they flew in the direction of Great Emperor Ji Luo with their all. Not long after the 2 of them left, Jian Wushuang and the other 12 great emperors who were attacking him left the golden whirlpool as well. They were fighting in madness all the while. The cultivators in Doctrine Propagation Palace were shocked when they saw the sight. 12 leaders? 12 leaders joined forces to besiege one person? Oh goodness, am I seeing this wrongly? And the person seems to be in early stage chaotic realm. How is it possible? He is only in early stage chaotic realm. It would be impossible for him to block one leader. How could he block 12 at the same time? Everyone exclaimed in surprise and disbelief. However, no matter whether they believed it or not, the truth was as such. After they exited the golden whirlpool, Jian Wushuang continued to fight as he retreated. His divine body was extremely huge. He relied on Sword Principal Xianluo along with 9 heads and 18 arms to block all the attacks from the 12 great emperors. The 12 great emperors were fighting with their all. Although the 12 great emperors gave their all and their attacks hit Jian Wushuang's divine body over and over again, Jian Wushuang was unbeatable. His aura was maintained at his peak. He had truly blocked 12 great emperors alone. That person among the crowd in Doctrine Propagation Palace Lin Tianhao was staring at the figure who was besieged by 12 great emperors with his eyes wide open. Although Jian Wushuang's divine body increased in size, he had yet to remove his disguise. He maintained his appearance as a brawny man. Lin Tianhao naturally recognized him at first glance. Ah, Shou, he's Ah Shou. How is it possible? How could it be him? Lin Tianhao looked on in disbelief, and he roared. Ah Shou, it's him? There were people who exclaimed in surprise by the side too. Jian Wushuang had stayed in Imperial Peak for 20 years, and he knew some people. These people recognized Jian Wushuang then. They found it unbelievable because they recognized him. From what they remembered, although Ah Shou was brawny, fierce, and unreasonable, his power was truly of a cultivator in early-stage chaotic realm, just like them. Especially Lin Tianhao, he had even defeated him once when had fought with Ah Shou. No one had ever been in doubt of Ah Shou's power. They thought his power was normal. Maybe Jian Wushuang disguised it too well. Regardless of if it was his power or his character, he had played it flawlessly well. But now he was fighting against 12 great emperors alone. Even the 12 great emperors couldn't do anything about him. That's just how powerful he was. This guy! Lin Tianhao clenched his fists as he was shocked. Tianhao, he is the person that we ran into at the border of the Great Formation, right? The handsome man next to Lin Tianhao muttered with shock on his face. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Jian Wushuang and his troops moved to the border of Imperial Peak, where the Great Formation was. At the border of the Great Formation, Great Emperor Ji Luo had been concealing her aura and hiding in a corner. There was a slight space-time gap next to her. The gap was very small, but it was made with the price of the ancient treasure. While Jian Wushuang and the other 2 great emperors took action, Great Emperor Ji Luo had been waiting. But then, Great Emperor Ji Luo looked distressed. Failed. It's a trap? How could it be? Great Emperor Ji Luo clenched her teeth and her body was quivering. Then there were 2 figures charging at her from the void in front of her. Abysmal Saint Master, Emperor Jiu Qiao, hurry up. Hurry up. Great Emperor Ji Luo obviously had yet to finish her sentence, but she suddenly stopped. Her eyes dilated in shock at that very moment. Virum. Suddenly, there was a fierce aura soaring up behind her. Then a figure slowly substantiated. The figure was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man who was faintly discernible. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man appeared behind Great Emperor Ji Luo without any sign. Oh, I see. The last fish is here. She even made a space-time tunnel to connect to the outside world. Quite capable, I see, the tall and sturdy middle-aged man muttered. Then his palm slammed the back of Great Emperor Ji Luo at lightning speed. Great Emperor Ji Luo felt a tug in her heart. She wanted to dodge, but she realized that the palm was locked onto her. She had no choice but to take the palm forcibly. As she greeted the palm, bang! There was a loud bang, and Great Emperor's body quivered. She tasted a faint sweetness in her throat, and blood flowed out of the corner of her lips. This person is so strong! Great Emperor Ji Luo was shocked. Although she was only considered an ordinary great emperor in eternal chaotic world, she was a great emperor after all, but the other party had injured her so easily with just one palm. Even abysmal Saint Master couldn't do that. There was no doubt that the person in front of her was a super expert who was no weaker than Ling Zong. Chapter 2035. It'd be impossible to escape. Among the great emperors in eternal chaotic world, excluding Supreme Emperor Bai, there was a distance between the great emperors, although it wasn't too great. For example, the strongest Red Dragon King and abysmal Saint Master, they were only stronger than the ordinary great emperors by a slight bit. However, when they fought one-on-one, it would be impossible for the 2 of them to kill the weakest great emperor. However, the great emperors in 3 Emperors world were obviously stronger than the great emperors in eternal chaotic world. They were above the standard of a top great emperor. For example, the beast-like bald man, Lingzong, was much stronger than Red Dragon King and Abysmal Saint Master. Then the tall and sturdy man who was charging at Great Emperor Jiluo was also not any weaker in fighting power than Lingzong. Outsider die. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man glanced at Great Emperor Jiluo. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Virum! A terrifying aura engulfed Great Emperor Jiluo as the tall and sturdy middle-aged man plunged over. Great Emperor Jiluo felt a sense of crisis. Without hesitation, her figure turned illusionary. She had no intention of fighting the tall and sturdy middle-aged man head-on. Then she appeared in the void where the space-time gap was. As she slapped, the originally small space-time gap instantly expanded and transformed into a space-time tunnel. The space-time tunnel was enough for one person to fly through. However, Great Emperor Jiluo had merely expanded the space-time tunnel, and she had yet to leap into it. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man appeared from nowhere again. Then his palm began magnifying continuously like a huge star that was charging at Great Emperor Jiluo. Emperor Jiluo was shocked, and she quickly raised her hand to block. In the end, she fell in the direction of the huge palm. Humph! Do you want to escape via this space-time tunnel? The tall and sturdy middle-aged man smirked coldly. Then he waved, and a billowing space-time power swept out. The space-time tunnel, which was big enough for a person to fly through, began to resume. *T. Great Emperor Jiluo's face changed. She had been through hardship, and she had even used the one-time use ancient treasure that she had obtained from the ancient battlefield to make a space-time tunnel. It was also the only route of return for the four members' experts' troops. However, the tall and sturdy middle-aged man was obviously not any weaker in the manipulation of space-time power compared to her. Go away! Great Emperor Jiluo's aura sword and her divine power increased tremendously. She held a spear in each of her hands. As she wielded them, she brought about terrifying power and stabbed. The spears were aiming at the void in front of her. However, they came before the tall and sturdy man via space-time power. The man had no choice but to retreat. Great Emperor Jiluo's figure became illusionary. She didn't retreat and instead advanced to fight the tall and sturdy man head-on instead. At the same time, she let out a shrill scream. Abysmal Saint Master, Emperor Jiuqiao, hurry up and leave. Leave now! Her roar reverberated in the universe. Great Emperor Jiluo tried her best to keep the tall and sturdy man occupied. Then Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiuqiao happened to rush to the scene. They noticed the space-time tunnel that was returning to its original size. The space-time tunnel had already shrunk in size tremendously, and it only needed a short while until it disappeared entirely. Jiluo! Abysmal Saint Master clenched his hands. Emperor Jiuqiao, by his side, also looked pale with rage. They knew clearly that Great Emperor Jiluo was trying her best to keep the tall and sturdy middle-aged man occupied while Jian Wushuang was fighting ferociously against the 12 great emperors. He wouldn't be able to rush there before the space-time tunnel disappeared entirely. Then there was only Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiuqiao who would manage to escape in time. Go! Abysmal Saint Master roared, and he immediately grabbed Emperor Jiuqiao to throw him into the space-time tunnel. Then Abysmal Saint Master leaped into the space-time tunnel too. Just as the space-time tunnel was going to resume its original size, they got in. In the blink of an eye, Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiuqiao's figure left, and the space-time tunnel disappeared completely. *MN. Two of them escaped. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man, who was being kept occupied by Great Emperor Jiluo, grew angry and his power increased tremendously. Bang! 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 There were 3 continuous bangs. Then Great Emperor Jiluo humphed and fell backward. The direction in which she retreated was the direction where Jian Wushuang was. Swoosh! Swoosh! Jian Wushuang met with Great Emperor Ji Luo, and both of them stood side by side. The figures surrounding them stopped and towered over them. They looked at Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Ji Luo with shimmering gazes. The aura that they carried was terrifying. There was a total of 12 great emperors that had besieged Jian Wushuang earlier, including Lingzong. Now, there was the tall and sturdy middle-aged man who was compatible with Lingzong. Hence, there was a total of 13 great emperors. Among the 13 great emperors, they hemmed Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Jiluo right in the middle. Sword Emperor, I'm afraid the two of us can't escape. Great Emperor Jiluo looked pale as she glanced at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. He also knew his situation. There was a great formation surrounding Imperial Peak. Great Emperor Ji Luo had been through a lot of trouble to open up a space-time tunnel. However, the space-time tunnel had already disappeared. She wouldn't be able to open it again. In other words, for the two of them, it would be impossible to escape. Luckily, Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Zhu Qiao have escaped. Our 4-member expert troupe hasn't been wiped out entirely. Great Emperor Jiluo laughed, but her laughter was extremely pathetic. Jian Wushuang took another deep breath. At such a crucial moment, Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Zhu Qiao had to run. Because those who had stayed back were destined to die, there was almost no possibility of struggle. The 4 members of experts' troops naturally should try their best to escape. Then they could save some fighting power for Sanctuary Alliance, for Eternal Chaotic World. As Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Ji Luo talked, the beast-like Lingzong and the tall and sturdy middle-aged man gathered among the 13 great emperors. What happened? How could you let Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Zhu Qiao escape? Lingzong creased his eyebrows and demanded to know, How dare you say that about me? I have to deal with 3 in Peak Chaotic Realm. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can make all of them stay? On the other hand, there are a total of 12 Peak Chaotic Realm who couldn't kill one person from early stage Chaotic Realm when they fought an all-out battle, the tall and sturdy middle-aged man teased. Lingzong paused but didn't continue to call him to account. Although 2 escaped, Sword Emperor stayed. Among the 4 of them, he was the most important target. As long as we can kill him, we can consider ourselves to have successfully accomplished the task, Lingzong said. The surrounding people nodded heavily. Chapter 2036 Life and Death Battle. The people in 3 Emperors' world knew detailed information about the 4 of them. Among the 4 of them, the one that they wanted to kill the most was, of course, Jian Wushuang. He was too monstrous, too glaring, too intimidating. He was already so powerful when he was only in early stage Chaotic Realm. Just how strong would he be when he reached peak Chaotic Realm? Almost no one could imagine. That was why Jian Wushuang had to die. On the other hand, they didn't care much about the other 3. Sword Emperor, the beast-like bald man, Lingzong spoke. As we are already in this stage, you should reveal your original appearance, right? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He then realized that he was still in the form of a brawny man, show who he was disguised as. His facial muscles quivered, and then his figure began to transform too. After a short while, he resumed his original appearance. The cultivators who rushed back from Doctrine Propagation Palace were shocked. I see. This is how he really looks. This person had been in disguise from the very beginning. He hid his power and even his character just to blend in at Imperial Peak. His disguise made him perfect. There were countless people who exclaimed in surprise. They also realized that even though Jian Wushuang had removed his disguise, the aura he carried maintained being in early stage Chaotic Realm. In other words, Jian Wushuang's realm was real. He was really in early stage Chaotic Realm. This monster, Lin Tianhao, gasped in admiration. Previously, he had disdained Jian Wushuang, but now, this person is actually a super expert in disguise. I once invited him to the battlefield to uphold the reputation of the Lim family. The handsome young man next to Lin Tianhao was glad. Luckily, he didn't take up the challenge. Otherwise, I'd be doomed. Everyone in Imperial Peak was watching the battle. At the same time, many of them found it saddening because they knew no matter how monstrous Jian Wushuang was, he had come to a dead end. Great Emperor Ji Luo, it is impossible for us to escape from the current situation. We have no choice but to fight a life and death battle. Jian Wushuang licked his lips, and there was madness in his eyes. There was madness that spread in Great Emperor Ji Luo's beautiful eyes. You go first, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Huh. Great Emperor Ji Luo looked at Jian Wushuang in shock, but she saw what Jian Wushuang meant by looking into his eyes. I understand. Great Emperor Ji Luo nodded heavily. Then there was a strange power that swept out from the boy at the next moment. The secret skill of Star Place was instantly performed. Come on! Great Emperor Ji Luo bellowed and soared. She charged at the 13 great emperors in front of her. Just as she charged out, Jian Wushuang moved as well. However, he didn't charge forward, but in the opposite direction from Great Emperor Ji Luo. At the end of the direction in which he flew, there was the golden whirlpool where the Emperor Supreme Rock was. Die! Great Emperor Ji Luo was fueled with murderous intention. Her 2 spears stabbed out madly. With the assistance of the secret skill of Star Palace, her power instantly increased by 10-fold and her speed became extremely fast too. The 2 spears transformed into bolts of lightning that hit the great emperors in front of her. It was obvious that she wanted to hold all the great emperors in front of her back, just like Jian Wushuang, in order to make time for Jian Wushuang. However, the scene simply looked like she was courting death in Ling Zong's and other great emperors' eyes. Such a joke. Do you think you are like a sword emperor who possesses defensive skills that make him almost immortal? Ling Zong roared and slashed with his battle axe. The tall, sturdy middle-aged man and the other great emperors around him took action simultaneously. The intimidating attacks surged at Great Emperor Ji Luo altogether. Although Great Emperor Ji Luo performed the secret skill of Star Palace and increased her fighting power by 10 times, she still couldn't be a match to so many great emperors. Under the attacks, Great Emperor Ji Luo was at a dead end. But suddenly, Virum! There was a sudden burst of boundless soul power. Great Emperor Ji Luo's aura had already increased tremendously with the aid of secret skill of Star Palace, but it continued to increase at a terrifying speed. Instantly, her aura surpassed everyone else's at the scene. Even Ling Zong and the tall and sturdy middle-aged man next to him were obviously weaker than Great Emperor Ji Luo in terms of aura. This is soul ignition? She is really courting death. The great emperors in 3 emperors' world came back to reality. Although they had said that Great Emperor Ji Luo was courting death, their faces grew grave. When they reached the level of the great emperor, it would be easy to suppress or even to injure their opponents. For instance, Ling Zong and the tall and sturdy middle-aged man had strong enough fighting power to injure any ordinary great emperor. It was too difficult to kill a great emperor. A great emperor had already reached the top of the universe. It was extremely difficult for one to reach that level, and they would have an array of skills. A great emperor would have a final card, which was soul ignition. If a peak emperor god were to perform soul ignition, his power would increase by 12-fold. As for great emperor, although the increment wouldn't be that ridiculous, his power would absolutely reach a higher level. However, the price to pay for soul ignition was death. There was no possibility of survival. Great Emperor Ji Luo knew that she would die for sure. Hence, she performed soul ignition. Great Emperor Ji Luo exploded with a terrifying fighting power. Her 2 spears became even more powerful than before. Then they became 2 death god sickles. The 13 great emperors. Only Ling Zong and the middle-aged man could take Great Emperor Ji Luo's spears forcefully. Once the others were hit, they would be severely injured, even if they didn't die. Be careful. The woman was fighting like a cornered beast. There was no point in dealing with her just then. Her soul power will burn her to death eventually. We will fight against her then. Shall I then? Keep her occupied. The others go after Sword Emperor. The 13 great emperors came to a decision very soon. More than half of the great emperors stayed back to deal with Great Emperor Ji Luo, including the tall and sturdy middle-aged man. The remaining few great emperors chased after Jian Wushuang under the lead of Ling Zong. Jian Wushuang's gaze was stern, and he stared at the golden whirlpool at the end of his sight. As for everything that had happened behind him, he knew clearly, but he never once turned back to look. He clearly knew what he was supposed to do then. Just as he appeared in the golden whirlpool nearby and leaped into the golden whirlpool, there was a sudden bang from the void behind him. At the same time, Great Emperor Ji Luo's final shrill scream resounded. "Sword Emperor, it's your call!" Her voice vanished into thin air, and her aura was severed entirely. Great Emperor Ji Luo had passed away. Chapter 2037 Hopeless Situation. "Sword Emperor, it's your call!" Great Emperor Ji Luo's shrill scream resounded in Jian Wushuang's ears, and his body quivered. He never once looked back, but the determination in his eyes grew more intense. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's speed reached a higher limit, and he barged into the golden whirlpool at the first instant. Ling Zong and the other few great emperors tried their best with him from behind. However, it was impossible to stop Jian Wushuang before he got close to the Emperor Supreme Rock. In the end, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the Emperor Supreme Rock again. Looking at the Emperor Supreme Rock in front of him, which was 100 zhang tall, Jian Wushuang instantly clenched his hands. He had wanted to destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock previously, but Ling Zong managed to stop him in time. Then he had no route of return, and he could only fight all out. Break apart! Jian Wushuang sounded hysterical. His divine power burst out in collaboration with his power of ancient tribe bloodline. Then they flowed into Blood Mountain Sword madly. It was as though Blood Mountain Sword could feel Jian Wushuang's madness. It started quivering vigorously and constantly whistled. Jian Wushuang's sword principle exploded entirely. It was still sword principle Xianluo, and it was the blast rainstorm that focused on power the most, moving like strong wind with the momentum of rainstorm. There was a terrifying sword light that blotted out the sky and the sun, which appeared in the golden whirlpool. It slashed at the huge Emperor Supreme Rock directly. *T. Ling Zong and the others who rushed before the Emperor Supreme Rock saw the sword light, and their faces grew grave. However, they had just gotten there, and Jian Wushuang had already stroked out his sword light. They couldn't block it in time, and could only watch the terrifying sword light hit the Emperor Supreme Rock. Clang! There was an ear-piercing clang, and the entire golden whirlpool quivered. However, it resumed tranquility after that. The 100 zhang tall, lofty Emperor Supreme Rock continued to float in the air quietly. There was no sign of the Emperor Supreme Rock surface as it was hit by Jian Wushuang's sword light, let alone the fact that it wasn't shattered. What? Jian Wushuang looked surprised. He fought with his all and performed a blast rainstorm in sword principle Xianluo that focused on power the most. In the end, he couldn't even move the Emperor Supreme Rock. The Emperor Supreme Rock is so sturdy? Ha! Jian Wushuang, do you really think the holy crystal will be easily destroyed? This is such a joke. Forget about yourself. Even if the strongest emperor by an eternal chaotic world came personally, he absolutely couldn't destroy the holy crystal. No one could. Ling Zong laughed hysterically, and the other great emperors looked at him with disdain as well. The Emperor Supreme Rock could endure such terrifyingly boundless pure energy. Its sturdiness was naturally unbelievable. It was already difficult to destroy a nail-sized Emperor Supreme Rock, let alone the Emperor Supreme Rock that was 100 zhang tall. It was almost impossible for an expert in this era to do that. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave when he heard Ling Zong's comment. He performed Blast Rainstorm with his all, but he hadn't managed to leave any mark on the Emperor's supreme rock. Even if he were to perform his strongest trump card, the secret skill of Star Palace, to increase his power by 100 times, he might not have been able to destroy the Emperor's supreme rock. Most importantly, he was able to slash the Emperor's supreme rock, as there was no one who had stopped him earlier. But then, Ling Zong and a few other great emperors rushed over, and they wouldn't give Jian Wushuang another chance to hit the Emperor's supreme rock. Humph! Even if I can't destroy the Emperor's supreme rock, I will destroy the surrounding formation. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, and the sword in tension. He carried sword up. He wielded his sword, and his sword light was aimed at the golden whirlpool surrounding them. The golden whirlpool connected the Emperor's supreme rock with the dark millstone. If he could destroy it completely, it would be enough to stop the dark millstone. Jian Wushuang's sword and tension sword, and the others naturally saw through his plan at the first instant. Stop him! Ling Zong roared and transformed into a beast to leap at Jian Wushuang. The other great emperors took action against Jian Wushuang as well. At the same time, the great emperors who had been stopped by Great Emperor Ji Luo outside the Golden Whirlpool earlier rushed over after Great Emperor Luo passed away. They met with Ling Zong and the others. In the end, the 13 great emperors gathered together to besiege Jian Wushuang again. Bang! 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 There were continuous bangs in the Golden Whirlpool. Every bang was followed by a large amount of power and hit the surrounding Golden Whirlpool. Jian Wushuang was in the middle of the Golden Whirlpool after all. When they fought there, the impact that they caused would affect the stability of the Golden Whirlpool. On top of that, Jian Wushuang seized every chance he got to attack the surrounding void with his sword lights. The energy that moved around in the Golden Whirlpool vibrated within. *T. Ling Zong's face grew grave. By then, the great emperors, under the lead of the tall and sturdy middle-aged man, rushed to the battlefield and met with Ling Zong. Let's take action together. Stop him from attacking the great formation in the Golden Whirlpool, Ling Zong roared. The 13 great emperors took action simultaneously. Even though Jian Wushuang had shockingly powerful defense power that was enough to last the attack of 13 great emperors, he was completely suppressed. He couldn't damage the surrounding great formation or the space-time. There were many experts that had gathered in the void outside the Golden Whirlpool. They were watching the shocking war in the middle of the Golden Whirlpool attentively. Everyone could tell that Jian Wushuang was cornered in a hopeless situation. He was merely fighting back like a cornered beast. Humph! Although this person has terrifying defense power, his power isn't invincible after all. He has to space to struggle against the 13 leaders from Imperial Cabinet. It seems that he was only stronger in terms of taking hits. No matter how great his defense power is, he will reach his limit under constant besiegement. At that time, he can only meet a dead end. He's dead. He will let the 13 leaders hem him in for so long. He should be proud even if he dies. The cultivators sighed. No one thought Jian Wushuang would survive at the current stage. He was mostly fighting back like a cornered beast. However, no one noticed that Jian Wushuang's eyes were extremely cold, even though he behaved rather crazily. At the situation that looked hopeless, Jian Wushuang was even calmer, his thoughts were even more organized, and he was even clearer in judgment. "I'll play a bet." Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, and there was determination in them. Chapter 2038, Finally Dead. As Jian Wushuang was besieged by the 13 great emperors in madness, he took out a token. The token belonged to Emperor Jiu Qiao, who had escaped from Imperial Peak. "Emperor Jiu Qiao, listen to me. Find a place to hide with Abysmal Saint Master for now. Don't be in a hurry to leave Three Emperors' world." After he sent out a simple message, Jian Wushuang didn't worry about if Emperor Jiu Qiao replied, but his eyes grew red with madness as he looked at the 13 great emperors in front of him. Haha, come on, come on. Jian Wushuang's hysterical laughter burst out. His hysterical laugh made people feel that he was in a hopeless situation, that he was experiencing madness before death. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's divine body increased in size again. He was about 10,000 zhang tall. With such a huge size, he was simply a giant target to the surrounding 13 great emperors. The great emperor's attacks hit Jian Wushuang even more easily. However, he could cover a bigger range with his body size. The damage that he could cause to the surrounding golden whirlpool was even greater. Jian Wushuang became a madman who was fighting to his death. He fought with his all against the surrounding great emperors. The terrifying attacks shook the entire golden whirlpool, and the originally quivering golden whirlpool shook even more vigorously. Rumble. There was a ferocious rumble, and a storm took place in the golden whirlpool. The terrifying storm stirred an enormous amount of pure energy in Emperor Supreme Rock, and it started roaring. In an instant, Jian Wushuang and all great emperors in the golden whirlpool were engulfed within the energy storm. In the storm, there was a boundless gale howling, and people couldn't keep their eyes open. Oh no! This crazy man! The 13 great emperors looked on in distress. The balance of the surrounding golden whirlpool was broken apart by Jian Wushuang. The energy storm was caused by the imbalance of the golden whirlpool. The aura he carried has diminished, a great emperor suddenly said. Huh. The other great emperor looked at Jian Wushuang. As expected, Jian Wushuang's aura was obviously weaker than it had been before. One should know that from the beginning of the massacre until then, Jian Wushuang's fighting power had been at its peak. He wasn't affected at all. However, his aura had diminished then. In other words, he was beginning to get hurt. Haha, I thought he was really invincible and unbeatable. It turns out that he can be hurt too. Humph. He should be proud that he could last so long under the besiegement of 13 great emperors. Regardless, he has his limits. Forget about the golden whirlpool. Kill Jian Wushuang first. All right. The 13 great emperors instantly reached a mutual agreement and launched attacks simultaneously. In the energy storm happening in the golden whirlpool, they continued to hem Jian Wushuang in. Die! 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 Jian Wushuang constantly roared, and he became even more violent and crazy. However, his aura grew weaker, and he started spitting blood. It was obvious that he was coming to an end. Finally, as Ling Zong's battle axe hit on his huge divine body, his divine body began to collapse. Virum! 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 The speed of his collapse was extremely fast. After a short while, Jian Wushuang's divine body turned into divine power that scattered all around the golden whirlpool. In the golden whirlpool, the energy storm reached a terrifying level along with the madness of the battle. Only great emperors could stand straight in the storm. If it were any ordinary Sir God or Emperor God, they would have been killed in the energy storm. The energy storm was terrifying. Hence, after Jian Wushuang's divine body had collapsed, his flesh and blood that scattered around, including his divine power, was instantly swept by the energy storm. Swoosh! 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 The 13 great emperors appeared in the place where Jian Wushuang's divine body had collapsed and looked into the surrounding void. He's finally dead. The expressions on the 13 great emperors looked complicated. It stirred a billowing wave from the bottom of their hearts. A total of 13 great emperors had worked together. There were so many powerful great emperors, including Ling Zong and the tall and sturdy middle-aged man among the group. Even so, they had used such a long time and put in great effort to finally kill Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang wasn't the strongest enemy that they had ever fought against, there was no doubt that he was absolutely the one with the strongest defense power and had taken the most beating. However, regardless, Jian Wushuang was killed by them. Sword Emperor is quite impressive. Look, he is already dead, but his divine power and aura are still terrifying, one of the great emperors commented. The other great emperors looked at the surrounding void. It was true. The surrounding void and even the energy storm in the golden whirlpool was covered in an enormous amount of divine power and aura. They were still shockingly strong. The great emperors merely complimented casually and thought Jian Wushuang was truly impressive. When one's power reached their level, they would leave behind an enormous amount of divine power and aura. It was perfectly normal. The divine power and aura would slowly be dispersed as time flew past. They didn't need to bother with it. Oh yeah, where is Jian Wushuang's Qian Kuan ring and his treasures? A great emperor immediately searched around the place that Jian Wushuang had died. However, he swept his soul power across but couldn't find any treasure. He couldn't even find the divine weapon that Jian Wushuang had used. What happened? The great emperor looked confused. It should have been swept away by the energy storm in the golden whirlpool. His divine body increased to such a size and it covered too wide a range. The energy storm in the golden whirlpool is so strong, it could wipe away his treasure in an instant, another great emperor commented. I noticed earlier that his Qian Kuan ring was swept away by an energy storm. I wanted to stop it, but I was quite far away from the Qian Kuan ring, another great emperor said. Hence, the great emperors were not suspicious about it. It was such a terrifying energy storm. Most importantly, Jian Wushuang's size was so huge. At the very moment at which his divine body collapsed, it became perfectly understandable that his treasure would be blown away by the energy storm. Let's think of a way to stabilize the golden whirlpool first. Then we can search through the area carefully to see if we can find any of Jian Wushuang's treasure, Lingzong said. The great emperors on the spot nodded simultaneously. However, Jian Wushuang had caused quite a bit of damage to the golden whirlpool. It would be rather troublesome to recover it.